Strike to the upside. We have semis moving around once again, a whole bunch of individual storylines, including a new lineup as far as the SPY holdings is concerned. I was reading an interesting note this morning. Nvidia has jumped over Apple.
Really?
Number 2 now.
Yeah, and we weren't surprised by that.
Yeah,
that was a matter of time.
Microsoft still number 1.
Yeah. Well, it was just a matter of time. Let's see if they can hold on to it, though, because very cyclical, these microprocessors, right? NXP, speaking of semis, NXP and Vanguard announcing overnight, one of Taiwan Semiconductor, obviously an investor in this, a $7.8 billion fab that's going to be built out in Singapore. Intel as well, an $11 billion fab joint venture being built out in Ireland. So they're building these fabs hand over fist.
Yeah, more build out in general to come possibly in that industry. A lot of people I saw this morning talking about GME. Once again, I mean, there's not a lot to look at here so far this morning. We're just chopping around within the range from yesterday, essentially. It was kind of back and forth yesterday. We're still around that 26 and a half area. For GameStop, it is positive on the day, but I mean, obviously still holding significantly higher from where it was last week on that gap up over the weekend. Happy Wednesday, guys. Good morning.
Yes, happy Wednesday. And we just talked about the chips there, and ASML actually up. It turns out they're up 5% because they're going to be shipping their machine to TSM, who makes everything. They make all the chips. It's like 60 to 65% of all chip making revenue. All the fab revenue goes to TSM and ASML as well. So rising tides lifting all ships in this space. I mean, AMD is actually up right now. Intel is up. I can't see a chip name that isn't looking good so far this morning. There's a bunch of data today. We'll get some also crude inventories as well. I know GameStop feels a little bit asleep, but it did make a pretty good bottom off that 25. So the 28 break still going to be very much in play. Shopify broke out late in the afternoon, so I think that one, maybe we get a chance for a bit of a dip buy in Shopify. And Meta, finally, we were just talking about, when we were talking with Daniel Shea, like stocks that couldn't break that or hold that 50-period moving average. In the bull market, we talk about these dips all the time. You might not get another shot at it in the short term. This is holding that 50 on the good side now, up 1%. So there's a lot to look at, despite the fact that you only had a few earnings, which were good, by the way, for CrowdStrike, for Stitch Fix, for Hewlett-Packard. But some of these big cap tech names are all looking pretty solid this morning. Well, most of them.
Yeah, it's been, I'm actually have you on mute. There it is right there. Okay, I was just looking to see how many viewers we have. 1,500 viewers. Look, last night we had way more viewers, obviously last night at this point for the recap show than we do now. But Adara will remember, as soon as we came on the air and CrowdStrike goes downside, I was like, we should probably be buying these dips. And honestly, Brian Shannon came on and was like, wow, that was a great call. And look what's happening today to CrowdStrike, up at 12%. It was down 7-8%. And we were talking about this. Adair, we got the numbers. We were reading them over. Everything was better. And then all of a sudden they started talking about the guide. Then you had the call. Obviously, we weren't there for the call. And it just kept on going back up to the upside. And by the time we left the show at 4:30, we were already through 320 and starting to go higher after that point. So CrowdStrike with what an absolute amazing save there. Probably now, the number one name that you're going to want to hold, PNW, is not performing anywhere close to what CrowdStrike is doing. So I mean, both stocks are not the same. CrowdStrike right here going to be taking out their highs of 360. I mean, we'll see if it gets there. Should be able to get there. I don't know about today. We'll talk about it as we go.
It was just there last week.
But CrowdStrike is amazing stock. And then PNW still has a ways to go, over $100 to get back up to the upside for these guys. So, you can play the relative weakness in PNW versus Crowd. But great quarter. Another great recap show there last night. Despite only having a couple earnings reports, we had Brian, we had Adara. We talked a lot of fun things. All right, let's get ready to rock and roll here as we have, again, a lot of good stories to talk about today. Nvidia just keeps on moving. GameStop is moving around again today. Some of the bank names I see here coming up on scanners, we'll find out why. But all right, let's go back over the desk.
Yeah, on the economic calendar side of things this morning as well. Typically, this wouldn't be even mentionable, but 9:45, Bank of Canada.
Oh yeah,
coming up this morning.
Oh, yeah.
So it's been much discussed, not only here but everywhere. This could be the day we get a quarter point cut here. I'm so used to saying hike, this just naturally wants to come out
So
hike all the
long.
time. But yeah, quarter point cut could be coming today.
Yeah, and it's going to give people a lot of relief, Brendo, and in perfect time, actually, because we have so many mortgages coming due for renewal. And this side of the border, we usually get our mortgages in chunks of 5 years, after which time you have to renew at the market rate or some variant thereof. So a lot of the mortgages that were locked in during the pandemic are coming due this year and next year. So it would have been a tough proposition for those people to take on the higher rates. I know Alfred had an open variable mortgage rate, and he ended up paying about $1,500 a month extra. So that was $1,500 a month. He didn't have his disposable income.
Yeah, I was reading a story yesterday of a family of 4 that was north of the city, north of the GTA, that had to renew their mortgage, and theirs went up $2,000 a month. So, yeah, I mean, across the board for everyone, it's been tough. So there it is, 9:45 this morning. Can we? Thank you. 9:45 this morning, Bank of Canada interest rate decision. We'll bring that to you when it happens. If you zoom out here, yeah, we're expected. There's the expectation, 4.75. Current has been 5, as we talked about with Frank yesterday, for quite some time here, guys. So big day potentially. And then remember, the EU tomorrow morning.
Oh yeah,
could follow suit with their own.
Yeah, like obviously, I know everyone
do it,
south
they'll
of the
do it.
border is like, does it matter if they raise or? No, I just said it because you said raise. No, does it matter if they cut in Canada? I mean, the Fed doesn't care what everybody else does. You know, the EU does it, Canada does it. It's not going to chip the needle one way or the other. It might be like some indication that maybe things are generally going in the direction of that, which I think it's leaning to for the Fed. But yeah, it probably doesn't make a difference unless you hear. And it's a little bit different in the States than it is in Canada. Like everybody has the renewals come up. I'm just looking at this ASNS just for a second, because I see a few people putting this one in the chat. And sometimes wrapping your head around the fundamentals of these lower float runners. And ASNS here, they got a government, check that, a military contract, it looks like. They're trading higher, announced orders for their cyber-hardened network technology to be deployed at 3 U.S. military bases. I can't find a number for how much this is worth to them just yet. So it's hard to imagine, like the market cap of this thing is like obviously pretty tiny. The float's only 7 million, market cap is $3 million. And like I would imagine, like $3 million, like that market cap, that's a rounding error for the military. So it's entirely possible that this is that big of a deal, but I can't see a number anywhere that says what is this actually worth this company. It was 47 cents, now it's $4, and it's doing 15 million of volume. So you got a low float runner here. I'd be more comfortable understanding, like, okay, well, how much money are they getting out of this? If you don't know, could be a difficult one to chase. That said, we've seen this story before. You already made a pullback bottom in the pre-market and then a higher low holding a pretty key level like a 4. Like if it holds on to this 4 area, the higher low's 360. That way, if it holds this at the open, I think you can be risking 40, 50 cents. And if it continues to go, you break out, you can get to $5. But that gap fill could get nasty if it turns out this isn't that big of a deal for ASNS. 800%, but it's a penny stock, or was a penny stock. So that's par for the course for these. There's one a day. There's always something out there. Small cap trader, large cap trader, mid cap. There's always something out there in the market for you. You just got to scan for it.
Yeah, here's that micro algo from yesterday, MLGO. Trying to take out $8. So watch out for that one right now, trying to go back through $8. MLGO. Yeah, there's always some kind of wild ones happening here today. GameStop is one that we'll look at throughout the day. I mean, it's up 1% and holding out pretty good. I mean, yesterday, nice move. Obviously, we saw what's been happening over the week. Good move to the upside. And then now we're sort of, we had talked about it earlier, trying to break through 22, 23, gap way higher on Monday. We know that story. And now pulling back in again. And now I'm wondering if the support is in and around this $25 mark. So, there's definitely some levels to play off here on GameStop. So, yeah, I mean, big tech names today. We got CrowdStrike, we got ASNS there, MLGO, GameStop, AMC. I mean, there's going to be a lot of different names coming through. Nvidia, as we just have a couple more days, one more day until post-split here, and then we'll see. So Nvidia right now, it's just at 1180. Like
1,200.
12, yeah, so it's going to be 120 a share, hopefully more.
122.
Unbelievable. I mean, this has been
122.42. I don't know.
what a run. Well, it splits on the 6th, right? So tomorrow's the last day, and then I think the 7th we start trading.
I thought it was
post-split.
I thought the
What
first
day is
trading
the
day was the 10th, but maybe I'm wrong.
7th? Maybe it's ownership on the 6th, and then the 7th they do it after, and then the 10th, yeah. So we'll figure out what exact day it is, but either way, man, Nvidia is going to be an absolute monster to trade. Oh my God, I am like
That first pre-market is probably going to be wild.
I'm just.
Well, I mean, probably it will be actually.
AMD. So can you believe Nvidia is going to be worth? Is going to be a lower price than AMD. That's going to be the best part about it. So when people are going to look at this, they're going to be like, "What? AMD is 160 and Nvidia is only 120. What are we doing?" Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
All right. And Intel's only $30, but Intel has some news today.
Well, yeah, about that news. So I'm going to give you a stat about Intel. So this is
Oh, no.
how far behind they are in terms of like foundry business they're trying to get going. If you put the top half dozen of like chip fab in revenues, right? Like you get TSM, which is over 60%. You get Samsung, which usually is between like the low teens, like 12 to 16%, somewhere in there. The next 4 on the list are there are a bunch of Asian. I actually don't remember the names of the Chinese companies that they are, but they're all within like 3 and 4%. And then there's Global Foundries, which is like, sometimes it's 5%, sometimes it's 4%. Intel's not even on the list. So the foundry business is losing right now money, and on top of that, they're not on that list in terms of revenues. That said, it's a tremendous opportunity for them in the long term, and they've already said 2027 instead of 2025 is when you can start to look for some profitability there. So it's a long haul for them. They're not gonna. I don't think there's any explosive upside. That's why I'm being patient with the stock. And one other thing, Bitcoin's still holding above 70,000. We should always mention that. Let's not sleep on you saw what Coinbase did yesterday. You saw what Mara did yesterday. Shouldn't be sleeping on crypto. So we're at 70.90. We haven't really taken out that high. Maybe this happens today. Who knows? You go back to May, was it the 20th? The 20th, 21st, doesn't really matter. 71.6 to 72 was that top. I think you have a decent chance of a test of that today. Coinbase, I like when resistance turns into support. Thankfully, we didn't run into that freight train at the 240 level because we thought against it yesterday, despite liking that short. If it's not breaking out the top right away, if there's a dip, if 240 was resistance, then I like the notion that you can pull right back in after turning 250, come right back into that 240 level. If it bounces and we're above 70,000, I think that can be a nice long. You're right in the middle of the range for coin, and Mara not doing too shabby on its own either, sitting at that $21 level. So there's just so much to look at in the market, which is what's so great. If you're going to be a crypto trader, you got equities out there. You can just trade IBIT. You can just trade spot. But Coinbase, wow, what a flyer. Got to have eyeballs on that today.
All right, a couple other things moving around here. AMAT, real quick, to the upside to the tune of about 2.5%. Barclays with an upgrade on this. Going to equal weight from underweight, so a gap higher here for Applied Materials. We're going to mention DLTR coming off earnings. Downside here this morning for Dollar Tree. Not a lot of volume behind this, but it was the forecast that was a little bit of a question mark here.
Yeah, and they're also looking at moving their family dollar units. So they operate multiple different units, all really of the same kind of thing here, the dollar store. They're not making money off that one. In fact, this one actually dropped year over year on the quarter, 0.1% in terms of revenue. So they're looking at moving that on. Revenue for the Dollar Tree in general, though, not bad, 4.22%. As Brendo mentioned, it was really the guide here that sent the stock a little bit lower to the tune of, I believe, a few percent. But everything else looked decent. Increase year over year.
Yeah, not a lot of volume behind that right now. GFS, I just saw popping up here a little bit as well to the upside. Some insider buying from some of the executives coming through here there on Global Foundries. So a couple others there.
Like it's like AMAT.
boundaries.
Of course AMAT's up. Like give me a break. We're just talking, like SML had positive news today. TSM's on the watch list. Nvidia's Nvidia. AMD caught a bottom yesterday. Intel stopped dying at $30. The only, I guess, stain on last night.
Did it stop dying?
Well, it just, well,
opening at
it
30,
bounced.
30.
Well, it bounced off 30.
Okay.
well, I don't like. I tried the 30 break in the afternoon and it went to 95. So it went like 99, 29.99 and 29.95, and then now it's not making fresh lows. My point being, it's like there's just nothing. There's nothing bad in the chip space. I haven't checked out Marvell today, but Dollar Tree. You know, the problem with some of the retailers has been it's not just high end or it's not just the average consumer that's been trading down a little bit. Like you're having some change in behavior in the Dollar Trees of the world, and some of the low ends run under pressure. So that's not a fantastic sign. It's also not a good looking chart. Like this is about as bad as it would look, failing and maybe trapping some on a break of this 120. The only issue is, check that 122 on the 50 period on the daily. You saw it wick above there. It's great when it happens in CrowdStrike to the upside, right? Like you get that false bottom and then a run, because there's certainly some people that dump their shares and that release pressure, and then there's probably some people that trapped shorts, which again gives you upside. It's the complete opposite. So unless this gets back above the 122 level, I think it's in the doldrums. Volume's really, really bad here. Dollar Tree's got almost $1 spread on it as a $100 stock. So I would not touch this with a 10-foot pole in the pre-market. But if there's something to be faded today, if this can't get back into the green, let it open up and then see what happens. That's a chart that usually, I'd be looking for shorts in the 120 range if this was a normal stock. But a stock with $1 spread at 847 is do not even trade it till you see it open and trade for a bit.
Snapchat moving around. I just wanted to, yeah, Snapchat's $15. Okay. Snapchat 1550 actually. Hold on a second. This is not. It's not moving on any news. There's no volume or anything like that. It's only 100,000 shares. But just looking at a level, because I'm trying to find some shorts, and this 1550. Sorry, I should have preloaded this. Goes back a week and a bit. Look how good this level looks. I mean, this is the kind of trading that we do. I mean, right there, like that's, you get some garbage underneath, and now we're staying underneath it. Without that sort of TikTok tailwind here behind Snapchat, where do we go? So right now you're just stuck in a very, very sort of tight range right now. If we can float back up to 1550 here on Snapchat, I think that's going to be a great short. Same way, if you like the long, you can go back. I mean, goes back pretty good to April. This 1480, 1475 level holding. So Snapchat just coiling up right here. I don't know. I mean, nice move there for Snapchat, coiling up. This is not bad. Got to try to find the catalyst, and before you find it, it will have broken one way or the other. So I think you got to look at 1550 here, and without some kind of a catalyst, I would still think it's a short. But under the 200, right at the 50 period moving average. I actually like Snapchat here. I'm kind of glad that this disappeared on some sort of a scanner for some reason. I'm going to find out what that was. It's probably a VWAP scanner right now. But okay, so Snapchat, something to think about. I was going to talk about AMD, but we're going to talk about the chips as we go throughout the morning.
Chinese EVs are higher across the board here. I was just looking at a couple of these charts. This is XPeng on a daily chart. I mean, Li Auto is probably the exception if you look at a daily chart. Definitely much weaker, but they're all in this, 2-week long type of really tight range here.
Oh, yeah.
On higher time frames. XPeng probably the tightest consolidation right here, but I mean a little bit of positivity for these today.
Yeah, NIO got a headline today, Brendo. They're building another factory in China. It's going to be their third, despite concerns that there was a bit too much glut of inventory for EVs in the Chinese market. The NIO CEO coming out overnight and saying, no, there's not a glut of inventory in this country. There's a glut of inventory in other countries with foreign EV makers. Anyway, so F3 is going to be the name of the factory. It's going to be able to build about 100,000 cars annually. It's going to be specific for their cheaper brand, Onvo, ONVO, which is going to be released actually later this year with a smaller, I guess, maybe Model 2-like kind of EV. So we'll see how that works out.
Still don't like that name. ONVO.
On Vol. I don't even know.
I don't know. Miss Adara, tell us about some analyst thoughts today.
Lots of heavyweights on the upgrade side of things today, starting with Oppenheimer upgrading CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike actually got quite a few price target cuts here as well, but Oppenheimer and Canaccord Genuity both issuing positive notes for CRWD. We also have Hewlett-Packard HPE, this one trading higher after its earnings and helped by this upgrade from Morgan Stanley. United Healthcare getting an upgrade from HSBC Securities. We also have Applied Materials here amidst all of this other semiconductor and tech strength, an upgrade from Barclays for Applied Materials. On the downgrade side, we have D.A. Davidson downgrading Medifast. Relmada Therapeutics getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Titan Machinery with this downgrade here from B. Riley Securities. And last but not least, Roth MKM downgrading Energy Fuels EF, guys.
You know it's good when you look at the upgrades and downgrades list, and I guarantee you everybody in the chat knows all 4 names on the upgrade side, and nobody knows those 4 names on the downgrade side. Like, come on, like Medifast, I have no idea who that is. Whatever, I was gonna pull it up like it mattered, but no, like all of those names, pretty solid. We already talked about AMAT there, CrowdStrike on the earnings, of course. UNH has been like the 450 level. I'm myself at this point, if it fails 525, I'm going to trim on my personal account just because it's been a good bounce off that 450. I can pull it back even further, but like multiple days in a row, this has been bouncing, probably running into some rough waters in there. When it comes to AMAT, though, what can't you like about the chip names? I wish this was a more exciting of a name for a day trade, because like this pullback, like 5 days in a row dip, going into the 50, bouncing off the 50. Like, look at that line. 1, 2, 3. We always talk about support and resistance. Now, granted, AMAT's not a high volume name that traders are going to dig themselves into. But come on, like if you're just scanning, say, your group of chip names and you're going through your charts and looking for that one spot, wouldn't be that hard if AMAT's on your list to have found that 209. Like, I'm not sitting here pretending I did, but the second I pulled this one up when Brennan was talking about it, it's like, whoa, look at that. It gets so clean. And then to make another move when the high is exactly the same here at about 218.5, the day it holds 218.5 and then bounce off at once, you might look to that as a level of support if it's going to continue to trade like this. Like, this is a stock that, because of relatively light trading volume, it does patterns like this, where you will have very, very distinct levels because there's not a ton of interest. So you really do have to be patient if you're ever trading one. But once it gives you that level, like, gives you the level, gives you the bounce, yeah, it comes in there that third time. You take that shot, like this time here, you're like 216.75 long. That's a 16 level. It bounces all the way a couple of dollars to the upside. Even yesterday, the third time through, it's bouncing off that level. Your first bounce is giving you $2. Your second one, $1. The third bounce, benefiting from a big move late in the day, gives you $3. So you just look for that next level to come in. Maybe it's going to be 218 turning from resistance into support today. But just be patient. Like, these can be tradable. It's just a very different style from what you would see us do on the show, but it doesn't mean you can't take advantage.
Yeah, I didn't really see too many interesting names, unfortunately, on that upgrade and downgrade. I saw United Health, though, I'm pretty sure, on the upgrade side. And again, good dip down lately, and we've seen the resurgence sort of the Dow, and that's been good. So United Health down there at 440, now back up to 508. Still a ways to go to get back to highs, but again, another good name there coming through. And then another name that's in the Dow that we had talked about before is CRM, trying to get going again. Thank you, Randy. How's your day been going? We didn't talk about this. We don't have a guest lined up or anything like that. So why don't? Did you see XOM here? We had talked about this. You mentioned June 3rd coming through, and then now we do get this break a little bit lower here on ExxonMobil. We've seen oil start to head to the downside now as well, with USO over the last couple of days as OPEC. Some production issues, possibly.
Not issues. I mean, they did a 3.66 million barrel per day volumetric.
Ramin, he's here. It's Randy. Hey, Randy.
So they made a cut, And the summer driving season, I predicted this, is not going to be able, there's not enough demand there for them to use the overproduction that's happening in Russia and whatnot. XOM's pulling out of Nigeria. They're cutting their less productive exploration and production. So, okay, there's less demand, but the SPR, you mentioned that last week.
Yep.
So it's distilled and refined products that get mostly gasoline that are being used up, but they're not being used up at the rate they're being produced. So, oversupply means weaker prices. We've seen the pullback this week. The meeting was on Sunday. Friday, it was up, 2.8%? And it's come down almost 4.5% since then.
Oil, you mean, or just ExxonMobil?
ExxonMobil.
Oh, yeah, Exxon.
So, you know what? Weaker demand is what it is. Inflation's still a thing. Weaker demand in Asia is what it is. But there was a pullback since last Friday. And
It's still holding out pretty good. If you come to the chart here, you'll see, through the 50 period, but trying to hold out in and around this 110. I mean, I think these are good levels.
Not bad.
Down into there. I mean, oil's like I was talking about with global demand and everything like that. I mean, I think part of the problem is thinking that, slowdowns worldwide in manufacturing and production and things like that will give oil the move down. So names like Chevron and ExxonMobil, which again, they're sort of a lot of M&A in this space, so they're just getting bigger as companies.
Yes, we've got a lot of crazy weather coming this summer. It's going to be one of the worst, weather seasons they're predicting, the NOAA, and that's
really?
affecting rigs and affecting production and refineries and whatnot on the Gulf Coast. So there's a lot of uncertainty here, and that's a little bit of a headwind, we'll call it, pun intended.
Do you ever?
So hold on a second. Are you going to be buying these dips in XOM?
Yeah, I think I am. There's the rig count's up. They've got a lot of good production in place right now. They're actually up and above Chevron in the last quarter. So I like the way they're positioned. They're pulling out of Nigeria, which is good news. They've sold off that piece of the pie. So I think there's good things coming. But again, there's things they can't control, like the weather. Is what it is. It's they're playing the risk well. I like the way they manage this risk.
Okay. Good. Randy, thank you so much for the little talk there. We talked about June 3rd, waiting for some of that release. So now we know a little bit more about ExxonMobil. And you get the yield too. There's some income generation there with XOM.
It's good to have some of that in the portfolio. Actually, I was just talking to people about Enbridge here in Canada as a bit of a play. XOM still... I mean, if you actually just waited for this recent bottom, it's a good wick bottom today. I don't know. I still think you're heading down a little bit more on oil futures. But if you get to that 200 period at that 110, I think it looks pretty spicy there for ExxonMobil. Also, like Oxy, it didn't hold under 60 for the first day. Actually, Oxy bouncing off 59, but it's within $4 of where I'm going to be buying it, down at about 55 and change. Let's head back onto the desk. Lots to cover. We need to know what's going on with them futures.
If I had to just randomly pick what kind of cars Ramin drives, I would be so wrong.
Yeah. Did I show you the video when she did wheelies?
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah.
Ford, worth a note here, coming on the back of Randy there. This was yesterday, but 9,000 EVs sold in May. That's total.
Yeah.
8,966 total.
Look, I mean, I'm trying to find some silver lining here, Brendo, because I feel like Tesla sells that in a day. But no, in all seriousness, though, EV sales, so almost 9,000 cars. That's up 64.7% year over year. Hybrids continue to do well as well, 64.5%. But this was no surprise to me here. Look at this, by vehicle type. Truck sales rose the most, 11.2% to 110,000 in 1 month. That gives you the idea of how this company keeps the lights on.
And continues to. So popular, obviously, south of the border. all right, let's talk the market here as we just take out the highs on the futures.
Yeah, 53.04, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday, up nicely, 1/3% here at 53.25. Let's say we're going to use that 5,300 as support now that we've closed above it to the high side. Let's say that same high that we got into on May 27th, 53.37 as resistance.
Lots of economic data. We had that ADP number at 8:15. More to come, 9:45. Bank of Canada, we also get some manufacturing data south of the border as well, both 9:45 and 10. That's the watch list. You know the drill. Go to the website, sign up, free. as everything you need to know. Here's CrowdStrike. Market taking out the highs. This one not so much, on a bit of a pullback right now, but still up huge. Better part of 12% at the highs. 340 trying to hold off better than expected guidance specifically.
Yeah, it was ridiculous here, Brendo. I mean, 921 million in revenue. That's up 33% year over year. Profit, listen to this. $42.8 million in profit. Last year this time, they made $491,000. So that's talk about shoring up your balance sheet and cutting down costs. The analyst estimates here for revenue for the full year 2025, about $4 billion in revenue. That's above what analysts were looking for, and all the metrics really were to the upside.
Yeah, hugely strong here. Sean, you were talking earlier about this move after the close yesterday. Where's the trade today?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was a monster. I mean, we
hugely up.
Yeah, it was very hugely up, and it was a huge move. And the thing about it was, so what was it? Trump goes, wasn't he say huge or something? That was?
It was a way he said. I think he
huge, something
huge.
like that. Yeah.
Like
So, anyways, up 12%. The funny thing about it is the implied move was 12%. So it's a huge move, but it's an expected move. It was getting hit early. It just shows you that, hey, you know, sometimes these algos can really grab a hold of headlines, and that just proves it right there. We had a nice move down, and then we were like, you got to buy this as we started looking at some of the report, right? So a good move back in. Brendan asked where the trade was. I mean, I don't love making trades right off the open, but again, this is going to be a good one. I feel like it's going to run. We'd like to see this name up like 14 or 15% in order to know that it's outpaced its expectations as far as volatility is concerned on the move. But just looking at the daily, the 20-minute chart, you know, we were just here not too long ago. We had a couple bad days. I mean, the market really punished this stock to the downside. So you're just getting back to where we were, I guess, a week and a bit ago. So I would say this 345 is pretty interesting. If we can break into there, I think that's good. Those are those wick highs that we see. And it's also the bottom back from the 29th before we took off. And then even if you're looking to fade it, I mean, maybe 350, 355 or so. But yeah, I mean, it's tough to judge areas because it's a $350 name, $340 name. So if this move just happens 2 or 3% higher, then you're going to get like $6-7 more bucks added right onto this. And then all of a sudden you're looking at that 350 and you're only up that 13 or 14%. And I think it can even go higher than that. So for me, I always say the same play is true. Let it settle down. If you're lucky enough to grab this at 9:45 or 10 o'clock and it's hovering around VWAP and the market's up, you know, it's trading well, it's finding some support, then I think you just play the bounce long off of the volume weighted average price. So that's what I would do with CrowdStrike today. I don't think it's a rush to do anything, but that 345 is the pre-market high. I mean, I guess you got to break that, right? I mean, I guess that's the long that you take early, and you hope that you're right. Otherwise, I think you wait for VWAP. But
yeah, I'm
a half hour away.
I'm pretty sure it was Kraus. It was one day, like you weren't here, and Arun was on the show with me in the morning, and I remember, I think it was CrowdStrike. I'm like 99% sure, and I liked it for a long on a dip buy after earnings, and I think he liked it for a short trade. Now, ultimately, like I'm not the diamond hands kind of guy. So the fact that I got wicked out trading it in the first couple of minutes when it just made a $2 move on me, I don't mind that. But the weird thing about it is it did that, and then his short was no good either. Like eventually it did make the move up, so I was right for the dip buy. The timing just in that first 5 minutes, good luck, because the spread opens up and all that stuff. So outside of a 345, 330, it's a pre-market low. I mean, it's up today. If it's not past that 12% and it tries to fill in the gap, well, it has to get through 330, I think, to really start any kind of a gap fill, which would go back to the 305, 310 was where it was trading yesterday. So that's still a pretty sizable amount. If it does dip and consolidates down there, I think there could be a trade off that level. But spread, volume, all that concern, I think you just got to let it settle down. Like look for a trend you can get into on a stock like this, as opposed to picking a bottom if it does start coming down in. Like, it's not that I don't want to be long it, it's just that I don't want to be on the bid at 9:30. Because as I said, I remember being in the trade and it's like, okay, I put a $2 risk on. Everything looked good, but kind of washed the $2. And I looked back a half an hour later and it was like $7 higher or something like that. So you just want to let this settle down a bit. That's a better way to go. Even if you like the long, you can be patient with it. If it's going to go trending, it's going to give you opportunities. And I don't think there's a sympathy play today. If you look at the earnings in the space, like between PanW, Crowd, Zscaler, they're all a little bit different and responded differently as well. So I don't know that I would be looking for a sympathy play. I think you should be focused on Crowd if you're watching the cyber names.
All right, let's go to semiconductors, trying to get higher right now for Nvidia, up 1.5%. I mean, there's a couple of minor storylines here. This is the one I was mentioning earlier. Nvidia officially overtaking Apple for #2 on the SPY holdings. Microsoft still #1, Nvidia now #2, Apple down to #3.
Yep, Apple's going to have to do something to get us excited this Monday. Don't forget, Worldwide Developer Conference, widely expected to have that AI headline. Yep. We'll have to wait and see what they say. With respect to the semis, though, interesting headline here overnight. NXP Semiconductors and Vanguard International Semiconductor, which is partly owned by TSM, are forming a joint venture named Vision Power Semiconductor. They're going to build a new fab out in Singapore. It's going to build the 130 nanometer to 40 nanometer chips. In addition to that, Intel announcing an $11 billion joint venture for what they're calling Fab 34 out in Ireland. It's going to cost about, Intel has invested, I believe, $18.4 billion in this fab to date, Brendo. So a lot of money has been really focused on this specific fab.
Yeah, from the semiconductor side, a lot of them, I mean, Nvidia definitely the strongest right now. Intel, we touched on it a little bit yesterday, still kind of lagging behind all of these, but that gives you a bit of perspective. 1.2% or 1.15%. AMD looking similar here, guys. Which one do we look at today?
Intel
or
AMD?
You can look at both. The thing about AMD is it's bouncing off this bottom that the last couple of weeks. It's been a wild range for AMD, and we'll have to admit that it's been a really weak 2 days for AMD. The good news is last time it went 75 to 69 or 59, it happened in a single session. This one took a couple of days to get down there. So this bottom here at $159 is more or less where you bounced. Like I said, like the last time it made this move, it did it all in one shot. We did it in two. So I guess maybe it's a little bit stronger the second time. That makes it pretty obvious. I think 59 is your support. It gets down into the 160. That does look a little bit solid. It could go for a bit of a gap fill if it breaks out the 164. But the way that AMD has been trading, I think if you got to take a shot, it's looking for that dip buy recently. If you're not shorting it the last few days, you just find a place where it consolidates or wick bottoms, and if it does so at a good level, all the better for it. You're going to get a decent snapback on a name like that. And we'll get to, apparently I didn't even notice we have like SPY and Nvidia at the end of the watch list, so we'll talk about Nvidia on its own particularly. And then the Intel was a good long off $30 yesterday, in that it just kind of bounced off there for a second time and stopped its ridiculous fall. So higher low, but I still think the $30 level for now is what to trade off of. Convince me that you're breaking away from it. Break out 30-50 and go trending, and there's one thing to join a trend. Otherwise, go long weak stock at support would be the way I'd approach it.
Yeah. I mean, Intel's up 1.1%. So I like the name here. We dipped down. We saw that level yesterday at the close of 29.94. So that's something to look at for sure as we head into today. And actually, people were asking about where the sticky note's coming out. It's out right now. And Intel makes an appearance in the #1 spot. So I think Intel should be bought down here. New processors could be worth testing the long. Let's figure that out. And then I have AMD as the short. So Brendan asked, are they both tradable, or which one are we trading? I'm bidding long, $30 on Intel. And AMD, so I dance with the devil a little bit. We call this name all the time. And I think that we could fade yesterday's sort of open level of 164. It's been a pretty decent downtrend here that we've written down over the last couple days, heading to the downside here for AMD. It's bounced wonderfully at 160. So there's something for the bulls here as well. I just think that, again, we'll watch Nvidia. Nvidia is not slowing down. But AMD still has this 164 level, and it's not like it's a huge level or anything, but here's 164, roughly right there. So we're underneath, we haven't been over. Once we cracked it the first time right there, or not the first time, but we went down to 160, then we broke higher, ripped all the way up, back underneath. We held it back on the 29th. It was sort of tops and bottoms in here, back to the 21. It's a couple weeks old of a trade, but I like to fade this. So let's watch Nvidia, and we'll get to that in a minute. But my initial thought here is AMD short 164 and Intel long, and they're both right here on today's note. So I like them both. We'll just see which one hits. One of them will hit. The market's now up 1%, well, going to be up 1%, most likely off the open. We said about how resilient this NASDAQ is, and now you're above 16.8 again. Damn, long eyelashes are a curse and a blessing. So says my wife, but I don't know. 160 or so for a bottom of AMD, 164 for a top, and we want to fade rather than go long.
More action here, a lack thereof maybe, of GameStop this morning back to the downside in the past few minutes though. For GME shares, a lot of people talking about this one, a lot of people with a lot of opinions on this E-Trade story that came up over the past couple of days, potentially banning Roaring Kitty from using their platform. There's a quote right here, buying call options is not illegal. Professional trader calls potential Roaring Kitty ban absurd.
Oh yeah, there was all sorts of stories about this yesterday. Everyone voicing their opinion, making the case that he had call options on it before he actually posted the picture of him like leaning forward in the chair or whatever it was. Anyway, however you feel on it, it's caused the meme stocks to move again. But today, GameStop not doing a whole lot here, Brendo, trying to hold above that $26 area. It was a good area of support for GameStop yesterday. Let's see if it holds 26.
Yeah, some of the other ones that were moving around with this downside in a pretty big way, that MRIN down 4.5% this morning, AMC under a little bit of pressure as well. Any thoughts here, guys, for GME?
Yeah, the thing is, you have to just trade the price action and leave your thoughts to yourself, because it's so easy to just be like, okay, well, how many people that are big activist investors, or maybe there's a firm that wants to buy out another one, has bought a bunch of calls and then said all the reasons they like the company and all that stuff, and then they kind of continue buying, and then next thing you know, you get that eventual bump like months later. Oh, now they're pushing for a sale of the company, or they're pushing for restructure after they own 10%, and then the stock goes up. Like, this is not vastly different from that. It's just the manner in which it's playing out people don't like. That said, it bounced off 25. I thought yesterday 23, which was a previous high, would be the dip zone. It was trending down and looking like it was going to break down there. Ultimately, it never really tested down in that 23 level, which would have been the close before that big gap that we saw when the position was revealed, or these positions were revealed. So 25 and 23 would be the spots to look for dips. There's been good ones. The last couple of days, that's been the trade. There was also an opportunity, even if you missed the dip yesterday, higher lows into VWAP. It bounced VWAP. There was a long of 27. The only trade I had yesterday was the bounce off VWAP and the pullback into 27 even, and then it rejected 28. So if it does the same similar thing where you miss a dip buy and then it does a little bit of a trend up, that afternoon bounce off VWAP is usually a good trade for GME. So if it doesn't tag 25 or 23 for some dips, and we'll just have to wait for a trend to form and try to join it when it does.
If I'd have a boring key, I'd hit it. It's just, I don't trade GME to sit here and watch it move $1.30 yesterday. It's not, this was a good move, $2. So that's fine. For me, I'd rather just trade it when it's going, RVol, all these things. But unfortunately, I just think the more it sleeps, the lower it goes. So I don't like that. Like I'd rather let this stock try to go at some point. So yeah, 25 yesterday bottom was gorgeous, and then so you had to have that first. So there was a couple moves. It's not like it was completely boring. It's a $25 name. So to move $2 is nice. So I sort of take that comment back maybe about it being super boring. But again, you're waiting. I feel like when you're in this, and especially when you're trading options, you're waiting for a bigger move than trying to catch because like you're not catching the very top or very bottom. So it's like, even if you catch a 25 bottom there, I've tried to hold for $2, $3 moves and just haven't been able to do that. And then when it breaks lower, I wind up getting punched out. So I just think that it's a good trading vehicle today. I'm not sure if it's one that is going to move an insane amount unless we get a huge breakdown. And then I think not just 23, 24, I think like this 21, 22 area really gets people talking about it again and gets it excited. And that could spark another rally back to the upside as potentially more shorts piled in, don't cover, then you could get a higher short float and then move higher. But for right now, for GME, for me, I'd rather see it significantly lower than just hovering around here. 25 is a no-brainer spot there, but I bet you if it hits 25, it goes to 24 today. So you got to have at least $1 worth of risk in there for GME.
All right, we mentioned some of these Chinese EVs earlier. I was just looking at some of these ETFs for the overall market. We'll talk about that in a second, though. There is a story for NIO, XPeng, Li Auto, and NIO all higher so far this morning.
Yeah, NIO's building out another factory here, Brendo. It's gonna, as I mentioned earlier, it's called the F3. It's gonna build about 100,000 cars per year, max capacity. It's specific to their cheaper or less expensive offshoot brand Onvo, ONVO, and they're looking at possibly reaching almost 1 million vehicles per year. We know Tesla's already looking at that.
Yeah, not terribly exciting on the daily chart for any of those, but worth a note here, trading higher. This portion of the show brought to you by American Airers, trading in the USA under the symbol AAIRF, in Canada under the symbol WIFI. This company has just announced a knockout punch global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airs Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today. OTC, QB, AAIRFs, CSE here in Toronto, WIFI, the symbols.
Yeah, good look there. And just on the Chinese EVs, I want to just mention Li Auto because we talked about this one yesterday. I know actually Sharif also mentioned it. Not a huge move, but if we're respecting sort of technicals, we're kind of pointing out this little trend line that you got in there. There's your bounce off the 200 period moving average, lower high. It did briefly break that trend line, but it's holding forward at this $20 level. So that even $1.20 was kind of a thing back in the day. And then you had yesterday a double bottom off 20 where it's bouncing. So if it does another test at 20, I mean, if it holds on to that level, there's a scalp trade in there. The bigger move probably needs a better catalyst, unfortunately. So I'm not sure what you get out of that today. The volume, not really all that great. I think a similar looking level, if you're just looking at a stock that usually does better volume, NIO, 1 million shares pre-market, a lot of that's going to be overnight dark pools. So it's not really tremendously high, but 520 on NIO. That's the kind of thing. You see it bounce at a level a couple of times. In this case, 3 times off the same one. It gets down there, you can risk a couple of pennies. And that way, when NIO only moves 15 or 20 cents on you, if you're only risking 3, not the end of the world. Very specific kind of trade. Day traders will like some of that, especially if you can see some size on the bid there. So both those names can be in play if you see that support come in there again. But I think it's more of a scalp trade, and that's one you can't let go. Like NIO especially, like you can't let that one go. I talked about this when doing the lesson today a couple of days ago, where if you're trading a level like that and you happen to like a dip buy in NIO, just because you might like 520 and then you might like 5 and you might like 480, if you're just going long, and then holding it all, then you need that stock to get to 560, 570 for it to be any good, unless you're just taking more shares along the way to get a better average price. Because that's a pretty decent gap fill percentage-wise. So you trade it at that level. If you still like it, if you get out, you still like it off 5, you trade it at 5. You break that, you still like it at 480, you trade it at 480, and just sort of take your shots. But if you hold all the way through, you could be in trouble if it tries to fill in the gap.
Just reading a note on Archer Aviation, FAA signing off on Archer to fly electric vertical takeoff taxis in the US. So this is a pretty badass looking taxi that can take off vertically. You and I were just saying though, as the development of these has changed over the last couple of years, they've been starting to look more and more like airplanes and less like individual vehicles.
Oh yeah, well, especially for that one too, which you assume that one's probably going to be more of a cargo carrier or at least a passenger carrier. The ones that I really want to see are the single passenger ones, the ones that you can take off from your backyard or wherever, a eVTOL pad or whatever they're going to be called. That's kind of something I've always dreamed about having. Personal flight.
I mean, they do have those floating around now, but it looks like we're starting to see some sort of regulatory change here as well. Let's talk about the SPY here in relation to this Nvidia move this morning. I mean, this is not really a huge story, but worth a note. I mean, you and I were just talking on the fact that if you look at the holdings of, I mean, obviously it's the S&P 500, but if you look at the holdings of the SPY versus the Qs currently, they're basically the exact same. The top 10 are exact same.
Yeah.
The Qs are more heavily weighted to the top end, but it's now Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Amazon, Alphabet, Meta, the other Alphabet, and then Berkshire, which is basically Apple.
Exactly. And yeah, Microsoft taking the cake, as you mentioned, 6.91% on the SPY. You can see there, Nvidia and Apple, very close, 6.39 for Nvidia, 6.34 for Apple. So we'll have to see if that changes on Monday. But yeah, Nvidia is still the monster and riding this heavy cyclical wave.
Yeah, continues to go higher here.
You can say that again.
I mean, you just should be buying Nvidia. I mean, we talk about this every day. It's tough to do because of the price, and you feel bad. Like yesterday, someone said like, "Oh, great." I even saw it in the chat, and I think they were trying to like make fun of people that had bought it at 11.50. They had said something like, "Oh, great, we're stuck." I think it was probably off the open when it started to flush down a little bit. Someone's like, "Oh, great, imagine having bought Nvidia at 11.50." And then just at the end of the day, it goes up to 11.66. And then there's the finish today up to 11.82 and continuing to climb higher and higher and higher. So, I mean, yeah, imagine buying it at 11.50. That'd be nice. Still, monster move. I don't think this name stops. The whole composition of the SPY and all that stuff, it's just, that's what happens. It'll probably have to be, some shares will probably have to be removed out of the SPY because maybe it's getting too high. So we'll wait for a rebalance to happen or something with Nvidia, but that's not in the cards right now. And that's not a play that I'm worried about anytime soon. So this name is going to split 10-1. We talked about that. That's going to be next week. We're going to be sitting here trading this name at whatever this is divided by 10. And then honestly, it might be the only name that I trade forever. So love the name, love everything about Nvidia. I feel like it's way too far, way too fast, and it makes absolutely no sense. So anybody getting something out right here, that makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, the fact that we're just absolutely, I mean, even just since, sorry, that's the NASDAQ, even right here with Nvidia, even since, what is this, May 13th? So this is in about 3 weeks trading, if not less than that, Nvidia has now added $300 to their market cap per share, which is probably like $1 billion and change to their value of their market cap, right? So Nvidia in 3 weeks have added more than $1 billion in market cap. $1 trillion, $1 billion. They add $1 billion a day. $1 trillion. So, I mean, I feel like it's way too far, way too fast, but it would be ridiculous to stand in front of this thing. So, yeah, when you're mistaking B's for T's, this is the kind of stock that we're dealing with right now. But I don't know. There's only 10 companies worth more than $1 trillion. I didn't even have to look that up. And they're doing that in 3 weeks.
Which is, it's insane.
So,
like, for the split, both dates were
know.
correct, by the way. So it is, like, it's the 6th is,
ownership.
The ownership
Right.
ownership at the 6th. The first trading day will be the 10th, which is Monday. So the first day you'll trade it at $100 and whatever dollars it's going to be. I mean, right now that'd be $118 and change. That will be on Monday. So you get a few days of trading it at 1,000 or whatever this, 1200 apparently could be a thing today, but then on Monday it's going to make that move. So look, today, I think when you look at yesterday, it's so easy to say, okay, well, it pulled back into 1140. That ended up holding like this support level in here, so let's just go for that. Okay, well, 1165, it pulls back into 1165 and catches any kind of a double bottom. If there's a double bottom on Nvidia, just try to buy it. I think that's the way I'm going to approach it this time. Like I didn't do it
right now.
I didn't do it yesterday. If it does a dip like that and then double bottoms, like a double bottom is a good sign of support, right? So the stock double bottoms on a dip, go for it. And if it ends up breaking the 1200, I think that's going to be a crowded trade. There has not been a day that there wasn't a dip that was available for you. So I think you just got to be a little bit patient with it. And if it does and shows you something like that again, like even give you a higher low off of this at about 1140. I mean, the time was noon, but it was like 1143 or 1142 in there. And then that low in here is 1140. So double bottom's 1140, holds a higher low at 43. Within 1 hour, it's at 54. So that's about a $10 move with $2.50 worth of risk, $3 if you get slipped. If it sets something up like that again, I think you just got to go for it because the stock, who knows what'll happen come Monday. There could be some profit taking and then before the next move. So while it's in this groove, look for that dip buy.
All right, guys, we're talking about the short squeeze all week today. We'll get a little bit more nuanced with it. We'll talk about shorting the afternoon fade. So if you're into that kind of thing, check that out with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
All right, so 20 minutes until we get
Will they or won't they?
best anthem.
It's an okay anthem.
People in the U.S. may like theirs, yeah, no. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see what that does. I mean, I don't think we'll be sitting here trading any Canadian banks or anything like that today. But if you are, Royal Bank seems to be the hot. I guess the hot one. I don't know why it's not loading up here. Just to show you the difference in stocks between a Bank of Nova Scotia, a TD Bank, a Bank of Montreal. Some of these other names just continue to get hammered. All right, I don't know what's going on with these charts, but all right, let's just have a quick look to see what's going on in the market right now because the NASDAQ, we'll find out. We did get the imbalances right there at 925. Let's just have a quick look to see what is going on now with these, and we'll wait to see. So now it's Palantir. By the way, Palantir, did that catch a bottom or did that catch a damn bottom? So hopefully you guys were able to buy some of that down there at 20, now $22, up about 11% from its recent lows there, PLTR, there's 20. I mean, we talked about this every time it was down there. I hope you're able to get some of that. Whoa, okay, we had Snapchat looking at 1550, so that's a name that's gonna be there as well. Crown Electric, so very soon, 928. I mean, we're not getting anything here for NASDAQ, so not really any big numbers on here that are showing up. There's that Crown Electric to the top. It's an 8-cent name. So right now, I'm just gonna tell you, we'll be here to trade. It's just right off the open. Stick with some of the names that you're thinking have some sort of a catalyst because right now there's nothing happening in the imbalance locator. So I have Tesla looking at that 174 level. We didn't really get to this. This was the #1 trade for me yesterday. We bought this 174 and it was fantastic. Closed the day at 178. We closed the trade at 177.25 right up here. Its high was roughly 178 before a big fade back into this level again. So let's see what the market does. I mean, I'm not overly impressed with Tesla being only up half of the NASDAQ right now. So holding out for that. But I have bids on Tesla, a bid on Intel is what I was going to get over to. Yeah. INTC, there it is right there. If we can get a 30 bid, we'd like that. And then the AMD short and Apple long. So I mean, I've got lots on my mind.
Yeah, and something that's not up half what the market is Meta. Meta's up 2x the NASDAQ, broke out this 480 level, now holding the 50 period in a good way. So I like this one for dips back into the 480 right off of the open, if we can get it. I mean, you never really know. Shopify also, that $60 break, it's at 61, so I don't know if we'll get a chance. We talked about this in the afternoon. Maybe we get a chance at that 60 level on a dip. I think that's a little bit unlikely. So we'll be looking at Meta at the open. We'll see what happens. Maybe GameStop's got another salvo in it, but you got to wait for that sucker to move. And then looking for dip buys, you got to take what it gives you in Nvidia. You can't be too picky about it. Let's get it going in 3, 2, and 1. Ring it, Adara.
We slapped that buy on Shopify down there, $57, $58, looking for it to break through 60. It did that today. Shopify with a nice move, breaking through 61 right now and starting to go. So I like Shopify here today as well. Pullbacks into 60 could be bought, but not my look right now. So Intel is something we wanted to look at. Not really doing anything off the open. Starting to go down, I guess 5 cents. We'll wait to see. I'm bidding closer to $30 because, again, don't love the name, but love the opportunity down there at that level. So let's see if Intel can come in. AMD is trying to hold. I'm not looking at Nvidia yet, a little too early, but AMD is just hovering around 162. We don't normally see this. We normally see a little bit more move.
A bit.
Yeah, I was gonna say we don't. I mean, this is literally what's going on. Is there something wrong with the market? Honestly, like why is AMD moving 5 cents only in a 5 cent range here in the first minute? So all right, trying to figure it out. Now it starts to go. Okay, now it's right back. Very, very strange here on AMD, in my opinion. I'm going to leave that one alone. Tesla is coming in. We should be testing the long down here at some point in around 174. So let's see if we can buy some now. We're just at 174.05.
Okay, so no dip buy on Meta. That's clearly not going to want to take that 480 level, unfortunately. Shop, no dip as well. Nvidia did make a move. Like I said, I want to look for something more along the lines of a double bottom and it calming down a little bit. You're still in this midst of an opening range, which, for AMD to have done what it just did, and Nvidia kind of slowly coming down. It's not a crazy move in here by any stretch of the imagination. Apple as well, that's already breaking out, so I suppose dip buys in Apple aren't going to be a thing either. So again, just trying to be a little bit patient. Meta's really starting to go. That one might have gotten away from us in there. And then we've talked about CrowdStrike, let that one settle down. Apple's starting to go as well. I'm not chasing that move.
Starting to go up?
Oh yeah, Apple's just broke the highs.
Okay.
CrowdStrike's in that dip. I said 330 is good if it can hold it, but I'm not going to be sitting on the bid in the first 5 minutes. I bought the dip one time in earnings, and it was like you had to wait for it and just be very patient with the name. What a move. What a move on Apple. And Meta, both those names, rocket ships.
Yeah, we really liked Apple for the long today. I mean, it was my best trade yesterday. You guys remember we were sitting in it, and then it blasted up, and we had a monster long for that one. But we'll go right now. We have one trade on, and it's a sticky note name. And it is 174 longs right now on Tesla. So that's what we have. We have 174.15. It just went up into 70s. We didn't take it out. I'm going to give this down, breaking through 173. So here it comes back in. Obviously, it's pretty weak there. It just dropped $1. We were just in this name. It was a good position. Now we're in it again. So now we've got a 173.60 fill. So that's our average price, 173.60. It looks like it's going to break lower right now. But here it comes. Oh, it just got back to flat. Tesla very weak here, can't get going. Every single move up is faded. We're out of this when it breaks 173, but let's go back to Adara.
Keep an eye on Snapchat here, SNAP. I'm not seeing any news on this. We know Snapchat and Meta have been running in the past with news related to TikTok, but keep an eye on SNAP. This one, nice little volume spike to start the day, guys.
Oh my, okay, yeah, we're in something serious right now. Let's see if we can get going here with Tesla. Remember, we're only long at 173.60, but it just popped through 174. Maybe it wants to go, maybe it doesn't, but right now it's my only position. It's Tesla, it's long, and it's just holding on to 173. Here it goes again. It is pretty weak, but that spike up gave me some hope. We did get some out, but here goes Tesla. Right now, it's gone, so we're gonna have to probably look for, yeah, there it goes. We're gonna have to look for fades. Like that just came right back up, and I was like, okay, but we'll have to probably fade Tesla. Nice move to the downside right now. So 0 for 1 on that Tesla trade, although it's right back up. Maybe 173 is the look.
It's a weird opening range today.
It is.
I'm a little bit surprised that when the market pulled back that we saw those breakouts. I did get Shop. We're not going to get $60, but it just did the test of the pre-market low. So there's your fail break of 61. I jumped back in here, 61.10 longs. Pre-market highs up at the 30s. I'm gonna get some out here at 29, get on the offer, and then see what this can do. If it's stair step to the upside on Shopify, like Adam Oates to whom? Brett Hall?
Cam Neely.
Oh, okay, Cam Neely. I was gonna say, like when you mentioned the $60 level, we saw it bounce there, and Randy eating a banana. I'd love to grab one of those, but 60 level holds. You don't get 60 today. If it takes the next level up, 61, there's room to 62.5 on shop, and that's not even a gap fill. So let's see how this one handles itself. Meta, we're going to have to adjust the plan on Meta.
Why is AMD
There's
not
no
doing
question about it. Like, if I want long off of 480, hey, guess what? If you get 480 today, something's gone grossly wrong. So the only chance could be pull back into VWAP, pull back into pre-market tops, 485, something along those lines. So we have to be patient with Meta. I'm not going to chase the move. Tesla, with that move down, it also means Rivian, which was having a good couple of days, is going to test its support yesterday at 11.15. So $11 was pretty decent on a breakout a couple of days ago. 11.15 trying to bounce on Rivian. I've liked the long. It was my one this week. I like that $10 bounce that it already had. Now it's trying to bounce off 11. I feel like this just dumped because Tesla dumped. And it tends to do that. But if we can hold out this 15 level that held double bottom yesterday, I think we can be good to go.
All right. Yeah, I like that Rivian
Randy.
right there.
First of all, how did you do that fast? That was quick.
Remember, we talked about that. What happens around here? Shout out to Randy. All right, thanks Randy for that. Yeah. We all appreciate you, Randy.
I'm always
You're the
hungry.
best. All right, what's up, Adara?
Not a ton of volume on this move right now, but keep an eye on Dutch Bros, BROS on the NYSE. This one right now up about 4%. We did have TD Cowen maintaining a buy rating and the same price target, so no news on that. We also had on Monday after the close, they announced a new member of its board of directors, but no news explaining this pop right off the open here, guys. BROS.
Bros, eh? Okay. I did actually see that there. I mean, the
Must be
stock
Bros.
that I liked. Look, by the way,
Kava.
see, this is the thing about, we definitely like Kava, but Starbucks has been an absolute monster.
Yeah,
look at CrowdStrike. I mean, we talked about this being up 12%, remember? Nice fade, man. Now it's coming back only down, 8%. So if you like to sort of dip by opportunities, I think there's one available here in Crowd. We're just holding on for another 10 cents or so here. Okay, so we said we should have started to fade Tesla and we didn't do it. So we take another shot there at 173 as it just continues to drop lower. INTC right now is right here. So we're either getting close or we're not. But I'm going to take some longs here on Intel. We'll just punch some sixes there. Actually, we got 5, so we'll wait to see now as Intel's trying to come back in. $30.02 is where we're bidding a little bit more for Intel as it's come back in a little bit. So let's just take this fill and see what winds up happening here in and around $30.
Yeah, I'm at threes, but look, at the end of the day, it's the $30 level there. I didn't quite get it in my ear, but Snowflake, there's something going on with Snow again. It just got $5 to the downside, down 3%. I didn't quite hear the story. There was a piece of news that I heard in the ear, but a breakdown on the daily as well going on with Snowflake. So sometimes Palantir and Snowflake go the same way, and other times they go the other. It just broke some new lows, so be careful if you're trading that bad boy. It's under some pressure. I just got threes. Yesterday's bottom
Something
was
about
$9.
advanced auto parts.
$29.95 was yesterday's low on Intel. So I'm out if it breaks that level. We tried it short in the afternoon. It went like 5 cents on the 30 break, and that was pretty much it. So I'll give it that and no more. It's still trending into the downside. So we have that long. Rivian's under pressure with Tesla. It did bounce off 15 just now. That low was technically like 11, 12. So I'll stop it just underneath that. I don't want to be adding to it unless we get a little bit of strength. And Shopify is continuing to fly up here. It just tagged 61.5. I think 62 is in play, as I mentioned on that daily chart. That's where the last resistance was. Let's go to Adara.
I do have an update there with Snow. Not seeing any news stories, but there were price target cuts from both RBC and Mizuho. So that could be what's moving SNOW. Also, Dutch Bros, BROS, there is some news on this move now as well. Apparently, there are some traders circulating online that the stock has been picked by Investor Business Daily's swing trader section. So BROS up about 3% right now, guys.
Yeah, it's something with advanced auto parts and Snowflake. So we'll wait to get that story and then we'll figure it out in a minute. Okay, so right now Intel is still at that $30 level, so we're gonna wait for that one. Tesla continues to fall lower. I don't really want to go long anymore on this name, but I still didn't really see anything too negative about it. But now that we look at this, I mean, that's too big of a trend to fight right now. So we've already broken through some of these levels. So we're going to stop on the Tesla long. We had the long yesterday. We tried it a couple times. Actually, yesterday we only tried it once and it worked. So maybe that's the thing. You don't need to keep going back into the well if it's not, if it's running dry. So right there, we'll have to wait to see what happens with Tesla. AMD, actually, I'm just going to wait to see if at some point we can think about the long again. AMD did make that move up to 163.50. We were waiting for 164 for the short. Obviously we had talked about that, but for right now we do miss that trade, which seems to be fine for me because we're back into we're into Intel right now. Let's just see how far we can get to the upside. We wanted $30. This is the #1 trade idea for us, so that's what we have on board. Let's just take a little bit out. Obviously, a $30 name, you can use a heck of a lot of shares. So let's wait to see what now happens with Intel as we start to climb through. VWAP is right here at 15, so this is not a horrible spot if you're interested in getting some out. 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, something like that. So we'll take some 12s there, and let's see where we go on Intel.
Yeah, I have it doesn't really matter this early in the day. I have VWAP at like 20, so I think out in front of the 20, taking some out in front of the 20 makes some sense. A little bit of a bounce here happening in Rivian, so I'm going to get some out in front of VWAP on that as well at 11.20. Let's go over to Adara. What do you have for us?
I do have this story here in Advanced Auto Parts. It looks like this also could explain the move that we had down there in snowflakes. It's coming out a little bit later. Apparently traders are circulating a post from Hack Manic on X or Twitter saying that hundreds of millions of Advanced Auto Parts records have allegedly been infiltrated, and the threat actor claims to be selling them for $1.5 million stolen from Advanced Auto Parts. Snowflake getting mentioned here as well. Again, the story was circulated on Twitter, so I will continue to look into this, but that's what's happening here on AAP, guys.
Yeah, so I don't know what Snowflake's up with that, but we've got a big winner right now, and you guys know that we're going to celebrate wins when we have them on. This is your #1 trade idea today. It's posted on the sticky note. It's given the exact level of $30. So that's exactly what we did. We talked about that. It came right over to me, and that was the #1 stock. We talked about like if this happens, if that happens, and that's what happened. So it's a nice move right there for Intel all the way back up through $30.20. And like I said, if it's a trade that's going to be posted there on the note, then it's going to be a trade that we're going to take. So good level there, good amount of shares, and obviously we'll have P&L1L with Tesla, and then P&L1 dub with Intel. So we'll go 1 for 1 here and just try to settle it down. That Tesla's all the way back off that 172. So it's too bad that last little hold there at 173 cracked us out. But like I said, let's give it some room. But this is a monster here on Intel.
Yeah, it's a great bounce off Intel. It's almost 1% off of the bottoms at that 30 level. I'm covering because this is as far as it went yesterday off that same move. Like it went 30, it's to 30-30, and then back down to 30, and then the aftermarket 30-30. So I think if you get there, you respect the same thing. Rivian bouncing as well. Shopify still looking okay. But it's Nvidia starting to come back in, and Meta. We wanted to be involved in Meta, but not much of a dip happening here. So 2% up. It's obviously a really good day for Meta. I just want to see it make another bounce, maybe a higher low. We've got to be patient with it. And Nvidia, that's trying to put in a higher low as well. I said a double bottom, we'd go for a long. 1175 was the wick bottom here at the open. If it can bounce off that, I think that would look pretty good for Nvidia. So Rivian right back in, might get a bit of a reload. And GameStop, I don't want to ignore it when it's moving. It's broken the $28 level. So while all this was going on, not going to complain. All 3 names are in the money right now. But GameStop broke 28. It's a 10% move off the bottom at the open here in GameStop, and 28 was big resistance. Hunt for a dip buy or a consolidation to get into this, but it looks like it's a mover today.
All right. We're still going to hold on to Intel. It's still trying to get a little bit higher. We still have half. Actually, we have a little bit less. We have about 45-ish% left of this Intel trade as we're right back up to the 50-period moving average. So like I said, let's just see how much we can go here on Intel. Let's see if we get out some 30-28s again. And if you're looking for confidence and plays, join us every single morning at 8:30. We go over all of the plays, and then I get harassed about when we're going to put out the sticky note. And there it is right there, $30 long on Intel. So I hope some of you had that trade. It's what we really liked. We did have Tesla long at 174. It's at 173 right now, so I do want to still have a look at that.
Oh,
I don't necessarily want to give up on that play, but yeah, right now we are sort of holding out, waiting to see what happens here with Intel, and then just checking back on some other trades, right? I mean, we still have, so that was, we just got some 28s out there, obviously. We still like, oh, let's go. Let's effing go right now, Intel. Okay, so Apple, dip buy opportunities. Oh no, we're at 194.50 number. Let's go to Adara.
We're waiting on these 9:45 numbers here. S&P Global Composite PMI final and Global Services PMI final. Previous for both was 51.3. Consensus for Global Composite PMI 54.4. Consensus for Services PMI 54.8. Let's see if we have these numbers in yet here. Global Services coming in 54.8, exactly in line. 54.5 for Composite PMI, slightly higher than the expected 54.2. Continue to chop and turn around that 0.35 level here for the SPY in this number, guys.
Oh, Canada.
Yeah, we got it. Yep, go ahead.
We hit it at the same time.
As
We got the quarter point
expected.
cut as expected out of the Bank of Canada. If you care about that kind of a thing, that's definitely going to be good. I just got the 30 out on Tesla, not Tesla. I got Tesla on the brain. I'll get there in a second. But on Intel, GameStop is dipping back into that big $28 level. If it can bounce off 28, looking for a long here in GameStop. We didn't get the break because we were looking at other things. Like there's a double top at 28. That's what we're going to look for on GameStop.
Man,
So if we can make this bounce, we're going to take a breakout of 28 on the way back in. What's a joke?
Oh no, just looking at. I wish I had more Intel. Like I'm just looking at Intel and I'm thinking to myself, like I just wish I had. Oh, here's Apple. Sorry. I was just like, I wish I had more shares there because like that's we like that level. I had a good amount, but as a $30 stock, should have had more. Nice move up there for Intel. Huge move up, as Neil mentioned, more than 1% now as it continues to climb higher. And again, just overall, I had absolutely nothing to complain about. It's the number one stock there. We are happy as punch to have this name and still be in it. And we're getting out. So right now we only have about 25% left of this name. So we'll start to ease some out right now. But wow, oh, that was a good trade. Okay, and it's just funny because sometimes Intel, I think the long and then the short, and it was with Obi that one day, and I think we've done it too, where it's like you think one way and it goes completely the other way, and it's like, oh my God. All right, so check out that. What's Mara doing right now quickly? Crypto's at 71,000. I wrote down that I really liked Ethereum, so Mara's actually heading to the downside, bouncing off that $20 marker, so that's going to be a good one. 1850 or so, the 50-period moving average, maybe a little bit less than that. Okay, so that's Mara. The other name on all of this was ETHE. So this is what I wrote down on the sticky note. We actually have a 52-week high, and I think it's all-time high of ETHE, but without the volume, it's not going to matter. We have it in our ear. We'll see if anything's hitting on this, but for right now, pretty dead on ETHE, but that high that I wrote down was 36.28. So I wrote down 36.20, but it's actually 36.28. So we're getting close to there in the pre-market, and then you get a dip down. So just watch out for that level in case we do get some sort of crypto news today. I don't know. I always feel like I want to be on top of that just in case there's something. So we'll have to watch out for that. Intel is sort of dying out here in and around 30. We'll love the opportunity to reload it, but
High day break on
not
Nvidia
right
again.
now. High daybreak on Nvidia.
So no double bottom for us
This
on
surprise.
Nvidia. There you go. It just continues to go. So it's a higher lows. I said we'd look for what happened yesterday and just try to keep it as simple as possible. If it does the same thing as yesterday and shows you double bottom early, you just go ahead and take it. But there has not been one. It's just only trending up. You can say exactly the same thing about Meta. Meta is absolutely flying. There's just no real dips in sight on this thing. So let's try to let it calm down a bit. Rivian, I think more of a challenge. It held the low. It tagged VWAP. I took some out of VWAP, and now you're starting to stall at 1160 in here. So if we make a fresh bottom, we just got to get out of this one. Not looking too great for that. GameStop tried to hold 28. Said we'll dip into 28. I actually got just above 10s, and when it broke 28, we get out. If it's going to hold something else, maybe a VWAP, reclaim to the 28 level, we'll look for an upward trend in this stock. But while it's pulling back, allow it to make a bottom somewhere and then try to get in there. Let's get on over to, did I hear Adara again? No?
We have Riot Platforms here and some of these other miner-related names. RIOT, this one trading lower after Karis Capital issued this report saying that it is headed for a mine collapse and actually recommending longing Bitcoin as a hedge. So RIOT, some of these other miners going down after this short report, guys.
Hang on a second.
Didn't Canada cut rates?
No, I heard in our ear that they did.
Yeah, they did. They did. Yeah. Someone just saying no Canada, I think, like as in oh Canada, but like no.
Oh, like
Canada,
don't
maybe.
do it?
I don't know.
Okay.
You know not that South Park, blame Canada. So yeah, maybe we're starting it right now. So it'll be good for us. Right there. Intel is an absolute money-making monster today. Wow, just congratulations to anybody believed in that move. I know Shakib is down there talking to, or I don't know if he is now, but he was liking Intel here at the bottom, talked about taking 1,000 shares or something like that. So good job there on Intel. A couple $100 if you did that for now. And then we'll wait to see what happens as it continues to go higher. Look where we just got out, man. Honestly, we'll probably wind up tweeting this one out, and we'll tweet out our Tesla trade as well. That one, 172.50, that just came in, broke 174. We got out, so we took some winners first. Then we had to wind up getting out for a loser. Then we tested again at 173 and took 50-cent hit on the last piece right there. We are in a new position though, so let's sound a little bit of the sirens right now. We're short right here, AMD. We're short at 40. We're short at 45. You just take 40 cents on that trade. We're only out of 20% of it. Let's see if we get a little bit lower here on advanced micro devices. A break of 163 would be pretty nice. I mean, we just took that short at the high of the day. So that was the trade right there. So 30 cents now in the money on this one, 40 cents in the money on Intel. And again, it's your number 1 and 2 names on here today. Long Intel, short AMD, and they're bangers. Let's see if it works out though. I mean, we've got to watch out for Nvidia. Break 163, man. Let's go. Let's get down to the downside here. Let's get down to business, says AMD. I don't know, brass tacks. This might wind up going. The market is to the downside. And of course, as Neil just mentioned, I'm sure it's pulling back, but not really.
It is pulling back.
Yeah.
I was asked, someone in the chat was asking if you're only looking for dip buys and not breakouts. Today, yeah, that was the plan. Like sometimes I like breakouts. Today, the plan of action was dip buys. I think every long idea I had was going to be a dip buy, but I could change my mind at 1,200 on Nvidia, but until then, I want to look for the next available dip. It is still pressing higher. Let me just quickly double. Meta's starting to pull back a little bit, and I want to check out on Apple. Okay, so you're getting a nice little bounce off Apple, holding 195. Apple looks pretty good as well if it can get back in, hold at 195. MLGO was in a down halt, by the way. For everyone that's still trading that name, it did break out early. Down halts, $8.10. Tap, $8.10. So that big runner from yesterday definitely calming down a heck of a lot. So here comes Nvidia. I guess it is only breakouts on this stock.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do? I think everybody and their mother is going to be taking a 1,200 break. But that's just par for the course sometimes. Sometimes it's just what you got to do. It is what it is. Like I've been there before where like you take that overcrowded trade and it doesn't work, but it's like the time that you don't have it and it goes 15, 20 bucks, you're going to be kicking yourself. So I'm hunting for a dip into VWAP now because we're not getting double bottoms. Also, this break out here early was like 11. Come to the chart for a second, if we can. See this break here at that high, 1187. It consolidated and dipped off that same level. So you look at the 1190 break. If we pull back before 1200 and bounce off 1190, I think that can be a play as well. So Rivian's off to the races. We'll see if we can get some out in front of pre-market high. If it breaks out the top here in Rivian, the pre-market high, you still got trouble with 1150. So I think it's a cover at 1150 on Nvidia. Let's go to Adara.
We have ARM here, ARM. This one up over 4%. Strongest volume candle of the day so far. Not seeing any news on this, but lots of social media attention on Twitter, especially for ARM right now. If I see anything more on this move, I'll let you guys know.
Yeah, ARM is amazing. We just got out some more intels as it's at 50. Like, what? All right, so this 164, because of what's happening, there we go, we're almost out. How come we didn't get out there? Oh, almost. 164.20s on AMD. So we're almost out of this one. We don't want to hold this one too far. Again, this will be a short early. We talked about wanting the 164 level here, but with what's happening, across the way with its friend. I don't think that this is going to be a trade that we want to sit in. This is now, I mean, we talked about all-time highs. I don't know if it really matters anymore for some of these levels on Nvidia, to be honest with you, because what is an all-time high in this name other than just a new print? So you got to watch out, because this name, I think Neil's dead right. So there we go. We're out of AMD. That this is going to look at 1200. So I don't know. We just, again, not going to start to layer into something that hasn't been working. It's probably going to be worth watching out for Nvidia here. But again, a pullback in Nvidia would indicate me to be getting something in for NVDA. So let's just continue to watch it. If this does fade, I know I want to short AMD, but that's not happening anytime soon. So let's wait to see what happens here with Nvidia.
Yeah, so CrowdStrike is really continuing this move down. We talked about being patient with it, so you really have to. I didn't think it would fill the entire gap, but we had said that would be at about 310 was the high. I think you could see the 310 the way this is going. So you're getting pretty darn close to a trade that we didn't think could even be remotely a possibility coming into play for us here today. Still want to get our shot at a dip in Nvidia. It's now gone a little bit parabolic on that last breakout. So if you get a consolidation, like I said, 1187 is that look for the last break. Meta, while being a freight train, suddenly did a wick top through that 490 area and is trying to catch a bit of a bid here. So there's your bounce VWAP on Meta, 488. Going to look for a bounce off that. You got to take what you can get. I mean, we're not going to get a 480 dip buy. We don't have a 485 breakout. So we're going to have to look for a VWAP dip here on Meta. Rivian Millionaire, crowd at the 310 level. I didn't think it would fill the gap in, but that would be $310. If it shows a bottom there, I like the report. I mean, the stock's been really strong, so you kind of allow the buyers to come back in. I don't think that's happened yet, but 310 would be the area that makes some logical sense. Previous resistance, that's yesterday's highs.
All right, we're going to, I don't know if this is going to go again, but let's just put out something here on AMD. We just took another short. We're just short here at 21s, 22s. We did take a hit. You already saw me take the hit, so I'm not trying to be like, oh my God, this is going to work out, because it's not so far. But Nvidia is trying to pull in a little bit here. There it goes, breaking a little bit lower. So we're going to try it here on AMD just in case. It is making a nice little pullback. We're 20 cents in the money and taking some out here, just trying to lick a couple of these wounds on this name. But again, if Nvidia can fail, then we do know what's up with AMD. It will follow it, but for right now, Nvidia 189 doesn't look like it has too much of a pullback in it, but here it goes, 1190, could be fading off at 1200 right now. But again, that seems like a great, and again, Neil's talked about this, and I think correctly, obviously, it's a decent strike price, 1200. So I could see some optionable, there we go, look at that bounce, wow. Some optionable areas here, look at that, at 1200 as well. So here we go, right back to the upside. It's like any dip, man, just needs to be bought here in Nvidia. We just had a nice winner on AMD kind of turn around for us, right back to flat again, which is why we were able to get something out. So last shot there, probably no more. AMD is super hot, so is Nvidia. 1200, wait for that or nothing else, in my opinion.
Oh, yes, well, I wanted 87s. We're not going to get that anytime soon. But there is something, shout out in the chat, I was just scanning chip names that might have done something weak, and Micron got put in there for a rejection at 30. That's what a rejection at 30 looks like. 129.20 pullback on a rejection at the 30 level. That's a legitimate wick high. So I'm going to get in. If you're going to trade it off this, if you're not going to get 129.75 in here, then trading it there, I usually stop out at that lower high. So I want to try to get it in the 30s, like in this range here, with an out at that 65. Then you can play back into VWAP. If it's going to pull back in, we'll let it do so. But I got to take two shots at this. The chip names are all relatively strong at this moment, led by Nvidia. If we can get it, great. The other one we should be talking about is ARM.
190.
I mean, ARM is ARM 3.5%. This just continues to run. It doesn't have a gigantic float. That's part of the story here. When it does this, typically you just want to follow the trend. So it's holding VWAP, it's holding 30s. I think this one's also a reasonable dip buy. But if we get that Micron, I'm not chasing it too far. I just got those 25s. I'm not holding it to 130. My out's going to be above that 60 level, so the $0.50 instead.
All right. I mean, what is going to be obviously my number one trade, but we've been fading AMD, which has been losing, and that is Intel. I mean, here goes Intel again, another monster move to the upside, and we're proud of it because we have it. But at the same time, we haven't been able to find the right level yet for this name, AMD. So we're going to have to still hold out that we can find something here because for right now, it is continuously going higher. And again, we are watching Nvidia. I'm just looking at these two main names. As we hold on to a little bit of Intel, we don't have a whole heck of a lot, but we do have a little bit, so that's good. But for right now, let's go over and check out Apple because I feel like Apple is starting to go as well. 195.60, 195 bottom. We should have had that one dip by there. We did not, so now we have to wait for it. Intel is really going now, man. 30.50, 30.60. AMD's 165. Maybe there is no top there as Nvidia takes it out in numbers with a dare at 10.
We're looking for ISM services PMI, services business activity, services employment, new orders, and prices. We did get that services PMI here coming in 53.8, so higher than the expected 50.8. Services business activity 61.2, higher than 53 expected. Employment 47.1 versus 47.2, slightly lower than expected for employment. New orders 54.1 versus the estimate of 53.2, slightly higher. And last but not least, services prices lower, 58.1 versus the estimate of 59. A little bit of a move down here on the S&P 500 as a reaction to that. We've had a lot of midday moves, exciting news here. SNOW, AAP, BROS among the names getting some early morning headlines, so lots to keep an eye on here in these markets. We also have TSM here to the upside on some catalysts. This one up about 5.5%. Vanguard joint venture here in Singapore for TSM for these chips. So nice look for Taiwan Semi. We also have CrowdStrike initially moving up and now trailing a little bit lower in earnings. They did beat across the board and raise guidance, but a couple analysts here, including Wedbush and Mizuho, lowering the price targets for CRWD. So interesting look. Lots of names to keep an eye on though today, guys.
It sure is, yeah.
Well, that's a bit of
numbers there.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rejection of the top there. On several names, I mean, not Nvidia, but everything else seemed like it did so on that number. Micron tagged the 1-to-1 at VWAP in here. We got 128.60, so about 65 cents. 65 cents we'll take on it. It's not quite 1-to-1 because my stop was here, so we're risking 45 cents. If we get 120, look, you know what? Let it go to the low. If reaction to that number is a pullback, I think the low of the day can be in play. Everything seemed like it made a bit of a top and pull back. Trust me, Nvidia did pull back $4 on that number. It just didn't hold down there. It's right back up at the highs. That 1200 seems like a foregone conclusion. We're now within $10 of it, which, I mean, that's like a percentage point. So it's really not going to take much for it to make that final push on Nvidia and take out that $1,200 level. We did mention that we took the hit on GameStop on that initial dip buy. It's right back above the 28 level. Held VWAP, so I guess VWAP can be a thing. We did like VWAP in the afternoon yesterday. That's what gave us our win, was bouncing off of VWAP. I think we'll have to look for that next time through. So it's going to be Nvidia 1200 any second now. Micron holding lower as the market goes higher, so that would be a good sign. Like, find a stock that rejected something, get in on the way back down. But if the chips keep going higher, I mean, we know how this story is likely to end, right? Like, at some point, if we just keep going up, 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 Micron's not going to stay down forever. It's just going to follow its cohorts eventually.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's, I think that's...
I mean, everything's up. ASML, TSM, AMAT, it's just like everything. There is this, okay, so there's this other stock which is halting every 5 seconds, and it's NVVE, 2060, good volume, but the tap for this is actually lower. So it's in a halt, but they're tapping $1.27 to the downside. So if you're trading this NVVE, it can't seem to stay open. There's been 3 halts already. This one indicating a move to the downside. So just be careful with it.
All right, so we're still watching everything, but we just took some more out of Intel up here at this level. We're short back into Tesla right now. We'll see what this name does because, again, it's under, okay, here, it's coming back in. So we flipped up the script again, underneath VWAP. I was just like, we just talked about here, you can't see it, there it is right there. Trading a weaker name. So I wanted to get into something that, Neil mentioned, look for something to possibly fade there. We went over to Tesla, found it. We knew it was a little weaker. We had already lost on the long. So we went over here, and now we're bidding some 50s. See if we get something out into the 50s in case we do get a lower print here. There it is. Yes, sir. That's a nice little trade there on that, as now AMD wants to go to the downside. AMD right now falling just a little bit through 164 off that 165 top. So we battled with demons here at 164. Let's see what winds up happening now. Good move to the downside. What's up, Adara?
Going over those numbers again, we did get ISM services numbers across the board here. ISM services PMI coming in actually the highest in 9 months, higher than expected, 53.8 versus 50.8, which was the estimate. We also had ISM services business activity higher than expected, 61.2 versus 53 estimate. Also higher than expected was the ISM services new orders, 54.1 versus 53.2 estimate. We also had 2 numbers lower than expected. Those are going to be ISM services employment at 47.1, slightly below the estimate of 47.2. And also ISM services price is 58.1 versus the consensus estimate of 59. So those are the numbers we got there. But the main one, ISM services PMI, much higher than expected and actually at a 9-month high there, guys.
There we go. And still holding the tops. Even with this pullback, still holding the tops on Nvidia. I keep looking up and it doesn't want to dip down. We're breaking VWAP on Micron.
Pullback, yeah.
I'm going to get, like, the way this market's going, I feel like if you get the lows, you should just take them. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Just back over to CrowdStrike. We're kind of going everywhere. CrowdStrike never got to 310. It's trying to form a bottom. It looks like this 315 level. So if it can level off, do the old smiley face thing or double bottom action, might have a look at the 315 on CrowdStrike. Of course, great report. Filling the gap in, it was up double digits, 11%, now only up 4% is CrowdStrike, looking pretty good. K-Debs in the chat, this is why I love this community. Forgot about Novavax, and that is continuing to squeeze. So the squeeze du jour, Novavax up 11%. Fundamentally, this has probably been the better squeeze the last couple of weeks. All the attention's gone to GameStop, but you tell me which one's performing better in the last couple of weeks. I'd say it's NVAX by a long shot because you've never been in trouble if you've been involved in this one. Trying to take on the $20 level here in NVAX. Congrats to anybody along in this one. Rivian is pulling back. So it tried to make the move right into 1150. To put it into perspective, all you have is yesterday's range at this point. If it holds a higher low, I'd be looking for ads off of 1125 and then play back into the high of the day. So it bounced off yesterday's bottoms. It has to break today's highs for any kind of continuation in Rivian. Micron still holding that weakness. I think we have a shot at the 128 low. That's also yesterday's high.
Okay, here we go.
So we can get some support down there. If we do, we'll take the buck and run.
All right, let's just put on some big boy pants. I mean, honestly, the thing is like, I'm just gonna wait for AMD, see what can happen right now. We're short right now at 164.25s. We just got some covers down there. We got something at 72 as well. This is the level that we like. I'm just gonna stop punching out for like 30, 40 cent hits and see if it can go. We'll wait for the 165. All right, I mean, I like the short in this name. If it works, it works. I mean, look what Tesla's doing. This name is coming back in real nice for us right now. So yeah, like, sometimes you play the levels that you see, and when they work, they work. When they don't, they don't. Tesla just faded back into 172.50. We got another out. So just taking a couple 50-cent plays there on Tesla to go. Intel, we only have, do the math, like 8% left, something like that. So we're getting some more out on that. Come on, Tesla. So Tesla just breaks a little bit lower. We do have another bid in the 20s, and then we'll see if it can go a little bit more than where we are right now. The thing is, it's not making me that nervous because, again, it's not like it's going to bounce completely off of the 50-period moving average, but it's right there on the daily. A break lower would be real nice. So let's see if that could happen, but we'll get something out at 172 anyway. So 172.20, we've been getting it out. We're actually out of half right now in and around this area for 40, 50 cents. So actually a little bit less than half, 40, 50 cents on that one. All right, so in what was a good short there for a minute. See, we're not really averaging back into this AMD. We have the shares that we want. We'll take a little bit more up here at 75, but at the end of the day, oh, we just missed our 75. Did we? Yes, we did. All right, let's just punch a little bit. Okay, well, we got it. All right, so there it is. All right, we don't have to punch anything. We're just going to wait. If it breaks 165, then it's another L, but at least we waited for this one to come up. We have a much better price right now than we had at the past. So hopefully this will fade in a little bit, and then we don't have to, like, punch out for, again, small losses on bigger shares. Let's see if we can get this to pull back just a little bit now into 164. So good recovery here for us on AMD, but it's still got to go lower, and Nvidia's not. So that might be the thing right there. Nvidia looking at 1195 right now.
It's getting close. 1200 is in the.
Come on,
it's
AB,
got it
just
in
pull
its
a
sights
little
here.
bit.
As it breaks higher, I think this is probably the spot. I'm going to put the trail in. If we can't go any further here on Micron, I don't want this. If we get to 1200, I just feel like you're going to get a turn, and it's going to be a major event. And that if we fail 1200 on Nvidia, there's going to be opportunities to fade some of the chip names if there's a failure at that level. So what I'm going to do is trail this back into the quarters. I'm still going to hold for the low, but I don't want this getting back to VWAP on me. So you are getting that nice little dip. Rivian's also pulled. What the heck, GameStop? Okay, 29 on GameStop. This is
Boom.
run. I'll have a look at 30 when it gets there, but there's some size on the 29 offer of GameStop. Yeah, it's starting to make a bit of a move there on GameStop, and a pullback in Nvidia is happening. That NVVE is still halting back and forth. I wouldn't touch that. I think if you're looking at Novavax and GameStop, those are trending and giving you much better opportunities than something that's halting every 2 or 3 minutes like that NVVE. So they blew through the 29 level. There was some size there. I suppose 30 is going to be inbound. 32 was a big resistance the other day. So there's still 10% worth of room here if I can find another entry. I only wanted the dip and not the break, but we got it on the front end. Like as it's coming down instead of catching it on the other way. So we always talk about this. You get that FOMO. You got to have it here, or even here. Getting it on that way back in, not the way to go if you're buying that dip.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little frustrated myself with some of this back and. I'm not muted, no. Trying to get some of this back and forth. You didn't say muted, did you?
Ooh.
Oh no, Fabian's talking to somebody else. Oh my God. Okay, 1190. I was like, I'm not muted. 1190 there, just held again for Nvidia, back up to 1195. So, and what I'm getting frustrated in, I am hearing voices. Oh no, I've been hearing voices for many, many years. All right, so right now AMD, nice downside move. I don't know. So we're putting some more bids out here. We're capturing profit now. I mean, we could go positive on this name. It just needs to come back a little bit. We're bidding 35s now as well. There it is, 40 cents of the money if we get that pullback. And you see this is a nice pullback right now, and Nvidia's not really pulling back. So these stocks are not the same. They're not even. I thought I could look at one and play one off of the other. That's not what's happening at all today, and it's been a mistake to do that. So we'll get some more out on Nvidia, on AMD here. Like I said, we got a better price. We could start taking some out and getting some of this profit back in. So there goes Nvidia. There it goes. It's about to get the highs again. And as you can see, good outs there on AMD. So these two are not alike, but Nvidia is the name, Neil. I mean, it just keeps on going.
It's an absolute rocket ship. The strength that's in this name is obviously pretty ridiculous. All right, GameStop 29.50. Still, there hasn't been a dip. There hasn't been a consolidation. I don't want to FOMO this one. You know, anytime like your red stock is long something that's squeezing to the upside, it's really easy to get that FOMO. So like everything else has been good. It's just like how did you take a long in GameStop and lose today? It's timing. And so the timing was bad, so the timing has to be better if I get another long. That's just all you can do about it, right? So, you know, you just have to calm down. It's the same thing with Nvidia. We didn't get the look that we wanted off the open. Now all of a sudden it's giving consolidations right near that 1200. I don't want to be buying in that $5 range into 1200 because if 1200 fails, you could drop $15, $20 easy on Nvidia. And it would still be in an upward trend. So you got to be careful with that. I took the profit and ran on Micron. If it gets back up to that 129.5, we'll go ahead and take another shot at that bad boy. So it just broke 30. Yeah, forget about it. At this point, the consolidation on Nvidia up here just makes the 12 break even better at that point. I wanted to get back over to RIVN, which is trying to hold VWAP. So there's your bounce. Now it's trying to hold VWAP. If I'm going to trail it out underneath 1125, which I will in a situation like this, this is the spot to go ahead and add. So now that it's holding, it's not really standing in front of it on the red. This is catching the consolidation level, which is a much better way to get into a trade. If you're buying the dip, it's better to, after it's bounced, get that higher low as opposed to catching the falling knife, because then there's some buyers supporting your entry point.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, so we just faded a little bit more on AMD and just covered a little bit more. So I just want everyone to know I am in pure scalp mode right now. We're short at 82s and just trying to cover this over and over and over again here on all of that. Tesla just ripped back up. It took out VWAP, so we'll take the L on that last little piece there as it take out VWAP, so out there on the move back higher. Looks like Tesla does want to go. So right now we just wait for Nvidia to break that high. And Intel, we took another piece out. It came right back up here. So again, on what was trade idea number one, seems to be wanting to work out. But AMD and Nvidia are the plays. So 165, I think 12. I think you're going to have to probably cross like $3 or $4 at least to get the 1200 level.
I think you'd only. It depends on the gateway. We have one really good crossing and routing key, which I found even on Nvidia when it's like $1,000, you're getting it within the first 50 cents. That AJ key is really good. It gives you the fills. I think you can cross it to like 69 or something like. Well, okay, fine. You know what I mean. Less than $1, but it's a limit order I'm going to use regardless. You know, this is not a situation where you cross to 10s. It's not Apple. If Apple breaks a key level, you cross 11 cents higher, you're getting filled at 1s or 2s. That's not going to happen on Nvidia. It looks like we got a decent out there on Micron. It's back into VWAP. It did bounce off 128 and make this wick bottom, pulling back in as it's trying to, as Nvidia is trying to go up to that 1200. You are getting a little bit of bounce on Micron. If it fails VWAP, I think there's a short that can be had. But I'd like to not be in that short if Nvidia is breaking out the highs. We'll play that one by ear. Novavax is still going as well. While GameStop, I don't want to say it's failed the 30 break, but that's a pretty big reversal. It got to 30.80 and then right back underneath. This could be like this kind of a dip that we had. So you look for the dip. Once it puts in a higher low, jump in on that higher low. Much better way to get into the long. If you do it that way, you're going to feel a little more confident about it because the buyers have already shown you something. So let's see the same thing on GameStop. If it does, if it doesn't, fair enough. But I'm not chasing up here.
Yeah, GameStop, I was saying earlier, shout out to Mr. Longshorts, it looks like it was going to be a boring day for GameStop. Complete opposite. Boring yesterday.
That's usually when it's good.
Today.
It's weird. It's the day.
Yeah,
that,
it doesn't need
it's
all
the
like,
day that people aren't looking at it as much.
Yeah, it doesn't need like the obvious catalyst or anything, right? It just needs to get going. So, all right, here goes game over for AMD as it just goes right up to the upside there. Continues to go. So again, as Nvidia does nothing, and the other one goes up. So that's trading, as we keep saying here over and over again. But that is what trading is all about. So you gotta play the good with the bad. Nvidia is not moving, AMD is. So we had to short 165. That obviously does not work out. I'm still debating this Tesla short there. We could have just got it at that top. The market is still underneath. Tesla is relatively weak right now. I'm going to put on something again right here, just trying to play off of that last high, 173.65. So let's put some shares on at the quarters. There it goes, instantly in the money. We'll always take a piece out if we can do that. Oh, we have crude right now as well. Actually, that's not till 10:30, so it's only 10:16 right now. Back into the short on Tesla. To see if it can work sort of against this 174 that we liked for the long. Let's see if it can support that short now into 174. I don't know. The market again, come on. This is just pretty choppy, man. Pretty choppy here.
It's waiting for Nvidia to make a move.
It's waiting.
Fail
for
1200
sure.
top or break it through. I think that's what's happening
Now
on the
pulling
futures.
back a little
Because the
bit.
NASDAQ, here's what's going on in the NASDAQ. We're just kind of bouncing around. We had the numbers come out, and you had a wick to the downside that tested 18.8, and then you're right back diddling in the middle. So I think you want to go for, at this point, wait for your key levels. The stocks that are moving independently, like GameStop or Novavax, they can do their own thing. You can be involved in those when you get a key price level. Rivian, I bought that dip. I scalped some out here. We're going to get some more out at 1140. That was that lower high. It's respecting yesterday's price range, so then I'm going to do the same thing. But I'm now out of this thing if it breaks underneath VWAP. We'll hold on to it as long as it continues this trend, which it is doing. And, okay, I'm just going to check back in on CrowdStrike. It's starting to round the bottom. I don't know that I'm in love with it just yet. So I'm going to still be backing off and waiting for that. As I said, GameStop wasn't that great for me, and it's because I wasn't all that patient. I want to be more patient with these plays. That's what worked yesterday. That's what worked today. Just heard in my ear even DJT's going. But if you have to pick and choose, so I'm going to give you an example here. DJT, this looks like a good break, right? DJT could be a squeeze, could be a meme name, all that kind of good stuff. It's done 377,000 shares worth of volume. Let that sink in for a bit. Can't trade that.
No,
Not at all.
Definitely not enough.
377,000 shares of volume. It's 1018. It's 1018. Like,
What does it average? Do you know?
I'd have to look it up. I actually don't. I don't pay attention to it enough. Maybe that's good volume for it. And
Right, that's
I
what I'm
stand,
saying.
I stand corrected. If that's good volume for DJT in an hour, I don't know. I have the average daily. The 10-day average volume is 3 million shares. So for it to be, what is that? Like 8% of that in the first 45 minutes. That's including an opening print. I'd say that's low volume for me. Whereas the GameStop's doing 18 million.
Oh yeah, as far as the two of them, yeah. Oh yeah.
Novavax is probably doing, I don't know off the top of hand because I'm not watching it right now, but it's probably doing exceptional volume as well. So, that's why you try to pick and choose what are the right stocks to be in. And maybe DJT goes to $50 and you guys can slap a fail on me for saying that. But I'd rather at least take a shot at GameStop on this next available dip.
Just Tesla's been great. We're back into that. I'm still waiting to see something happen on Nvidia. AMD is straight upside, so like any Nvidia dips, probably. I mean, you could buy Nvidia, but you could also buy AMD. I mean, that's stronger today. I mean, wait a second. AMD.
No, it's not stronger.
Nvidia's. Oh, as far as a chart, it's ridiculous.
Is it?
Strong. It's not even close. AMD is up more than Nvidia. The chart is much better on AMD, percentage-wise, everything. So yeah, AMD continues to be the shine today for sure. AMD, I mean, really Intel. I mean, Intel's been great. Even though Intel's only up 1%, this has been a huge trade. All right, so I don't know. Again, I feel like I want to short this. We've touched 165 a couple times, but we've been wrong already like 5 times here trying to short it. Actually, really it was just the 164 that was wrong. This last one was fine. We were able to get out until it eventually broke, so that was good risk to reward. We actually talked about shorting in the 60s and 70s against that. But for right now, 165.50 looks like a possible top there for AMD, but it's only 10.20. We do have to go over to Adara.
IWM Russell 2000, the small cap ETF here, continuing to trade in some of the same ranges we saw yesterday. That base around 202.10, top of around 202.70. So some of the same levels from yesterday coming into play for the Russell 2000 as of right now. In terms of small cap runners, we're starting off with one that has run in the past, SYTA. As you can see from that daily chart, this one has made moves recently, inking a partnership with JD Telecom to expand its distribution of its D7 handsets. This one does have a pretty small float, about 735,000 shares, and about a short float percentage of about 7%. So pretty significant short float and small float for SYTA. Next one here, NVVE, Nuve. Not seeing any news on this one, but it's penny stock. Sorry, again, this one has run before. Market cap about 3.52 million. Sorry. And last but not least, Moving Image Technologies, MITQ. This one up about 62%, getting a multi-million-dollar contract for this Alamo Drafthouse Cinema in Indianapolis. So nice look here for MITQ. Lots of names to look at here today, guys.
MITQ.
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I have a Halt scanner up, and it's been popping off.
Some floaters.
ASNS, NVVE, all those bad boys to the upside. Oh, well, up, down, round and round, all that good stuff. There's just a little something for everybody today, I do think, and you want to be in the pocket. I don't think this is the kind of day where, I don't want to jump around too much from symbols that we didn't have in our plan. Novavax just made a fresh high. I am in GameStop, but I just want to show, we're making another run at the high of the day here on Rivian. So Rivian failed this top, not just this morning, it failed it twice yesterday. I'm looking to hold through. We bought the dip into VWAP, we bought the dip into yesterday's bombs. I'm looking to hold through a blow through of that high. So if it can do it, I'm here for it. Just acknowledge that it's already failed it twice. GameStop just made a bounce off 29 even. So there's your let it bounce moment. And if it does a consolidation like this one where you bounce and then higher low, I think there's an add spot in there. But until it does so, I don't want to be adding to that position. So we'll see what happens. I mean, it's still failing off that $30 level. And despite the fact that AMD is clearly, you're right, is stronger. I haven't been looking at it. I've been staring at the chart of Nvidia the entire time because it's Nvidia. You have the same high here, 1195, for like a half an hour now on Nvidia. Just going sideways with higher lows into a flat top, technically even the 96 level. I don't wonder, I'm going to buck this a little bit and just say, I'm going to take a shot with the 96 break into 1200 and see if it's like a scalp into the 1200, give it to like 95 on Nvidia. Like that is a heck of a consolidation in a stock that everyone's looking long in, and it just doesn't seem to want to go any higher. And the longer something coils, like you can take a 1200 break, but if it's showing you the resistance is right here at 95 half, 96, might as well just take a 96 break too.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking.
Well, I'm staring at 1200 and it just might not even happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Who would have thought that, like that comment that I made about how GameStop is boring and, you know, Nvidia would be doing something. It's like the complete opposite there goes breaking through 196 right now.
I didn't even get the order right.
Okay, so there it is, Nvidia. Let's go over and have a quick look at it as it does take out 1196 right now and trying to go higher through that level. Watch out for 1200 coming in very, very soon now for Nvidia. So there it is, 1196 and change. Yeah, taking out highs. So there goes AMD as well through 166 or close enough. It just touched 165.99 on that one. Intel trying to do its own thing. There goes Nvidia. Nice move up right now. Well, again, you know, you just gonna have to trade it and see what winds up happening here because there it is, 197 right now. It looks like it is trying to get a little bit through. And I like that play, trying to think about if it does get to 1100, good to be long ahead of it. So we'll have to see what happens right now. It's trying to go higher. They're just pushing it through. So I do think this does see 1200 today. I mean, there's no reason for it to stop. Look at the market is absolutely ripping.
You know what's not? So like I just took it. We'll see what happens when it gets to that 1200 level. You know what's interesting is I can almost promise you this. I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to bet if Max had this position, he'd add at 1200. When you take this break, my thought is to add at $1,200 because 1200 is 1200, and then we'll have a better average price, and we'll just give it to break even, which will probably be around the 97.5, 98 level. The other thing that we got to watch out for is I still think Micron can be a short. I know it's weird to say, but I said if 1200 fades, I want to fade on Micron, and it could be at the exact same price that it turned before. Like this could end up being 1200 turns on Nvidia, and Micron is exactly at that high of the day, which would be the ideal setup for a short. Obviously the trend, you know where the trend is going, but the setup is the setup, man. And this stock has already shown once that it's relatively weak. GameStop taking some out at 29.5, but all eyes on this 1200 level for Nvidia. So I'm going to add through 1200. I'm probably going to have a stop around like 1198, somewhere around there, and I might try to grab that Micron short. I'm going to get my orders ready on Nvidia. If I miss a Micron reversal, it's more important to not get rinsed on a fail of 1200 on Nvidia than it is to grab that short, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. You want to trade the book for sure. Tesla goes to 174. All right. We're short. I mean, we're short. AMD off of 166 again. You know, I feel silly because, you know, we've been hitting this short over and over and over again, and it really hasn't been working. So it's been working. We've been getting it out, but then we get greedy again, you know, and then it starts to rip back upside. So we've done this before on AMD where it's like, I don't believe it. But yeah, I feel like the more exciting name is obviously over there with Nvidia. So let's just keep watching it. But again, and like, just look at some of these trades. Like we got short there at 87. These outs are 70s, 71, 72s. It just did dip into the 60s there, so we'll put some more bids down there. So the risk to reward is fine if you get it out, but when you hold it, it keeps taking it out on the upside, like you keep getting hit on the upside, so it hasn't been really worth holding on to these names. So, you know, let's just see if it can go. Hopefully it fails off of 166 because again, like I said, AMD is so much stronger than Nvidia today. So a fail at 12 would be not necessarily great for AMD because I think even if it gets to 12, then AMD's already going to go. So it needs to really start to pull back immediately on that one. Intel's kind of just taking zoomed in too much. Intel's kind of taking a break right now, so just hovering around. And I do like, okay, there it is. I was just gonna say, I do like Tesla a little bit here. It didn't really even break 174, but we did get out. Looks like 174.06 or 07 there. So average in on the last one did not work out, but let's see what happens here with Tesla. Hopefully a little bit of a pullback, but this market is really running.
Yeah, the market, it just took out some fresh highs. You're getting a bit of a stall at 1198, so halfway 96 to 12. So if resistance was at 96 and then 1200 psychological, I think that makes some logical sense, but you know, logic doesn't necessarily matter. What I'm going to do is actually have an order ready to go on Micron. So if I get in and out of Nvidia at 1200, I'm just going to have an order ready to sell, but I don't know exactly what price is going to be, and I don't want to market it. So we'll see when it gets there. GME is trying to break out through 30 again. So we took some out halfway on GameStop, which is still a New York stock. So there's your bounce. If it breaks 30, I want to get picked up on that, get in and out of that trade. That is a monster wick. So usually you put in a lower high off that. So if it fails 30, I want to jump out. If it breaks 30, I want to jump out either way. Whether it's north or south of the 30 level, I expect in the first 30 cents, I'm getting the fill covering out of GameStop. So we've made it back on GME, but remember, if this actually loses this last part of the position, it'll still be a red stock for me. Meta went from strong to weak, so I'm not as involved in that one as the market's breaking highs. And Meta, when the market's breaking highs, a stock shouldn't be making lower highs if I think it's strong. So it was strong early, all of a sudden, not so much on Meta. That's why you're not even seeing me look at that stock anymore. So far, so good. Next stop, I think, is this $1,200 level on Nvidia, as we're about to get in 30 seconds crude oil inventories. I haven't even looked to see how oil's doing, but it'll probably move in about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, I'll probably do something. All right, 174 coming back in for our Tesla trade here. We'll see what it can do, but 174 coming back in for it. We're short again into 174. Oops, sorry, there is Tesla right there. Nvidia still hovering around 1198 trying to do something, and AMD did break through. All right, so crude a build. All right, so a build on crude. We'll get those exact numbers, but let's go over to Adara and see what she's up to.
We do have crypto, but we're going to quickly talk about those crude oil and gasoline stock change numbers. We have both of these actually higher than expected. Crude oil stock change, 1.233 million versus negative 2.30 million consensus estimates. So it's going to be higher than expected. Gasoline stock change, we're also getting higher than expected, 2.102 million versus the consensus estimate of 1.95 million. In terms of crypto here, we have Riot Platform on watch. A lot of these other miners trading lower as well, with Carousel Capital issuing this short report saying that they are actually, quote, waging a war against all of the miners and also going long Bitcoin as a hedge. So pretty scathing note and report here on RIOT from Carousel Capital, moving some of these other miners to the downside as well. In terms of Bitcoin itself here, we have BTC on the daily chart edging back towards that previous high, that resistance level around 72,000. Yesterday, we did have that nice little pop-up. Looks like we're continuing that strength with our third straight green candle here for BTC. So nice look there. And also a nice look for a lot of these other crypto-related names. Ethereum not doing too much, just below that 3,800 level, but slightly positive on the day. BNB up another 6% after a strong day yesterday. Solana up 3.5%. Ripple about flat on the day. Shiba Inu, though, up about 6.5% almost, and Cardano up about 0.2%. So generally, some nice strength amongst the crypto world right now, guys.
That was interesting. So it shouldn't have mattered that it was crude oil inventory, but it was literally when that number came out. You're going to see.
Did it break?
No, it didn't break. It came right back under and broke the breakout downside on Nvidia. And at the same moment, I was like, I'm going to have an order ready to go. If at any point I see a curl underneath that 1200 on Nvidia, I'm going to go over to Micron and punch short. So I did. Like it was the ultimate psych out because it looked like a good reversal wick. Let's grab the short back into VWAP like worked last time. Threw the stop in there. I had the stop before I got into position, thankfully, because that was instant. Like it came down, came back. I got the offer, and then I got stopped out almost in seconds. So the next stop is likely 1200 on Nvidia, where I'm going to jump back in to that long Rivian, starting to pull back. Oh, and GameStop was the other thing that happened as Adara was talking. I said if it failed 30, I'm out. There is a wick break of 30, got to 20s. I was able to punch 98s very quickly on the way back in. So we're able to get out of that one. It is still trending up. It is still looking pretty solid. And, oh yeah, ARM. I know there's one other name that we should be talking about. ARM, very much still going, much like all these chip names. So we're about $1 away from 1200 on Nvidia. That's likely to get taken out. And ARM, look at that trend to the upside. It is absolutely gorgeous, but it's Nvidia 1200.
Yeah, we better just watch that.
That's the one. So
we've been we took Tesla, and again, the only thing that's been working for me today has been scalp. So it's like we haven't really had anything. I think we had $1 early on, I think Tesla, or even maybe AMD the other way. But right now, it's like just scalping off of 174. Our best outs, we're gonna have to go over to Nvidia because it's moving. 73s, so it's like we're just getting 20 cents. We're only trying to give it to 20 cents anyway. So okay, here we go. Nvidia, let's go watch this. Congratulations everybody that believed in this name for the last $1.5 trillion over the last month. It's still going. So here we go. Let's watch out. Here goes Nvidia, right up to $1,200 again. So not again, but just continuously moving higher right there. As AMD is at 167, that name keeps going on. We're just going to hold on to Tesla here, being a red name in a market that's absolutely screaming. We should have found the strongest names, not the weakest names to short, strongest names to buy, and that would have been Nvidia and AMD. I mean, the minute AMD got going, we're gonna have to look at some charts and figure out, like, we wrote down 164 on here for a short. We should have just blasted. We did that the last couple days where we completely reversed our spot. We should have just believed in the long, and we didn't. And we should have. So here it comes, 1,200. I think we talked about the importance of Nvidia to the whole market, and Brendan brought out the fact that what kind of a percentage it is now in the NASDAQ, in the S&P, so obviously increasing in the NASDAQ as well, and it's just lifting everything right now. NASDAQ up another 1.22%. Wow, man, dollar cost averaging into the NQs seems
Every
to be,
time you
right.
sell Nvidia, you just regret it.
Oh, wow.
You regret it a week later, you regret it a month later, you regret it, thankfully,
Sometimes 2 minutes later.
Yeah, I was about to say, like I was about to literally say, because I regret it 3 minutes after, because it's a 3-minute chart that I'm looking at, and it was the bottom wick on that 3-minute chart that I just made. But a breakout trade's a breakout trade. I trade these, at the end of the day, once it hits that first stop and finds resistance, I pretty much am usually getting out, especially with the 1,200 level looming. Thank goodness we got on a Micron. That's at the high of the day again. Like, are you kidding me? That stock was weak a second ago, and now you're right back at 130 to the top. It might set it up again. If 1,200 fails, I might do the same trade with Micron literally at its high of the day. Everything is starting to careen to the upside. The NASDAQ going higher. I mean, even Meta, which was pulling back, Meta just bounced a couple of dollars here. I know I'm staring at Nvidia. I could be showing you guys those charts, but it's within $1, which can happen any second on a $1,200 break. Nvidia is the gift that keeps on giving. I am only in that Rivian off of VWAP, so I've got to stop underneath 1125. If that goes, it goes. But it's I don't want to say a boring stock, but just pull up a chart of Rivian. It is yesterday's range, yesterday's bottom, yesterday's top. So it's been a pretty simple notion of what to do there.
Yeah, we're really getting lifted here. I almost think that there's going to be like a fake, almost. I don't know. We've been wrong today. I mean, obviously, Nvidia's at 167 here, and this name is going to 1,200. I just wonder if people might get trapped on the punch long, and then it fades, and then it rips. So there's two ways to play it here. But let's just watch out and see how far this goes through, because
I actually like 90s.
We just touched 99.50.
Like if I lose on the breakout, because the breakout here should, if it doesn't work right away, you could be back at 90. I'm not holding to 90. I'm going to get out with a tight stop, and if it pulls all the way back $10 and bounces off of 90, I think you go for like a 91-ish long. VWAP's in there as well. Oh yeah, now it doesn't want to go. So now it's starting to dip.
Is it though?
We just went to 99.5 and pulled back. No, I'm not trying to short that. I'm just saying if Micron fails 130, I might jump back into the short off of the Micron. I can do this for you guys while I stay on the Nvidia chart. So Micron is trying to break its high of the day. It was relatively weak. So if it wicks this again, I would look for failure of that level. But as I say it, no failure. So don't have to be in it. You could do this with any names. Now that it's pulling back here in Nvidia, I can go to some other stuff. TSM. I mean, look at TSM today. What do you want today? TSM, ASML.
What do you want today?
High of the day. I mean, I could probably pull up AMAT, AMD, Intel. Like, show me a chip name that isn't having a good day. If there is one, Marvell up 5%. Like, if there's something that's not at its highs, I feel like that would be the obvious one to fade. I just can't find one. So no fades right now. What else we got going on here? Qualcomm. Yeah, Qualcomm could be worth a look as well. Like, if there's something in the chip space that is not pressing highs, I think that would be the obvious fade. Double top here on Qualcomm. I can't find a chip name that's not looking exactly the same at this moment. If I did, I'd be playing it short off this 1,200 rejection on Nvidia.
All right, 1196. I mean, I'm just trying to see what's happening here because this is going to be a break on Nvidia. I mean, I just, you know, let's just see. Like we said, we could get that fail back up and down. That's definitely a possibility to get that. I just want to wait for it. Like, I almost don't even want to put anything else on. We were just short Tesla into 174. We got to that at 174.25. So that was wrong. All the shorts today not printing. The only win that we have today is the Intel long. We short AMD, short Tesla, both wrong. So we'll have to wait to see what happens here with Nvidia. I still want to punch that long through 1200. I know that seems absolutely ridiculous, but these opportunities don't come around too often. So we'll see. We'll see if it wants to do it.
It's not the one you take
There
a big
is a
break like that
pullback
you
happening.
regret. It's the one you don't take that goes that you're going to regret. When it comes to those breakouts, you just gotta. You almost have them almost every single time. So this market's still insane. I just want to go back to some other things. I mean, while we're at 98. Obviously, it could still go like any second now. I have the level 2 dedicated to Nvidia at this moment. GameStop, that 30 failure, we'll look for a little something like we did before, right? Like, what's the right way to do it? This is the wrong way to get into the long on GameStop, which is to try to chase it at an even dollar level instead of just wherever it bounces, it bounces. This is where it bounces, go long. This is where it bounces, go long. Don't try to pick the level on a stock that's trending like this. If you like the trend, then just buy the dip wherever the dip gets bought. And don't try to be the person that predicts where the other buyers are going to come in. Be the person that joins whoever turns the stock. So apparently some active call buying, it looks like, on Tesla we just heard. As we're going to go to Adara
That's right. There's a lot
or
of
Sector Watch.
call watch on Tesla. That's for sure.
Definitely a lot of leadership in this market on the tech side. Electronic technology pretty much green here across the board. Nvidia, Broadcom, Qualcomm, AMD, all particularly strong. We did have a lot of catalysts in this space with Intel and TSM both having some joint venture news for fab centers. So nice look there for this sector. Also a lot of strength as well in technology services, though it is worth noting CSCO, Cisco, underperforming in this otherwise strong group. They had some news yesterday with regards to their Cisco investment side of things. So keep an eye on CSCO here, definitely performing in a different way than others in its group. In terms of the other sectors here, a little bit mixed in health technology, some mixed move in finance, so Charles Schwab is particularly strong, and a lot of negativity across the board in consumer non-durables, utilities, health services, and consumer services. Also worth noting some strength here in producer manufacturing with AMAT Applied Materials particularly strong after an upgrade this morning, guys.
Hey Matt.
Matt.
I'm still waiting for Nvidia. We're short Tesla's for the 175, but I don't like that story of all this call volume starting to pick up in Tesla right there. So let's see if we can get something out. Again, we've just been picking our spots here, but every time it's gone higher. So it's not like it's pulling back at all. So we're going to see if we can get see, like right there, I'm bidding 50s. It stops at 60s. All right, well, let's see. If Tesla gives us 50s, we'll get some out. It's 25 cents either way, right? Stop at 175, bid it at 174.50. See if we can get 50 cents one way or the other. I still want to look at this because I feel that they're just going to be connected, right? Like if Tesla goes, if Nvidia goes, then it probably takes the market, takes Tesla with it, so on and so forth. We get some out there on Tesla as it breaks through, or down into 50, sorry. Right now I was bidding some 60s and 50s. Oh, we actually get the 50s there on Tesla. Okay, hold on, let's just go back to it because it looks like Nvidia's not doing much. So there's the 50 fill there on Tesla. So again, we were long early, that was wrong. Then the shorts were actually fine. We really just net lost here on that first long, but then we just came up to the 200 period and wanted to short it again, but very, very nervous about what's happening with Nvidia. So I'm just gonna stay on here and see if we do get a 1200 break and trade out of this Tesla move.
So with Tesla, obviously getting dragged up by Tesla is Rivian. They did the same thing earlier. It dipped with Tesla. It's going to end up, I think it's going to end up ripping with it as well if it does. But if we fail the top again, no holding back into VWAP. If it fails at 50, we're just going to trail it to like 45 or something. If it's as simple as yesterday's range is being played, then if yesterday's high holds twice or three times, then we're just going to get out of it. Nvidia is not breaking 1200 yet, which it's not necessarily a bad thing. I know it can be frustrating, like, oh, but everyone, why not just be involved in another trade? when you're day trading, like that breakout trade where you get that initial move up, like you punch in, you can like sometimes immediately offer half out, get like $1 or $2, and then hold the rest. It's a unique opportunity because there's all that liquidity there. But it is, so there's 11.99 half is the current high. This order here is like just a stop limit above the price. That's why it actually shows up on level 2. And you're putting in a lower high right now. So there is some chance that it is pulling back. And I said if it did, I was looking for something to fade. You're still in the pocket where it could be a micron at that 130, so that is going to be on my radar. But with things starting to calm down a little bit here, and Novavax, there's been no show. Remember I said Novavax was the squeeze name? Novavax is up 21%. It was at $20 when we mentioned this. It just turned at $22 here on NVAX. Actual news: the company is essentially getting saved by Sanofi. Randy in the house as well.
Rand's in the building. Rand's in the building.
Thanks for asking, though.
I've only had one. Yeah, I'll take another one. I've been drinking some water. Sure, I'll take a coffee. Why not? All right, thanks, Randy. Okay, so by the way, let's just go again on this one. I mean, we'll just do a chicken dinner winner because, again, sometimes it's like I should just stayed away from AMD, honestly, but Intel does make that move higher. I'm completely fine with the way Tesla's trading today. We have it back in a little bit now. We still are waiting for, I mean, here it comes back into 40s, 30s. We're short at 75, so we've already got the 1-to-1 on this one. I was actually waiting for 20s. Let's take something out right now in the 30s. There we go, cancel the 20 bid. All right, now we're coming back in, bid 20 now, see if we get something out on a little bit of a flush. So good last couple fills here on Tesla to carry us back through that 175 print, right? So the 200 period seems to be the only one that was holding. Danced with it at VWAP before it was wrong, got out, then just reshorted it. So I'm completely fine with Tesla. Still waiting to see about AMD. I don't know if that fade is 167 or not. The volume hasn't necessarily picked up at all. It's been the same. If anything, it's dying down up here, which leads me to believe that we could be in for a reversal short on AMD, but we don't have it this time, of course. 167, we tried to fade the one. See, these are all, again, it's all fine until it broke 164. So I think we did pretty good today with looking at the right stocks, just a matter of not having the right execution spots all the time. So here comes Tesla coming back in. It's 50 cents in the money, so is Intel. One's long, one's short. It's 10:45, still a little bit of time left before we throw over to the midday. GME failed.
I got a dollar
says
Nvidia breaks 1200 on the midday show because that's
yeah.
It feels inevitable at this point that the longer you stare at it, the more it just doesn't want to make that break. But whenever it happens, it happens. It feels like waiting for an IPO to open at this point, where maybe it'll be 1 o'clock. But shout out in the chat. What I love about this, and Manuel Palma. First of all, if you like the show, like the show. And if you love the community, then hit that like, hit that subscribe, and share with everybody, because I think we can all learn from each other. Clearly, I was looking for names that are weak, and I was only looking at chip names. Alphabet, as the market's at the high, what's it doing? Then look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's breaking tops and running higher. I can zoom it out, and it looks even better than that zoomed in on a 15-minute, but you're breaking VWAP and you're breaking support on Alphabet. If we're gonna turn here, this would be like a VWAP retracement short on a stock which has already shown some signs of weakness. So Alphabet, if we do fail 1200 and we start careening down, this could be a nice little fade off of VWAP here. Go long strong stocks, short weak stocks. I remember hearing that really early. It's not the easiest thing to do, because I'll tell you what happens. As a stock's screaming up, what's going to scream up to? Resistance. And if you like support and resistance, then you are going to be short some weak stocks. But if you can find setups that also work, with the direction of the move, all the better. So we'll see if that can happen. GameStop trying to put in another higher low here. I'm going to go for 29.20s if it can hold another higher low here on GameStop.
AMD's really pulling back. Like that 164 might actually wind up being completely fine. Oh man, just pulled back through 166. This was our last shorting spot as well. So now again, remember I told you they're not acting alike. Nvidia is sleeping right now, 197, just doing nothing. And AMD, AMD is $165 and just moved $2. Nvidia is a $1,200 name and can't move 50 cents. So I just think that, like, you know, this is why it's important to figure out what names you're trading, what levels you like. Like this is an example, right? 167 was the high, 167.17. So you're down now $1.50 from that level. Meanwhile, AMD is in that same time period down about 75 cents. Okay, here it comes, trying to get back upside right now. So we still are long Intel, but a smaller spot on that, and we'll wait to see what happens with Nvidia. It'll break. I mean, I think it'll most likely break before the midday. I think it's going to break right now. Here comes 11.99. So let's watch out. We'll try to get the long on Nvidia through 1200, and that's that. So right now it's trying to hold out again, 11.90 and change. And guess what's happening with AMD? AMD is still going down. So there you go. Nvidia just pops up $1. Nvidia just drops into the 50-period moving, or AMD drops into the 50-period moving average. So yeah, they're not close. Nvidia has all the love right now. So here it goes, 1200. I'm assuming we're breaking just in the next 90 seconds.
Like every time I stare at it, I think the same thing. It doesn't want to go. I'm back into, and I said I would do this if we curled again. And if we got to 99, it was at that imminent moment where Nvidia looked like it was going to break, and then there's your setup. Not the same thing on Micron, but there's your wick top. There's even another wick top, but the timing wasn't right. So I'm going to jump into it, give it to the high of the day. Very similar trade to before, where I'm just looking for this type of a move. And if it breaks a high out, if we get the VWAP, great. If we break 130, I want to get a 95. Sorry. A 29.5 order in there, and then VWAP as well. GME, I did not get filled on that dip buy, so I suppose a bit of a disappointment there if it ends up breaking out again. I said I would cover Rivian if it failed the top one more time. That is exactly what happened. It failed that high, so I got out 11.45. So we got yesterday's low, then we got VWAP. We'll take VWAP again if we can. So just an easy trend. Like, there's your bottom. Go for your long. Go for the long if it bounces off the VWAP. It's a very big if. And we're once again waiting for Nvidia. So we got to 99 change, right back into 97. Let's go to Money Talks, and maybe we'll come back to a 1200 break, or maybe not.
DXY continuing in its downward trend that we've kind of been seeing since mid-April, after making the double top, continuing to go a little bit lower here, slightly below the previous support area of a little bit of a bounce here at around 104.40 right now for the DXY on that daily chart. We had some economic data. Crucially, the ISM non-manufacturing PMI for May. This came in much higher than expected, actually 9-month high at 53.8, above the estimate of 51. We also did have that global services PMI coming in a little bit earlier today, exactly in line with expectations, 54.8 versus the estimate of 54.8. Tomorrow we do get some more economic data in that labor space, including those initial jobless claims and labor costs. And then on Friday, we're going to be getting pretty key data here, NFP or non-farm payrolls. So lots of labor-related data on the horizon. Also worth noting here, we do have I have the Canadian dollar to the USD relationship here. This one's been within a range over the last few weeks, but we are moving a little bit lower on the CAD after we got a rate cut from Canada, cutting rates by 0.25%. Also, Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem saying that they're going to be taking decisions one meeting at a time with regards to further rate cuts. Also said that he has no interest in moving in lockstep with the Fed in the U.S. They'll be moving solely based on data they're seeing. One last note as well, if you're looking at Coinbase or COIN, they just announced that they have their new smart wallets being launched. So keep an eye on COIN, guys.
Yeah, I did hear something about Coinbase right there. Ooh la la. Okay, 1 minute until the Boeing Starliner spacecraft launch, so that should be exciting for anybody interested in that. All right, so Tesla, again, nothing to do with Boeing, but we'll wait to see what happens if this can continue to pull back. 174, 173.50 coming into play there. Intel still doing nothing, and neither is AMD or Nvidia at these levels. So keep saying it's going to break, and the break is imminent, but
nope.
I guess it's just, I think it's just one of those things where everyone is just like, do we really want to buy this top? And do we really want to buy it up here? And, eventually some sort of an algo or someone's going to have to turn something on, I guess, to get going. It's an expensive stock to move. because it's $1,200 and there's a lot of dark pool action. So it's going to take, there it comes. It's going to take a lot more than one order.
Now it's really pulling back.
To break this. The unfortunate, I mean, it's unfortunate for me for trading, but I feel like it's fortunate for me in many other ways, because today we go ahead and film our second episode right now of the Freedom and Wealth podcast. So go check it out. A couple fun things here. Day trading debunked, becoming a trader, some different talks here. Freedom and Wealth podcast. We go today. Brendan and I are going to film that up, and it should be a lot of fun. You know, talking about, well, I'll tell you after what we're talking about. But right now, 800 subscribers, get it going. First video was well received for sure, over 1.4K views. So we almost doubled the views as the subscribers. So go over there, subscribe, see if you like the Freedom and Wealth podcast. So the reason why I bring that up is that I'm not going to sit here with an order to trade through on Nvidia.
Yeah, clearly.
So we'll see what happens right there. If it breaks through 1200, it breaks through 1200. But for now, we're going to have to wait on Nvidia and a 1200 break. I'm going to have to cancel that order. But good luck to everybody that takes it. I still like it, and I'm here to take it. It has to happen in the next 7 minutes or so.
Yeah, look, there's actually a possibility. It's possible it doesn't break it at all. Like,
Oh, yeah.
What if,
Oh, yeah.
Like, it finds this top and the market turns. Like, we could be staring at 1185. I still think there's a decent chance. I'm going to try to sit in the desk. Maybe I'll go to the bathroom and then it'll make the break. But I'm canceling my order if I get up to go to the bathroom. Same thing with an IPO. I missed an open of an IPO once. I'm like, oh, let's run, grab food. Came back, IPO opened up. GameStop did the same pattern. I just want to make sure everybody sort of sees this, right? There's something I say all the time, like get something on the front end or the back end. Try to be reactive, not predictive. Predictive entry, 28's going to hold. You heard me say, look to see if 28 holds. Look to see if 28 holds. Didn't look, just did it, and it lost. 29 ends up bouncing, but it breaks it. So if you did the same thing here, I'd be long 29.15 and just getting stopped out. Instead, it's like other people are getting stopped out and you're going long. It did the same failure at $30, so I got back out. But I did not get the nice tight fill up here like 29.90s. I actually didn't get out until 29.70. So it's condensing a little bit on GameStop, where you're getting a much tighter range in here. So we'll back off, be a little bit more patient. I think Micron's about to take out the high. So you know what's interesting is all of a sudden, you know, like Micron, whoops, it's a NASDAQ stock. So while Micron couldn't take highs when Nvidia was breaking, Nvidia is starting to pull back and Micron wants to take the highs. So we had our entry. We're going to get our first bid down there, 29.6, and then we're going to look for VWAP as well, kind of the same way we did it here. Suddenly you got some strength. If it runs a top, we're just going to jump out of that trade. Do not want to be fighting it too much. And then Boeing, that event starting, let's go Boeing. I mean, all it needs is, it just needs a little love. It needs a pat on the back. It needs some encouraging words. It needs to not have bad news. But the other thing it has to do is break $190. So there's 190, 197 also a big level, but it's trying to make a big recovery from what is a disastrous looking daily chart. Needs to chew through 190. Once it does that, this 97 level I think could be a real turning point for it, but you've got room to the 200 period moving average. I'd let this sort of presentation or whatever that event or presentation, I'd let that play itself out.
The launch.
The launch. Yeah, I'd let it play itself out. I don't want to be trading that one during the news. But if it's holding above 190 after they're done, after everything is settled, then I think it looks like a good long trade. So with only 4 minutes to go, I'm only in Micron. I feel like that's going to take the L and then give back. We had one good trade and then two losing ones on Micron. So we'll just end up giving that back, and we'll patiently wait for Nvidia in that $1,200 level. But the way I see it, like if you go 1 for 3 and are flat, then that's a pretty solid outcome because it means you limited the risk on those trades.
All right, we are almost $1 now in the money on this Tesla trade. Here it goes, finally breaking through 174. So this is the level that we wanted. We still have more than half of this trade on as let's just bid 174. I was waiting, there we go. Cancel, okay, good, we got it. I didn't want to get lower than that. So right there, we'll take some out at 174 and cancel our bids a little bit lower. Let's go to 173.79 or so, make this a dollar club, and then we're going to wait. So let's see. Tesla, we found that top at the 200 period, and we'll see if it is true or not. We did write down 174 as being a level that we wanted to look at. So if you look at a 20-period chart here, this is why I like this level in there. It does go up there to 175. 175 is not that significant when I'm looking at this chart, but I thought 174 would have been something. Could have given it a little bit more room, probably should have, but here it goes right there. So there we go, finally able to do this because there it goes. It is a dollar club. Oh, it only took to 1057 right there, but we take that on Tesla. We got that 78 fill actually down. We always bid around 75s. That's kind of why we're short at 75 in front of this 200 period moving average. My stop is at 175.03. So when they work, they work. Like now we're 25 cents stop to print a dollar. So 4 to 1 on that one, and we still have half. Now we have half. We had more than half. We just took some out at 74, then at 73, 79. And of course, I mean, now we have 2 minutes, and it looks like Nvidia's going to do it right now. So here we go again, 199 and change. Here goes Nvidia. It's trying to go for that high and stops again right at 199 flat. So the high of the day we have is 99.50. That was made a little while ago, like 10 minutes ago. But there's the flush a little bit. We're saying stuff like flush, but I mean, it's not flushing at all.
A couple bucks.
Yeah, not even a couple bucks. I just said flush there, it dropped 40 cents. Okay, so just watch out for Nvidia. I think it's going to break. I hope it does break, and we're able to get the long. And if we do, a couple dollars worth of a risk. Here goes Nvidia. Just tried to go again right there. Yeah.
It's like, dude, what's happening?
Worth watching. I don't know how to trade it.
I'm actually seeing like mini iceberg step up, which is probably profit takers. I can't really imagine people are loading into the short that much. They're probably, if you're shorting this, you're probably already in your short if you're short the stock. I don't know that you'd be loading in as it's making higher lows. You probably took it the first time through, but someone just reserved at 99. So it can't even get to 99.5 because somebody just sat there, took their fill at 99. It got erased. They just jumped right back on the offer at 99, and it was only for a couple hundred shares, and it printed, and it was moving too fast for me to make it count, but it printed several thousand shares, I think, at that 11.99, much bigger. So that's how I know it was an iceberg order. So with only 30 seconds to go, I can pull away from it. I just want to quickly go back to GameStop for you guys, and then I want to get to this. GameStop's still holding a lower high. Micron just took out the top, so we'll slap the fail on that. We'll be flat on Micron, 1 for 3, and flat I think isn't a bad outcome. And then I wanted to get to Novavax, because Novavax was absolutely flying. There was, right as Randy came by, it did a big dip. Yeah, that held that dip pretty well, I'd say. Bouncing off 21.2. I thought this was going to fall into VWAP the way it was going to the downside, but it held, now consolidating high. Novavax, don't sleep on this. It's been a ridiculous squeeze play the last couple of weeks.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock. I mean, that's not why I paused. I mean, I'm trying to wait for this. And
might happen.
Look, I think we could probably. I mean, they're going to do their lesson of the day. I would probably pause that and watch out for Nvidia to go through here. So, but we'll go over there to watch it.
They'll be on Nvidia, yeah.
Yeah. So just stay on Nvidia. There it goes, 1200. We'll wait to see what happens. But for now, thank you so much for watching. We have the Tesla short. Nothing else there for Neil. So I have Intel long, Tesla short. There goes Nvidia. It's going to break 1200. See you on the other side. Ciao.
Go.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that Midday Show. That right there is your girl Ladera, and I am Sharif, and we have a lot of early birds.
Look at how many times that banner was popping up there.
Wow, Ram, take it easy over there. We just started. What's up, Chase Bands, Kevin Mendoza, Big Kyle Burdett in the house early as usual. We got Brandon Townsend, Mahat. We got Cairo, Pitchbull, Monty G, Howard 28, Big Michael Lloyd, Soul Queen 88, hello there. We got Kevin Mendoza again, Capucci, electronic music producer 1320 Wolf. We got Benson, Monty G, TH, Starvin like 21. We got Scott H as well as Gorev, DOG Darwin joining us today. Bora, we got Professor Love, sounds like Brother Love from wrestling. Fiddlebeck, Big Bob Dub, Apple Fritter, Sebastian Micro Player. We got the Random, we got 2 New York Cents as well as Vin Duong and Mike Breeze. I like that name too. Fat Figure joining us today as well. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you this fine Wednesday?
It's not bad. It's humid as you know what outside, but it's not sunny, so it's tolerable.
That's fair. That's fair.
How
I
it
saw
goes
you on
on-
your little walk.
Yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. We always be doing the most in a good way. All right, guys, couple of things. I'm still in the sim, still blocked out of my live account. Nothing I can do about that. Hopefully the last day, but we're trading these markets on the sim, and this is what I'm doing right now. I'm long Apple. I don't know why it doesn't show my Taiwan Semiconductor position on the board, but oh, because I'm out of it completely. Oh, silly me. All right. Well, Taiwan Semi was a pretty, I don't want to say simple trade, but the idea was quite simple here. Let me show you real quick where I got off. I got in at the 10-period retracement on the 5. Nothing really complicated about that. This has been very strong on the headline that they're opening up a new fab in Singapore with NXP as a joint venture. So this one already had a catalyst to start. 9:30 comes along and it just continues to move up. We're at 6.84% in the clear. So when I sat down, I'm like, all right, let's see what's doing the most. Obviously, the chips are up bigly today. So I said, all right, waiting for this one to come into a key technical area. It's obviously trending. It wasn't a 20 period here. It was a 10 period. And as you can see, we're still pamping here. I got in at 162, took too much out too quickly. That's kind of like been my modus operandi as of late. We're going to throw in the ticker there real quick for TSM. That's the one trade I have on at the moment. Sorry, I had on. The other one, AAPL. Again, no specific catalyst for Apple today, but everybody and their mother's cousin knows what is happening on Monday. And in case you don't know, let me tell you, it's Apple's WWDC, Worldwide Developer Conference, widely anticipated amongst market participants that this will be when they announce major AI kind of revelations, announcements, whatever it's going to be. So we'll have to wait and see what they get. I'm anticipating a sell the news event on Monday, but that may come, that may not come. The other trade I just got into right now, NVAX, one of the small cap gappers that's making moves on the day, baby, 18% in the clear, having done 20 million shares, and this is a very similar trade to, whatchamacallit, TSM, where it's retracing into the 10, so it's going to have to hold up above 2075. That is my line in the sand. We're already 25 pennies out of the money. This has to hold up at the 10 period, or that's going to be the end of the trade. So that's what I'm looking at right now, NVAX. And AAPL, it's been a very, very range-bound trade. I got long at 195s. We knew that 195 was a clear area. What's going on? Go ahead.
I'm just pointing at Nvidia. I'm waiting for it to break the high of day. We're getting close. We made a new high of day. It was 1199.84. 1190. Oh, are we going to do it? Are we going to do it? Nvidia, are you going to get 1200? No, we didn't. I feel like Nvidia is really going to make you wait for it. Like, it might take us a couple more tests before we get that.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to say,
it's
like, hey,
very important.
this NVDA is moving. I've noticed, though, every time we get close, we get ducked back below 1199, so let's watch out for that. AMD, though, falling a little bit here, so I got, okay. We're going to take out half the position. I'm just playing this range, but if it wants to break slower, I'll keep the rest in for there. But yeah, NVIDIA, now trying again for the 1199. I always watch the book on NVDA, and what I'm noticing on the book is we are having higher lows. So initially we got down to 1198s. Now we're getting to 1199s before we bounce, right? So I don't think that's a bad sign at all. I do want to shout out Sharif for his trades as well. I love that Apple range, and that TSM was awesome. So shout out
not too bad.
To you. So NVIDIA, I'd love to shout you out at 1200, but you have to get there first.
That's going to be very exciting. But the other news that's exciting, GameStop is going again, guys. Here we go, 13.75%. Looking to take high days. It's ranging above 30 right now. Definitely has had trouble with 30 on the day. We initially attempted a 30 break at around 10:15. That was the initial break, attempted again at 10:30, and now we're doing a third attempt over here at 6 past the hour. Let's see if GameStop can get going. Not all, but there's a lot of eyes on this name. Let's not fool ourselves with Roaring Kitty coming over the weekend. What's up? Sorry, were you saying something? Oh, my bad. Thanks for letting me know. I didn't know why I was hanging. Shout out to Ram. Always help me out. So yeah, that's the look right now. Let's just flip back to NVAX real quick to see if we're going to get stopped out of that. No, right back in break even. So I'm going to let this one go as we do the lesson. And I'm going to put my beak wetter at 50s. Let's go at 2150. All right.
So you have some super chats, both addressed to you, both I think about the mustache.
Oh, wow. Big Kyle Burdett, $2 super chat. Sharif starting to think you are on the no-fly list. I love it. Hey, you know what, man? It wouldn't be the first time somebody said that, but that's neither here nor there. Diamond Realty of Miami. What's up? Member for 23 months, a person that I know very well, one of the OGs there in the chat. If you shave the stash, they'll let you trade again. Yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe it has nothing to do with my ID. Maybe they just don't want to break it to me because they're afraid for my feelings. So who knows? I'll talk up to the floor manager later. Shout out to the undefeated chat there. Always doing the absolute most in a good way. All right, Raymond, we're ready for the lesson du jour, baby. We're talking about the short squeeze all week. Today, we're going to talk about shorting the afternoon fade. So oftentimes, these bad boys, they get a nice pump up in the pre. Sometimes it continues after the bell. But oftentimes, what we end up seeing is them fade in the afternoon. That's what we're going to chat about today. So this lesson dives into fading the afternoon strength for meme stocks. We'll explore how to potentially capitalize on price pullbacks that sometimes occur after the initial hype of the day. So we all know about the meme roller coaster. If you were around in 2021, you know all about it. If you weren't, you probably heard about it. In any case, meme stocks, often fueled by social media buzz and retail investor excitement, can experience explosive price jumps. However, this excitement doesn't always last. The afternoon fade, so to speak, describes the potential for a price decline later in the trading day as the initial buying pressure subsides. So, how do we tame this afternoon fade, so to speak? So fading the afternoon strength in meme stocks involves shorting the stocks after its morning surge, aiming to profit if the price dips later in the trading day. While inherently risky, no question about that, this strategy can be lucrative if executed correctly. So one of the ways you can execute it is through an RSI reversal short. There are so many different ways you can try to trade these names to fade the afternoon fade the afternoon weakness after the initial strength. Today, we're going to be talking about the RSI reversal short. So here's a strategy for fading the afternoon strength in meme stocks using the relative strength index. First, one obviously is you're going to identify a meme stock. Look for meme stocks experiencing a significant price increase in the pre-market or in the early trading session. So we got GME going up 13%. So we got one. Check. Then monitor the RSI. The RSI, obviously, as some of us know, is a technical indicator that measures how overbought or oversold a stock is. And then step number 3, you're going to wait for the RSI to overshoot. Essentially, you're waiting for your signal. So as the meme stock or the heavily shorted name surges, the RSI typically will rise as well. What you're waiting for here is the RSI to reach the overbought territory, typically above 70. Then the afternoon fade confirmation. This is going to be your entry signal, so to speak. If the price starts to pull back slightly after reaching its intraday high and the RSI remains above 70, this could be a sign of a potential afternoon fade. This is what we call RSI price divergence. Now, it can happen one of two ways. The price can continue to rise and RSI can continue to go down, or RSI can continue to go up and the price can start going down. In either case, you're getting a divergence, and that's really what you should be looking for. RSI price divergence, a lot easier said than done. And then your entry. So your short entry and your stop loss are going to be your two orders you're going to place out. You're going to place a short sell order on the name after the price pullback and RSI confirmation. Then simultaneously, obviously, set a stop loss order above the intraday high to limit potential losses if the price continues to rise. You want to be able to get out. Simple way to explain, much more difficult to execute IRL. And remember, the afternoon fade is by no means a guarantee with these meme stocks or heavily shorted names. They can be highly volatile, and the price might continue to climb despite the RSI being in oversold or overbought territory, excuse me. And you've got to make sure that your quick exit is key. These guys, they don't hang out in the price level for all that long. You need to be cognizant of that, and you need to be able to execute and get out when you need to. And last but not least, risk management is absolutely crucial. Shorting involves significant risk because you're theoretically on the hook for an unlimited amount of losses. Theoretically, I say, as you can lose more than your initial investment. Only allocate a small portion of your capital to these types of trades.
Yeah, oh, thank you.
Yeah, I got you. Got
Sharif. But yeah, no, you definitely want to make sure that you are not putting like the whole mustache into each trade.
Wow.
I was like, oh no. You want to definitely put like only, you know, just a skosh. Make sure that your capital is being arranged accordingly. I don't know why I mentioned mustache there. I just had to ride the meme train. But yeah, I was joking to Sharif. I was like, there needs to be like a mustache, like stable coin or something. I don't know. But yeah, so shout out to the mustache. Also, Nvidia, again, I'd love to shout you out at 1200, but you have to go there first. We did make a higher low here, mind you. So our previous failure at that 1200 level took us down to 1196. This one just took us down to 7740s. So it's like, you know, Nvidia, try to see if you get back up there. Also, if you do, maybe you'll help my AMD trade. I'm gonna have to show this on a minute chart, even though I'm trading it off the 5, because I'm aware the fills on this are just, well, a lot, but I'm really proud of what I did here.
Nice.
Yesterday, I found my trades that worked the best were just when I really hunkered down, got into one name, and then just added in and out with just a wild frenetic energy. And that's what I'm trying to do here. I had the shorts initially, right? So we got involved at that almost 165.90s, took out half out at 70s, then got the rest out at 80s. Then I decided, hey, Adara, I think we're flipping long based on what you're seeing on support and resistance. So I got into the long. I am so proud of myself for not having a panic sell, because I often do. I did not like that we got into 70s. I said, Dara, as long as you stay above 60s, you're fine. We did. So, and the second I was even going to consider maybe having a panic sell moment, AMD was like, no, Dara, it's okay. Bounced right up into my point of entry. And I think when I do these trades too, I have to have my sell orders placed in immediately, because I'm like, this trade is here for a good time and not a long time. We can like get wicked in and then wick right back out. So with that in mind, I don't like, especially on that 1 minute chart, I didn't like that little resistance I'm seeing coming up here around that 166.25. So I'm gonna get out here. Does that mean I am not looking at this again? Oh no, I will continue to look. Also, did Nvidia get 12? No, Nvidia got 1199.93. It's like it knows it's gonna at a milestone. It's like, I'm not gonna give it to you yet. I'm gonna be sneaky. So shout out to NVDA, although again, NVIDIA, I'll be able to shout you out more properly if you get to that level. Also, I've noticed AMD and NVIDIA kind of moving opposite, mostly on like a book or chart basis and less on, you know, the overall pattern. But AMD, every time we get that little move up in NVIDIA, AMD gets a little bit scared, so I need to be aware of that as someone who's in a long. I have no qualms about flipping short. We know me. In fact, I'd probably prefer it. So, okay, we're out of AMD though, so that's awesome. Thank you. I will say cheese as well. I am pleased as punch with that trade. Yeah, I'm still watching NVIDIA here, guys. Do not worry about that. Also, another trade I made before we went live that I did not get to talk about or forgot to talk about is the SPY. I am down in this name, but I'm really proud of how I managed this. Initially got involved, took 2/3 of the position out at, I think I got like 10 pennies for a SPY trade. I'm okay with that. Like I said, with SPY, I'm usually scalpy. Then I added in because I thought I'd have another opportunity to get to the lows. The second we broke above 531, I left and you know, again, managed it pretty appropriately. Obviously happy I got it where I did, because then we had that high of day break. But I think it's about A, having the confidence to get into trades you like, and B, being able to using that confidence to stay in your trades, then C, being able to manage accordingly. That's the ABCs of trading that I'm trying to work on there. Also, I want to, something Sean said yesterday that really resonated with me is he's like, you know, like I know you guys say confidence, but really it's just about having confidence in yourself. I agree with that, but I also think sometimes it's like, you know, Sean's confidence inspires me. If you have that, you know, that's the kind of confidence you want in a trader, so I want to shout that out. Also, again, NVIDIA, I'll shout you out once you get your 1200. That's a threat. How are you doing?
Yeah, you threatened that stock, Adara. No, seriously though. All right, I'm taking a little bit out of Apple here because, well, it's range bound, so I might as well play the range. So we took out some there in the mid 60s. NVAX is going as planned here. The dip onto the 10 period holds, and now we're nicely in the money there. Took some out at 69s, and now I'm waiting at 88s to see if I can get that fill. I was about to short Amazon, okay? Until I saw the market is absolutely flying and we could see 19,000 today. And the reason I wanted to short Zon, look at this top over here. I mean, this goes to the institutional prints top out there, the IB high tops out there. We get the wick shimmy from the south side all morning through there. So it's like, okay, Amazon's coming into that 180.50. I'm going to go short. And then I just looked away for a second. When I came back, it was at 180.75. So I was like, good. Hell of a double bottom there off that 179-ish and change. High 178, so to speak. It's really going now. And so is the dead one, as Apple is really pumping up here into 195.75. It's still in that range. You guys can short this here. The only thing is that I would be concerned with is it's, you know, putting in incrementally higher lows. So even though the trend, or sorry, the range is still intact, we haven't broken above or below the range. As you can see, each successive low a little bit higher than the other one, that usually spells a breakout of some sort. So we'll see exactly how it all ends up unfolding there. NVAX, I'm still waiting at 88. I still haven't gotten that, so I'm going to pack my patience on that one. It was just basically the other Apple trade. I loaded this up, Amazon, to short it, and then thank God I didn't. So I want to come back into Taiwan Semi, because I think I want to get back into Taiwan Semi here if it is still valid. Let's have a look at TSM on the 5 to figure out what's what. Okay, so a 10-period hold initially over here, 10:05. We get another 10-period hold. This one, it lasts for 15 minutes from 10:45 to 10:55. And then we haven't touched the 10-period since that time. I don't know how many 10-period holds we get before we get a 20-period retracement, because that's what I'm waiting for. So I think the next trade I may take on TSM will be a deeper retracement, possibly into the 20. The 20 at the moment hanging out a skosh above 161.50, maybe 161 and 2/3 in and around that area. But I like TSM today. It's looking awfully good. No beef with TSM. So let's leave that side chart over there. NVAX, let's go NVAX, baby. Let's go into 88s, printing 75s now on NVAX, long 25s for a 10-period retracement. NVAX, a monster, heavily shorted name too, guys. So we're talking about the short squeeze all week. So it's very apropos that we mentioned the short float on NVAX. This was a pandemic darling. It had an alternative vaccine, and we all know what some of these vaccine names did. 32.58% of the float is shorted, RAM, and that's, I would submit to RAM that that's a quite substantial short float there. About 139 million shares of the shares float. I can get that. I can get it. Just give me a second. So that is the look there. All right, Apple. Apple is coming into 196, and I've got an order hanging out at 95s. We're 3 pennies getting away from getting filled. We're long 195.02. Reason is we were long at 195 is because Apple had a resistance level of 195 for the last 3 days. So once we claim it on a closing basis, look to use it as support. That's the philosophy I was using for this trade. Let's see if it prints.
Yeah, I'm taking trades, and there's one that you might see in my blotter that I'm going to talk about. But basically, actually, Kate, this is a transition. I'm an NVDL because I'm looking at this NVDA. I think we're going to get a breakout. We're getting higher lows. I think if we get this breakout, you know, Neil said something earlier that really resonated with me, and it's like, you don't want to miss those breakouts. You know what I mean? Those are the type of trades you'd regret more if you didn't take it than if you, I'm paraphrasing a lot. He said it way better than I did. But basically, I like this long. If we break below, if we make like a kind of a lower low here, if we break below into this 25s area, I'll have to get out. So I'm risking like 18, 19 pennies. But honestly, you know, as Wayne Gretzky said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Oh. So that's what I want to do. You know, Nvidia, I would love this even more if you just went higher, but I don't know if we're going to get that. Like I said, 1197, like 40s, to me was that bottom earlier, so we're going to have to watch this. But I do have confidence in this trade. And so I think I do owe it to myself to try to take this. You know, Nvidia, if you don't bounce here, though, things are getting a little bit dicey because I do think Nvidia has definitely the opportunity for that breakout. It just needs to be able to make that happen. Also talk about HPE because I am in that as well. And you might be like, well, huh? It's an earnings. Oh, I'm so proud of it. It's an earnings name here, and I wanted these lower highs here, but also we have something else to talk about.
All right, guys, we are brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under symbol AAIRF, and in Canada under the symbol Wi-Fi, WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Airs Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Airstech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today on the OTC as AAIRF and on the Canadian Stock Exchange as WIFI. Shout out to the good folks there at American Airs. Adara, sorry to interrupt you. You can go back.
Yeah, no worries. I don't have much more to say here.
Yeah.
I'm an HPE. We are a couple pennies away from getting filled in the first part of my position. I am pleased as punch. But I mean, I'll probably have more to say once I'm actually more has happened there. But I like a flat bottom break in HPE.
Flat bottom break?
Oh, but
okay, well, apparently we have to talk when we hit this animation because it disappointed.
But look at this.
Go ahead.
To me, that's a flat bottom break.
Well, yeah, it's
Right?
a fantastic look. I just want to hit the animation.
I appreciate that. How are you doing?
Good. We just got prints on Apple at the high end of the range again as it knocks on the door of 196. The dead one ain't dead today, baby, and it hasn't been dead the last few days. Big news coming for this one on Monday. I still anticipate a sell the news event. In fact, I anticipate it so much I will be adding to my position on a dip to Apple. I haven't added since the 160s, and I'll be looking to add again on Monday. Hopefully, we do get that sell the news type event. Nothing is guaranteed, obviously, but that is the look. All right, so it's printing on Apple right now as it knocks on the door of 196. We're long 195.02. Let's go back into NVAX. This one giving me some trouble here. Now it's kind of like taking its breath, catching a drink, doing what it needs to do, and I don't like that because I want to print. So we're waiting at 88s. We're getting 78s. Here comes 80s. So now it heard me complain, and it may be reacting to it here. As Neil says, give me, always gets. So, well, yeah, we'll see about that. Here comes 82s, 83s showing up, 84s now. We're waiting at 88s. We'll see if we get that print. 22, almost 23% in the clear today. And I didn't even see, oh, here it is. Okay. This is the headline, in case you care. Not really that we care too much for technical traders. Novak shares jumped 21% after vaccine maker says COVID shots for whatever JN1 variant neutralizes newer strains. Oh, that's pretty cool. Not like I'll be taking it, but whatever. Anyway, printed at 88s. Let's see if we can continue to go into HOD on the day. HOD over here at 22.25, Adara. So still some time here before we get into the high day. Let's see if it's able to make it. Let's put another beak wetter on the other side. Well, I'll put it at 98s because, we might get resistance here. And then I'll put one beak wetter at 98s. And then we'll put one at 15 on the north side of 22. Let's see if they print there. Let me bring in the side charts here for you guys because we didn't really discuss the small cap gappers du jour that I've got on here. And I got to tell you, it's a light bunch today. I know we got NVVE, but it's now below the WAP. And to me, it's kind of not tradable as a breakout trade here. You can still range trade it or look to do something else. Right now, we're getting support at 115 on NVE. This is the pre-market high right there at 115. So there could be a level of support on NVVE at this level here. And you're already getting 3 5-minute candles that have so far defended that level. Let me give you the deets on this name. 7.33 million market cap, absolutely minuscule. 87.5 million shares traded today, and the float, a monster, it's a joke, 4.6 million share float. What is the short float over here? NVVE, shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. Negligible, about 2 2.2% of the float is shorted there. So I want to see, number one, does this hold up at that $1.15? If it does, fantastic. Can it get back above the WAP at $1.33? That's the only way I'll trade this one north of there.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I did have to exit NVDL. So we had an NVDL on NVDL, but I'm proud of myself for this because initially when I still had so much confidence, when I saw that first bounce off 67.25s, which as I mentioned, that was gonna be my stop, I added a little bit because I was like, you know what, Adara, you really feel confident in this breakout. You watched Nvidia nuzzle her little head up like a cat, nuzzling for its owner to get a little head rub, heading into that 1200. So I said, Adara, add to your NVDL. And then NVD fell. So that was unfortunate, but it's all good. This is my worst name of the day, but I still, again, happy with the management and really happy I had the confidence to take the trade because confidence matters so much. So shout out to Nvidia. I know I said I was going to withhold the shout out until it broke above 1200, but at this point, we're now below 1196. So shout out. I have to give it a shout out sometime. But Nvidia, you know, if you want to go further, there's so many people counting on you. You have to bounce up. I made it sound like it was like an intervention. Nvidia, if you bounce off 1195, you can see your dreams come true. Look at this. Look at this pre-market level. Not pre-market. Wow. Look at this level at 10 a.m. that we pushed up into this 1195. Look where we bounced. That's right, 1195. This 1195 could be a key level, and I like it so much I might take it again on NVDL. Also, I'm so proud of this HPE. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and lie. I did take out part of the position. I was going to add up here, but I said to Dara, like, you don't want to just add for the sake of adding. If we get back into 75s, that's where I would add, I think. And if we break above this area that we had earlier, this 82s, that's where things are getting really dicey. If we break above 85s, I'm out. So that's the plan here with HPE. That being said, I'd love to take profits. Like, if you just want to flat bottom break HPE, I'll take everything I can get here. I'll take a little bit more out at 67s if we get it, because I think we're edging towards that. Then I'll still have 20% of the position. At that case, you know, like I said, I'm looking to add as well. Nvidia is not bouncing here, so I'm not going to get involved here. IBIT breaking out with BTC, though, says Manuel Palma. So let's take a look and see if how this IBIT is going. Oh, it's a nice look. Sorry for the pause there. I was just waiting for the chart to pull up. I like these higher highs, higher lows. I like that we pushed above that little pre-market resistance area around 40.65 or 40.63, weirdly. I like this look. Also, I want to bring everyone's attention to the miners. I mentioned this a couple times on the big desk. Riot and Mara, both a little bit weaker here on the day initially. Riot, though, getting targeted by this Kerrisdale short sell. And they basically said, oh, the miners are snake oil salesmen. But Riot right now, if we break above VWAP, I think that could get spicy. This is not one that I have my eyes on. I already have my hands in too many trading pies right now, so I'm going to focus on my NVDL, my AMD, which AMD, if you want to bounce here, I will get involved, and my HPE. So good times, good trades. Hope everyone's having a good morning.
Yeah, that HPE, I gotta shout you out on that because I actually put that up on the side chart in the morning as one hell of a short. It's been doing the absolute most respectful 10-period retracement dance in the history of 10-period retracement dances. If that wasn't hyperbole, I don't know what is. But this is the look here. As you can see, the green solid line is that 10-period moving average, and it's been doing that kind of magnetic effect that the Knob always talks about. Great look there for the HPE short. I'm still waiting on 88s, or sorry, not 88s, on NVAX. I'm waiting at 22s. We printed as high, I believe, as mid-95s. I'll just pack my patience on this one. But it's the Apple trade that I literally have top wick at the moment over here at 196.15. Let's see if Apple can continue to run. I took this as a range trade, but as you can see, that range ain't in effect anymore. That range was 195.80-ish to the high side, and now we're talking about 196.20. I'm long 195.02. Let's see exactly if we can keep moving up here on the dead one. I'm going to remove this TSM dip trade that I had. It's no longer valid, but I do want a dip trade on TSM. Let me just tell you real quick here exactly where I want it. I'm looking for a 20-period retracement on TSM. So I'm going to wait at 161.88. The reason I put it there is it's a little bit higher than the 20 period, but I anticipate the 20 period is going to move up a little bit, right? The 20 period is a dynamic line. It's not stagnant. As the price remains high, the 20 period will move up. So I'm anticipating that the 20 period will be around that high 80s area by the time the price makes it down. That's why I'm front running the size at 75 on Taiwan Semi. So let's see if we get that. There isn't much else here, but I see you guys talking about ASNS. I'm not going to trade these halting names because they're hard to manage risk on, but as you can see, ASNS really started pumping up at 4 a.m. It really started moving yesterday at 4:30, right? It had been doing nothing. This thing was 47 pennies, 50 pennies prior to 4:30 in the afternoon yesterday. Then we end up closing at 8 p.m. at the end. I didn't watch this on Blue Ocean after, but the last print in the aftermarket there seems to be about 1 1/3. Then this morning at 4 a.m., we open up at 160, and by the time 425 came around, we had gotten a lot higher than where we are now, 6 1/3 topping till candle. Then the bell rings, and this thing does absolutely nothing. In fact, it sells off. Now it's back above VWAP, but look how many times this monster's halted. Let me show you. I can't even count this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thank you, Neil. 17. 17 halts on ASNS. Needless to say, I don't want any of this smoke, but it is up 761%, so it behooves me to tell you a little bit about it. And the fact of the matter is, it's got a market cap of $13.5 million. Surprisingly enough, it's been able to eke out about 46.6 million shares on the day, despite being halted this many times. The float is 3.123 million shares. And let's bring down trade ideas here to see what the short float, if anything, is. There it is. 1.49, so 1.5% of that float is shorted, so not anything worth really mentioning. It's halted down now at 405. But as you can see, even the halts are respecting the 10 period. I mean, the halt and the 10 period are kind of, they're separate. I mean, they don't have to be contradictory. So this is absolutely holding the 10 period, even though it keeps halting to the upside. Even on the down halts, it's holding the 10 period. On the 1 anyway. Let's see what it's doing on the 5. Yeah, it's really extended away from the 10 period on the 5. So if you're going to trade this off the moving average, I would say you'd have to be looking at the 1. I'm not going to trade this either way, sim or not. That's not my style. And so we'll see what this one does. TSM, all right, didn't even come close into my dip trade at the 20, so we may not be getting refilled on that. I also wanted to mention that CrowdStrike is on my my side chart today. I realize it's not a small cap gapper, but I want to see what this one does. It's topping out here at the 50 period on the 5 at around 329. We have several topping tail candles starting from 5 after the hour and continuing to currently. That isn't able to break above the 50 period on the 5, and we actually got into that level around 10:30. Weren't able to break it either. So CrowdStrike, one hell of a report, one hell of a day yesterday and today, but down since the bell. Adair.
Yeah, that TSM, I want to show it again, Sherry's TSM trade from earlier because that was awesome. I saw that on the side chart and I was like, ooh. So shout out to you. And Nvidia, again, Nvidia would love to shout you out. You need to get to 1,200. I know I'm speaking to it like I'm a disappointed parent, but I am. Now we're not even, like we're having lower highs too. Now the highest we get on Nvidia is 11.99. So I'm just being cognizant of that. I did take out part of my position at 11.99, the equivalent of 11.99, which for me is roughly just above 67.40s on NVDL. I will keep adding back in if we keep bouncing off 27. That'd be bad. 67.20 on NVDL. I will stay in this position. I do think I'm going to have to change my plan of action here. And by way that I mean, I do not love this topping tail candle we got at the equivalent of 11.99 on NVDA. I know we really want Nvidia to break 1,200, but I think it's going to make us work for it a little bit more than maybe initially anticipated. But you know what's I'm actually really happy is not making me work too hard for it is this HPE.
Oh.
HPE, I have like so few shares. I have a scintilla of shares left. I'm not getting rid of them yet. I don't know, why not? I'm pleased as punch with this. Probably should have had a larger position here, but the initial plan was to add if we got into 83s. HPE just never got that high, so it's all good. You know, I'd rather, if it's gonna go in my direction, I can't sit here and complain about it, you know what I mean? Like,
Did you say initial pun or initial plan? I heard pun. I heard pun.
You know I have puns of action as well, let's be very clear. But yeah, to me, this HPE continuing to be really spicy. These topping tail candles, I'm like, HPE, if you want to break down even further, if you get back to 70s, heck, I might add a couple shares, but I am really pleased as punch with what we're doing. Also, I did get some of that NVDL out here, so I'm happy to say that is a small NVDW. And like Nvidia, if you want to break above, you know Nvidia how I feel about you. If you want to break above that 11.99, I will stay in your sister stock NVDL. If not, I'll probably still stay. I have no reason to leave, but I will be a little bit grumpier about it. So there we go, Nvidia. I have laid down the line. It's up to you now. Also, if we keep bouncing off 35s or 30s, I will add to NVDL. I am proud of what I've done with NVDL and AMD, what I tried to do in HPE. And when I say tried, it's just because it didn't give me enough levels. But just continuing to like wait at a level like a little hawk and be like or like a cat batting at like the post with these shares. That's what I'm trying to do. Things get to a level, I get out. They get to a level, I add a little bit more in. You know what I mean? I'm really trying to get better at scalping and ranging. Proud of the work we did so far today. Let's hopefully keep it coming. Yes, I am talking to you, Nvidia. Also, HPE like popped up here, so I'm gonna have to monitor that. Again, really small position left in this one. How are you
tell
doing?
that stock.
I will.
All right, I want to read what a couple of people wrote in the chat over here. Big Kyle says, SPY starting to gather a short position. I said, what are you seeing, Kyle? He's like, an almost 1% up move from yesterday's afternoon takeoff and coming into all-time high areas on daily. Absolutely accurate. We know that 19,000 definitely will be a line in the sand. Then D. Westermeyer, shout out my man. Nvidia has not reached, and then he corrected himself, I believe, and said oversold. Nvidia has not reached, I lost it. Oversold Williams percent on the daily since October of 2023. That's, I don't know, moose-ish? Bullish, if I've ever seen it. All right. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, baby. And Tisha wants us to look at NVVE. Wow, Apple. Apple is really going here, guys. Apple is by far at high a day, 196.55. It's up over 1% right now. I just got printed at the $0.50. Apple is really, really going here. What a move up by Apple. And it broke the IB high. Look at that huge topping tail candle that we got initially, I think right at 9:30, 9:32 exactly. We topped out there at 196, low 40s. We're about to hit 60s right now on the dead one. It ain't dead, baby. It's coming into resistance level 2 on pivots. I'm going to be looking for resistance around here. So we'll see exactly whether the pivots feature today in Apple's price action, pardon me, or not. It's the strongest of the bunch right now, chart-wise, not percentage-wise, just chart-wise. It's very aggressive at the moment. So keeping an eye on the dead one right now, AAPL. But we're going to look at NVVE for Tisha Perkins. 1 sec, let me just load up that bad boy, NVVE. Nuve Holdings. All right, so this is the daily. You guys get the idea what kind of daily chart this is. I needn't comment on it. The 5-minute. Good look here, Tisha. It looks like we really started moving in the pre, so we have an identifiable pre-market high. I like this area, Tisha. I'm a little too late, though. I definitely would have been interested in that 115 bounce, $1.15, owing to that double top that we had at 835 and 840 on the 5. It holds up there. We break it right after the bell at 9:40, and then lo and behold, we come right back into that 115, 114 area, and we get a hold. Surprised? Not me. But look for resistance at the WAP right here as it jumped up from that 115 right into 1 1/3 at VWAP. That could be a resistance level. So look for a break here or be a little bit suspicious or play the range if it gives you the range, Tisha. If that 114, 115 holds up again, you could look to get short at VWAP, cover there at 115, 114, go long again if it presents you that. I'm not saying it will. I'm just saying, you know, you could look to take these small cap gappers long or short below VWAP as long as it's not a breakout trade, in my humble estimation. So we'll continue to watch that. All right, we're going to put some beak wetters on the dead one here. Let's see, let's put it at 74s. It already made it up to 74s, but we're just going to put it there for you know what and giggles. NVAX becoming awfully consolidative at this level, so we're long at the $0.25. The best it could do after I got in was move into that 22 area, but since that time it's been awfully consolidative with a bit of a range here, about 2140 to the south side and about 2180 to the north side. We'll have to see if it can break out of that range. It was awfully trendy this morning, but as is the case a lot of the times, the midday is that day for the range and for that consolidation to start. So if that ends up being the case here, I'm not going to let any part of this go against me.
Yeah, midday is the day for the range. My favorite words that have ever been said. That NVAX actually is a pretty spicy looking range. I'm gonna have to put that on my side chart. But NVDL is also on my side chart. NVDA, we have Jarhead Trader bringing up NVIDIA in the chat. Don't worry, guys. I have been watching this one. I have not been able to take my eyes off of this one. In fact, I liked it so much, I did get involved in its little sister, NVDL, which initially we did take a bit of an NVDL on my first trade on this, and that was simply because my entry point was really rough, and we just didn't have enough tests of that 1200 yet. Now we've tested it so many times on like a Dara, you feel confident, you feel good. Basically, as we go up, I'm adding to this position and scalping it out. It's like wax on, wax off. You know, we're trying to be not Mr. Miyagi over here. Maybe I'm you know, Ralph Macchio. I don't know. But hopefully we get this Nvidia. What did I say it like that? Coming up here, high of day right now, 1199.93. Right now we got to that 1199.80s, then sold back off. I need this NVIDIA to get a little bit of hustle in it. And the only reason I'm keeping this chart up so much is because, you know, I know everyone's looking at this, so I did want to keep that up, bring that up there. And yes, NVDL, I'm talking to you. Please move. Thank you. Also, HPE, I got out of this trade. I want to talk about why. I'm really proud of myself for not panic selling when we had that random wick into 80s. I said, Adara, wait, add. I noticed that I just wasn't feeling comfortable in the trade anymore, so I scalped out around 70s, did not take anything out of the money. So I'm really proud of myself for how I did that. I waited, but I still did not level these crazy wicks. I said, Adara, you've had your fun. You can get back in. If we keep rejecting 70s, I might start a small position again in 70s, but I just wanted to have a little bit more peace of mind, especially because you have no peace of mind in NVDA. You just don't. So I was like, if I'm going to be involved in NVIDIA and then also have this nonsense with HPE, just focus on one type of nonsense and not two. Although HPE, I will be coming for you again. Don't worry, you're still on my side chart. What else are we looking at here, guys? I want to see what everyone else. NVIDIA bounce again, says Sean James. Oh yeah, don't worry. We will be giving you that NVIDIA breakout because we will be having it. Yes, NVIDIA, you will. So there we go. If anyone's looking at anything else, definitely let me know. I want to be able to see what everyone's looking at here. And I think we might get that 1200. So I think we're going to hopefully stay here for a little bit because we're getting 1199.90s on the sell side over here on NVDA. Okay, I think we might be getting this breakout on the midday show. Woo! I think we might be having it.
Do it. Do it.
Sorry, we're just keeping this chart up, guys, but it's like we want to be able to get this on camera. Do you know what I mean? Do you have any words for NVIDIA before it becomes 1200?
Hurry up.
Yeah, that's fair. I was like, will you give me like a nice little toast? And Sharif's like, no, I'm done with this nonsense of Adara just staring at this like a little tiny hawk. I love this. Sharif is NVIDIA.
No, I'm not.
So there we go. Oh my gosh, I think we're gonna maybe get it. Okay, I don't know. It's hard because I don't want to take us off the start, but I don't know if we're gonna be able to get this breakout right here, right now. How's NVIDIA? You have NVIDIA on your site.
Yeah. I'm just watching
everyone's
it.
looking at it.
I know, right? Yeah, NVIDIA's doing things. Let me know when it breaks, but I'm gonna check out this for a new view, I believe it was. All right. Oh, no way. Okay, that's pretty cool. It wasn't Anuview, it was somebody else. Bala. Anuview was talking to me about an old Egyptian actor who apparently I resemble. But Bala Perumal. Sorry if I butchered your name. I do apologize. Kraken. I'm going to look at one of the tickers you posted there. So CRKN. Crown, what is it? Crown Electronics or whatever, with a K, which makes me think it's definitely European. Is it? I'll look after. But CRKN, we had a couple of good days here, to be honest with you. I don't know too much about this company, but yeah, you can see on the 16th of May, we had one hell of a day. We got into 52 pennies. That continued in the pre on the 17th. We got even higher in the 60 pennies. But as you can see, what it's been doing since that time, lower highs with that flat bottom that's hanging out there at 8 pennies or 9 pennies. Interesting. Somebody's buying this at 8 or 9 pennies. Let's go to the the 5-minute. I gotta tell you, it looks like a dalliance with the 50 on the 50 period exponential on the 5-minute chart. Every time it comes into that 50, it is rejecting. Even the IB high rejected off the 50. It's at the 50 right now. Can it take it? That is a good question. So, you know, I don't really have a read on this today. It didn't do a whole lot yesterday, as you can see. It was awfully consolidative. Really started moving there in the aftermarket for whatever reason. Prior to that, it had a bit of a double top at 13 pennies. Yeah, this one's going to have to get above the 50 and close above the 50 for me to be interested as a long. Otherwise, I'd be looking short off the 50. I just want to mention that. And then, guys, this is why I say, you know, follow the trend. I saw you guys yelling short Apple in the chat, and like, you know, it doesn't please me to be like, oh, I was right, you were wrong. But this is a trend trade. Why do you want to stand in front of this thing? Wait till it actually shows you that it's being weak. rather than just being like, hey, I think it's going to stop here. Let me short it. What? All right, anyway, 196.90 HOD. Let it show you weakness before you short. That's what I'm trying to say there. I'd be looking at what it does at the 197 level. That whole dollar level could meet resistance, but I need proof. I need proof that it's going to hold up there. I'm not just going to put an order there willy-nilly. NVAX, I put my stop like 2 pennies below my entry, so I'm not going to lose anything on this one if it tanks. But yeah, it's really, I'm running out of patience with this one because it's becoming awfully consolidative, and usually that isn't good for these trending names, especially heavily shorted names. So I will be looking to get out of that pretty soon if it breaks.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm just staring at Nvidia still. I'm going to be really honest. I'd love to say I did anything in that time other than stare at Nvidia. No, but I did get a fill in NVDL, so I'm pleased as punch about that. Got near that high of day. High of day was 67.58, so I said to Derek, try to get out near high of day with part of your position. 67.52 is what I went with initially. I wanted 55s, realized I wasn't going to get that. But I am saving a piece for the dream, and I don't even have to tell you what that dream is. It's Nvidia 1200. So we'll have to see if that dream becomes a reality. What are people looking at? Also, you know what I like, but I'm not going to get involved in because I'm totally focused on nurturing my Nvidia and letting it grow. Look at this meta range. Sharif, this is nuts. Look at this range.
Oh, wow.
But to me, I actually think it might be a short, and I say that because we do have lower highs.
Absolutely.
And if we stable, okay. Actually,
and the flip of resistance to support.
Right?
Look at that. I know, the earlier price action right there.
That's true too.
Yeah.
I saw this one because,
They
they had that little pop in.
It's like a stare.
You're right.
It's like stepping on it.
I'm going to set an order here. Because Meta is a little spready, but the spread is like less than 20 pennies, which for Meta is actually not disgusting. I'm going to go 75. It's going to be a really small position. If we break above that 87s decisively, that's where I'm going to have to be out. But I do like this look. I think I might be a little bit too frugal with this. You know what, where's this low? We're going to do 50s.
No, not two frugal people on the table. There's already one over here. Let's not make two.
I'm sorry. But yeah, this, happy I wasn't frugal with this NVDL though, because I just kept adding as we kept coiling like a little snake towards that 1200 level in NVDA. Again, we don't have that 1200 break, but I cannot wait until we see it. Yeah, Carrie Weaver says that her eyes are also glued to NVIDIA and she's waiting on her 12. So shout out to you, Carrie. I'm happy I'm not the only NVIDIA addict over here in this NVDA. Let's take a look at GME and see how this is going. Yeah, this GME, I liked this range earlier. I literally sat down and said to Sharif, look at this little consolidation we have in GME. I'm obsessed. And Sharif's like, oh, GameStop, gimme. And I was like, I don't know. But then we made this higher high here into 3050s. We made a higher low at 2960. I think there is something on GME, but it's nothing I'm able to play right now, but we're always keeping an eye on GME. NVIDIA quadruple top says bigly down under. I think because of the higher lows, and I think also because I've been watching the book, I notice sometimes watching the book gives you like a better sense of some of the sentiment sometimes, because you can see lower highs and higher lows in the book as well. The book, we have not really decisively gotten below that 11.99 for quite some time. So in my opinion, I know it looks kind of triple toppy, but we do have slightly higher lows. I think we are really consolidating for this breakout. That's what I think, and I know I'm biased because I am an NVDL, but we also know that I panic sell like crazy, so if I didn't feel like we had a breakout here, I definitely would have left a little while ago. I think there is something in the water in NVDA, and that's something, but as I say that, we drop a little bit below that 11.99 on the buy side, so we're gonna have to wait and see what we see. But that GME is still pretty spicy. I'm mostly just focusing on my NVDL, and if we bounce off 35s, I'll probably add to this. How are you doing?
Good, good. I took out some out of NVAX for exactly the reason I just articulated. It's becoming awfully consolidative, and that usually is not a good look for these names. So I'm like, all right, you're 25 pennies in the money, take out some here, de-risk, and if it ends up going your way, fab. If it doesn't, at least you've taken the right precautions. Apple now coming down, so shout out to you guys. I hope you guys waited for that confirmation. 196.50, nice move off that general 197 area. It didn't make it to 197, that's for sure. 196.90, and we wet our beak there in the mid 80s. Where did I get that? Oh, let me just double check real quick. Yeah, all right, we got it in the mid 80s. Good move there. Now, I wanted to mention the weak one on the day, because this one is really kind of getting my attention. Google is awfully weak here, and I'm not really sure what is going on, but we had a whole bunch of topping tail candles into that 176.50. There was definitely a seller in and around that area. Have we been at this area before? And if we did, what did we do? Let's go to the 15. see what's up with this area over here. So this general, yeah, this high 176 area has been a bit of a local top. We topped out there on the 28th. We topped there again at the 29th. So interesting. So we're finding resistance there again today. Google is at low of day as I speak right now. Wowzers, okay. And I looked to see what was going on, if there was anything afoot with goggles, and there really isn't. I saw a couple of earlier headlines. Where is this? Bing gains desktop share. Oh, okay, that's not good. Was this new? Or did you see anything about Bing gaining desktop share?
I did not see that.
Search share? Okay. Bing gains desktop share, but Google reigns supreme as AI search grows, reports the Bank of America. That one came on my blotter at 11:30. I'm looking to see if it came in earlier and I just was unaware of it, and I don't see it here. Because something's afoot here with Google, as you know, the whole market's trending up, and Goggles decided that, I don't really want to go up. It's time to go down today. A couple of bottoming tail candles here at the 174.50. Google's up 0.5%. I don't mean to disrespect it, but definitely the chart pattern here making me feel a little bit differently. Let's see if these bottoming tail candles at 174.50 are indicative of anything, as the buying may start coming in and around here. The closing print on Google yesterday, 173, high 70s, low 80s, can't really tell. But yeah, that's a good look there. All right, Apple coming into the 10 period here on the 5. I'm not going to add to this position. This would be an interesting add at this level to see if it holds up at this 10 period at 196 and a fifth, 196 and a quarter. But I'd rather not. I'm just going to see what it does around here. And if it starts curling back again, maybe we can make a decision at that time. Yep, so I got stopped out of NVAX for the remaining amount there. So my suspicions were correct that this one was curling back down. Still positive on it. Didn't lose anything actually on that last move down because it was a break-even trade. But yeah, that's it. We don't get, the nice big move that I wanted on NVAX, but ends up being positive there. Let's see what else is afoot. Oh, NVVE just started moving. So shout out to Tisha Perkins. Yeah, she just basically, I looked at the chat as I looked at NVV, and Tisha was already messaging. I had the feeling, all right, NVV halted to the upside, guys. $1.43,143, 100 million shares. Let me give you the tap. NVVE. The tap is 148, so 5 pennies above where we closed. I'll just remind you super quick here about NVV and the deets. It is an $8.9 million market cap, almost 9 million. That's with the latest pump, 100 million shares, as I said. And the float is 4.6 million shares. So definitely on the smaller side. Keep your eye on this one. It's back above the WAP. And if it's back above the WAP, then keep your eye on a breakout trade. Tisha, I hope you took that, because that 115 area.
Missed it.
Tisha. Yeah, that 115 area was money, but neither I or her were there, because when we looked at it, it was like already at $1.26, which is still 20 pennies from where we are right now. But anyway, shout out to you, Tisha. I hope you print on whatever you're trading there.
Yeah, I mean, I have got to say, speaking of missing movements, this Meta, I had my order ready too, and it's like I deleted the order because I didn't like, we had a little bit of a bottoming tail candle on the future and also on Meta, so that's why I canceled the order. But this 46.50, this would have been perfect. I just didn't get filled. I must have been like a penny away, because I saw we did have that candle nudge into it and we just missed it. So that's all good. Maybe this frugality got to me, but that's okay. Nvidia, we still have the Nvidia and the NVDL pushing higher. I have a dip buy set for high 30s if we just wick back in there and bounce back up. So that's what's happening with Nvidia. Really proud of myself for sticking with this trade. I don't have any reason to leave yet. We're still having bottoming tail candles, so trying to stay confident. Also with Google, Wandering Cat mentioned this in the chat, and this is also on the watch list, which I forgot about, but Google did have another lawsuit situation. There's like kind of an anti-competition type thing happening in London right now. The CAT in London. Yeah. Not dismissing the suit, saying that the suit still has to go forward. It's like 13 billion pounds or something. It's not a small suit. Oh. But yeah, so pretty dicey there. Looks like that Meta short would have worked out, but I'm just gonna have to wait for another point of entry. I'm okay with that. I'm not gonna go chasing waterfalls. We don't wanna do that. We don't want any scrubs. Also, GME, or not GME, HPE, sorry for the clickbait there. I'll go to GME in a second now because I feel badly. But HPE, if we keep ranging, I'll go back on this short. But to me, it looks like it formed a little base at 67s. And instead of pushing lower, we actually are trying to break up here. So I'll keep an eye on HPE. It's still on the side chart. Proud of what I did with the short. But now because I accidentally mentioned GME, I do feel obligated to bring up GME. These topping tail, I'm not even joking, I do. These topping tail candles are something else. It's not head and shoulders, but we're kind of getting a bit of a linebacker pattern here. We get to that 30, look at that big old juicy shoulder. Then we get a bit of a head coming at 30.50s. Maybe we'll get another shoulder. I might actually try to secure some shorts on GME. Proud of myself, I've only traded 4 names so far today, really just trying to hone in on patterns I really like. That HPE is staying on the side chart, but I don't have any plays right now. Tesla doing something deeply fascinating, but not something I feel comfortable trading right now, especially with that monster Nvidia on watch for me. But this Tesla, look at we're getting to that pre-market level, and we're topping and turning. I think we have a breakout here. I really do, but we're also at a little bit of pre-market resistance. I'm going to keep an eye on Tesla, but right now, the only stock that I have any skin in the game on is going to be the monster, as Sharif sometimes calls it.
The monster.
And that is N, that is V, that is D, and that is A. Thank you, Crypto G. I would say I have a pretty vast music library. I like to listen to a lot of different stuff. So yeah, a lot of different genres, and I will always shout out whatever songs I feel like shouting out, because that's what, we like to do here.
And the thing is, she downloads songs, so she's not forced to listen to music 24 hours a day.
I own them. Yeah, I buy them on iTunes.
Yeah, so you don't have a Spotify. You actually own the individual songs,
I have
correct?
free Spotify, but I rarely use it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
gotcha.
So that's the look on that.
All right, Chase Bands, $2 super chat, took small positions upwards in Palantir. Thoughts? I will look at that in a second, Chase Bands, but I did promise somebody that I would look at Nadir at AVGO. So Broadcom, widely looked at by analysts as an alternative Nvidia play. Whether that manifests or not, you're gonna have to wait and see. But AVGO, Broadcom having one hell of a day, 5% almost in the clear, 4.92, $1,400 resistance. At the moment, 1,466 HOD. It's been a love affair with the 10 period on the 5. It has not broken the 10 period from the opening bell onwards, okay? So are we due for a 20 period retracement or even deeper one? Possibly, but do you have to get one? No, you don't have to get one. Meta just broke, by the way, in case you're interested, because you were looking at that level. Anyway, so AVGO, great look here. Let's go into the daily and figure out, are these all-time highs? The answer to that is no. So ATH came in, I believe, on this day here, May 16th, when we got into that almost 14.5, $1,445. That's a good look there. Then we come back in. We generally hold that 50 period, but it's been quite consolidative here for AVGO, essentially since March 1st onwards. A little bit above 1,400 and then into 1,200. Definite 1,200 support on AVGO subsequent to March onwards, okay? So that's a good look there. With respect to the intraday trade, my trade would be, I don't want to overcomplicate it, I'd be looking to get in at the 10. I'd look to get in half the position at the 10 because we are extended. We haven't had a deeper retracement below the 10 all day. So my move would be get in half at the 10 and then put in half at the 20. And then, if the 10 runs, you only run with half the position. But I am I want to see some sort of retracement into the 20 here. 1385 on AVGO. That's where I'd be looking to get the other half. The initial half would be at around 1392 or so, and then about 1385. All right, let's go to that super chat. Palantir. Let's have a look at PLTR. Yeah, Apple's at 196, by the way. So this is that's a big move down from 196.60. That's a dollar move down right now on AAPL. So shout out to the shorts there. I hope you guys waited for confirmation. PLTR, good look today on Palantir, man. Another dalliance with the 10. I mean, it goes red to green. So initial spike at 945, the IB high takes us to 22 1/3. We go red and then we go green again. Beautiful hold with that low at 22 1/4. Great hold there. And then since that time, ever since it reclaimed the 10 at 1025, it hasn't broken below it. So same thing goes for this one. Palantir, Palantir have a headline?
I don't remember seeing a headline on it, no.
Palantir and Meta are the two must-have stock picks. No, these are not Palantir headlines. Here's a 7 a.m. one. Palantir Technologies and Tampa General Hospital announced a significant step forward in their long-term partnership to deliver an ambitious vision for the future of AI healthcare. Yeah, saw light on details on that one, but this one over here, I don't know how big this headline is. It is a headline, okay? It did come in the pre. It came in right at 6:59, 7 a.m. I don't know if this is... Guys, hold on. We got a price target increase. It just hasn't hit Katina Capital has upgraded Palantir. The only thing is, it just hasn't made its way over to Reuters yet. That's why you're not seeing it on the blotter. But we're tongue-in-cheeking it over here, as always. But shout out to the Katina man. He's going for the walk and talk right now. Or more podcast. Oh, sorry, bro. Yeah, podcast. And perfect segue. Thank you for that, Katina man. In case you don't know, we have a new podcast. And then after I do this ad, I'm going to do another ad. Oh, yeah. And here it is. So we're going to go over here. We're going to type in freedom and wealth. And here it is. The Katina Man, the Brendo podcast, baby. This is it. Freedom and wealth. A lot of effort being made with this podcast every day. We'd love for you if you went on over to YouTube, you subscribed, and then check out the content. Every day, guys are making a huge amount of effort with this podcast and really want to give you the best product, really. That's all it's about there. But let me tell you about this as well. We have a new segment where we put you in charge of what we talk about between 2 and 2:30 every day. You get to decide what we talk about. Get into the chat right now. Enter the prompt, ! Join, and then space and the $sign, and then type in the ticker of your choice. Apple, Nvidia, whatever you want us to talk about. NVVE, Tisha, if you want to talk about that as well, throw that in there. I'm sure O'Neill will have a look at it for you. And vote for your stock every day. And then we'll have the big kahunas look at it for you, give you their looks, their insights, their technicals. If they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it, why, what they were looking at. So go have your say in the chat right now, Adair.
Yeah, please do that. ! Join space, the ticker of your choice. One ticker, though, I think almost always dominates the list. And Sharif knows where I'm going with this.
I do.
No matter what day we have, no matter what's moving, the stash is in the top 3. Or the top.
It isn't a ticker, but
it is not a ticker, but a lot of people really want to chart Sharif's mustache.
Bora Hut is already doing it. Look what there you
go.
The Stash Nation. You guys are undefeated there. Yeah, Sabio wants to talk about Nvidia. Monty G, he wants to talk about the SPY. Vin wants to talk about GME. Go and have your say. It's super simple. I'm just going to hit the short one more time. Join space, $sign, and the ticker of your choice. Vote now or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, you can be a literal stock picker because you can literally pick which stocks we talk about in that show. I don't know, it's kind of a lame pun, but we can. Also, I'm really proud of myself for just chilling with Nvidia. I dislike hanging out in stocks. So we didn't get our 1,200, but I got one of my outs, so I'm pleased as punch there. Basically, I said, I'm like, Adara, you like that the support at 1197.40. I know that's so specific on Nvidia. So if you don't get below there in Nvidia, why the heck would you be leaving NVDL?
Oh.
And you know what? I did not apologize for the language there. It's getting a little bit fresh here. But I didn't leave NVDL because I'm like, Adara, you have no reason to. I actually added to the position a little bit. Should have added at 30s, but I'm still not that confident. We're growing, we're learning. But yeah, please just punch with this. This is one of the larger positions I've taken since going live. But if you feel confident, and again, I want to be clear, I'm managing it appropriately. I'm not doing anything too crazy. There is not a bankruptable amount of shares here. It's really just about having levels that you're confident in and committing to those levels because you do owe it to yourself if there are things you like. If we get back to mid-30s, I'll add again. I have no problem with that. As long as we keep bouncing off 1197.90s. 1197.40, sorry, that's the level I like. I have no reason. But I mean, also Nvidia, if you would love, I really want to see you shine. I'm happy for you. What else do we have here? This Meta, I wanted to take this long here when we got to the bottom of that the top of that pre-market resistance. And then I just wasn't able to get in. Plus, I am babysitting kind of a monster over there, so I didn't want to have to deal with 2 wild children. One that is so expensive, the other one that has just the worst spread in the world. But this Meta, if we reject again, because support and resistance can flip. If we reject off that 485, 50s, I have no qualms about going short here, and I think it might actually give me that opportunity. Ahmed Awala, AED, $10 super chat, thank you so much, saying just short TQQ. Yes, it's wrong, but I did it. Okay, let me look at the TQQs. That's such a bamboozling super chat. You know, I kind of see, so we do have the bottoming tail candle here, but I see what you mean, Ahmed. We haven't had a higher low in quite some time. We haven't had a higher high or a higher low in a little bit. I kind of see what you're seeing. I get why it also could be a bit of like an eyebrow raising trade, so I like that you put that in there as well. But I think if we kind of continue to reject off this chop and churn area of the 63, around 66.40s, I don't think that's a bad look at all. And thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, shout out to you. I don't have much to say on this. Clearly, you're confident in the trade. I do think this bottoming tail candle does show a little bit of strength, but it is doing this pattern I generally think goes a little bit to the downside where you have a little bit of a slump and then we consolidate. So shout out to you. Best of luck. As Sharif always says to me, I do hope you print.
Absolutely.
HPE still ranging, so I still have eyes on this, but I don't have any play on it right now, so I don't want to force myself into that. This meta short, though, that's going to be the belle of the ball for me personally. We're going to be trying to get in really small position, 485.19s. I don't think that's too frugal. Let's see what we go. But you know what we're always ready for? Is Neil and his lesson of the day.
Welcome to another lesson of the day. And life is all about choices, right? So, you choose what to eat, who you want to have friends, like what's the best YouTube show to watch every single day, Trader TV Live, and when you're trading, what stocks to trade, what opportunities you want to have. So, a situation could come up, and you probably understand where I'm going to go with this. Like everybody and their mother could say, oh my goodness, Nvidia 1200, this is the trade. I want that trade. This is going to be the breakout of all time. And then you kind of deal with what we're dealing with for the last hour and a half, where we're basically at the 1200 without breaking for quite some time. And I think what'll end up happening is if you're locked and laser focused on, hey, I'm going to take this break, I'm going to take this break, it's not so much that there's other opportunities that you're missing out on. That's an opportunity cost. It's just that you might be blind to other ways that you could be playing this. And there was a hot minute where I actually think I had the idea right, which was when it wouldn't even get to, on the big parabolic move to the upside, it wouldn't even get to 1200. And I kind of shifted to saying, oh, let me just take this breakout and hold into the 1200 level. I still managed to turn that into a scalp trade where I didn't end up holding, thinking, oh man, you just rejected 1200, let's get out. I even shorted Micron, can you believe it or not, and then Micron continued to go higher. So I compounded that by turning like a flattish trade on Nvidia into also losing on Micron in that moment. So whether or not this stock breaks, all of this time, you're missing out on potential other opportunities. Now I have another level, just so you guys know, I have another level 2 up, and I have other charts up for Nvidia, so I can switch over and still be staring at this, because believe me, I will be, because I am going to still take the long break. But while all of this was happening on Nvidia, it was rightfully pointed out to me in the chat, and I was actually screaming about this, oh, it's at the $1,200 level, don't do it when I want to switch live. It just got to 99 on the offer. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't $11.99.99. It actually just hit $1,200 without breaking. And I turned to Sean at one point and said, if it so much as sees 12 on the offer, it's going to break out. It saw 12 on the offer, and it still didn't break out. So now I'm going right back over to Google so we can continue the lesson. No, but it was pointed out to me in the chat that there were other opportunities out there. I was screaming, what is weak? Because I tried shorting Micron when Nvidia wouldn't take out those highs. And then what happened is, several viewers pointed out the relative weakness more than once, and you don't have to spam the chat, but I'm glad you did it, that Alphabet was a weak stock. So as the market's careening higher and higher and higher, and there's your trend up, this entire time here, while everything's at resistance and enjoying this rally, here's a stock that was under VWAP and double topping on a lower high. And there was an opportunity to grab it on the way while waiting around for Nvidia to do whatever it did. Now, if Nvidia had broken in the moment, it probably drags everything higher, Google breaks out, but it didn't. It's like, okay, scalp. Once it broke this support level, I was like, I'm just getting off the bid. This is ridiculous. And it ended up falling. When it got to 174, I'm going to quickly show you what happened in Nvidia here. When it got to 174, this wick happened in Nvidia, and then Google, I'm like, we're just going to trail it. It's the even dollar. It's the pre-market low. And that was the opportunity. And in Google, right into the low of the day. And all you had to do is be willing to look elsewhere. It's fine to be glued to a stock, but if you just sit out like an hour of the day as an active trader and aren't at least scanning for other ideas, you're going to be down on the wayside. I know some traders were trading that ASNS, here on the floor while that was going. That's lots of halts and lots of opportunities. Another thing is during that market move to the upside, when Nvidia was stalling, look at Apple in here. Like, look at the setup on Apple that exact same time Nvidia was lulling everybody to sleep. There is the afternoon high, important price, 195.25. There's it, higher lows into that high, lulling you into a self-sense of relief. And then when it breaks VWAP, boom, consolidates above the lower high, breaks and continues to go. You even had a pullback off of 197. So I don't mind waiting around for that big trade. But there are going to be other opportunities in the market. The advantage here at Real Trading or for active traders is you can have multiple charts up, multiple screens up. So while you sit there ready for a potential break, I mean, I know where my stop is going to go. It's ready. All I have to do is hit enter on it. You can be looking for other things. You know, you don't always want to put all of your eggs into one basket if it can be avoided. That said, we're even at a point in the day now where it's after 12 o'clock. I've lowered my size on this break twice because I don't like it as much at 12 o'clock. And that's just something historically for me. It's just never been as good. So I've already lowered my size twice, but we've been able to be up more at the beginning of this mess than we are now. And that's because we went somewhere else. And you got to be able to do that. The other thing which I want to credit Adara for is she was buying dips on this. Look at what buying the dips has done on this chart. It's still higher lows. If you were buying dips 96, 97, 95, 96, and then 97, wait for the curl, and then you're profitable going into this breakout. There's more than one way to skin a cat. There's more opportunities out there in the market. I get it, Nvidia is the belle of the ball and all that good stuff, but you've got to be willing to scan for other opportunities throughout the trading day because you don't know where they might be. And if you let that go to the wayside, then you're missing opportunities, and traders cannot afford to miss opportunities because the market's here for you every single day. That's your lesson of the day, and naturally I'm going to get through it without Nvidia making the break. I don't mind waiting for it. I've been waiting for this trade all session long, but it doesn't mean we weren't able to take some Google. Probably should have also been in some Apple. Always have your head on a swivel because the market's moving somewhere. Even if this isn't going anywhere on Nvidia right now, something's moving and something's tradable, and you should never stop looking. Good luck, everybody.
Did you flip your mic right side up?
Oh, someone's saucy.
Very. I love Ram. All right. Thank you very much, Neil. Informative, eloquent, and awesome as always. Neil Roberts dropping hot lines on his lesson of the day every day around noon. Make sure you're catching that every day. Neil Roberts, thank you. All right, guys. We did some stuff here while Neil was doing his lesson of the day. We did actually print 1,200 HOD. We printed a couple times here. The first one at 8 after the hour, the second one at 11 after the hour, but there's no print above it. It is 1,200 on the dot. We're still at that 11.99 and change, sometimes 11.98 and change, all accumulating for that 1,200 break. You know, I'm not going to take this. It's just not my cup of tea, but I do see these higher lows. So you feel like the buyers are stepping up incrementally here, pushing it a little bit closer to that 1,200 break. We'll have to see how the algos trade this and what they've got set up and in store for us here on the name. Guys, I want to mention that Palantir looks awfully good. So shout out to whoever mentioned that to me because it's still continuing to hold that 10 period. So if you did anything around that 10 period, you're in the money. I've been still waiting for a possible 20 period retracement or a price action retracement here into the IB high at 22 and 2/3. It hasn't given you any of that. It's up 3% on the day. So great look today for PLTR. The trade that I've been in all day and all morning is AAPL. I'm just going to pack my patience with this one. It's finding support at 196, so nothing for me to do there. The other trades, though, that I'm keeping my eye on that I feel like are doing something a bit different than the other ones here is Meta. Meta and goggles, and I'll get to goggles in a second, but I did like this beautiful hold of this technical area at 484. That was the pre-market high. You had a couple of hammer candles show up there. That doesn't mean Meta's going to curl back up because as you can see, we're still rejecting on the off the 10 to the downside on META. So it's still finding that, level of resistance, even if that hammer candle came in because buyers were waiting at 484 and change. We'll see if this one can break down or break above that level and give us something to work with. The other one, GOOGL, also marginally positive, up 1/3%, almost 1/4% on the day. But you can see that V-shaped retracement off that 176 2/3 rejection. It bounced right now off 174, so comes right back into kind of that IB low general area. And remember, when we did the week on the implied balance high and low, we said that they were zones, not price targets. So always look at it as a general zone. But it did end up holding up there. It didn't print in a low. It held up at yesterday's closing print, which was 173.79. Printing in the 174.30s at the moment. Let's keep an eye on goggles. I've got no trades at the moment on anything, whether big caps or the small caps, but CrowdStrike is making a move here. It's making a serious move off the low. The low printed 316.39. It is now above 334. So great recovery by CRWD after reels from yesterday's earnings. Look at that big drop. Oh. My goodness, yesterday there. That wicked everybody who was waiting probably there for what is it called? What is the type of trade called when you straddle it from the top and the bottom?
Oh, the butterfly? No.
Yeah, you would have been wicked. You would have been stopped out for sure there, getting short possibly, and then, yeah, so that's a look there. Big Cal, if you look at the 15 on NVDA, sure likes like it's going to roll over to me. Let's see what Big Cal is talking about on the monster Nvidia. Pull this up. I've got it on the 15. I got it on the 5. Let's load up the 15. Yeah, definite top there, Kyle. I see what you're saying. Maybe it looks like a rounded top that's coming into effect. I see what you're saying there, kind of with the incrementally lower highs. We don't exactly have lower lows on this candle, but we did get it on that one. So if this ends up being a rounded top, Kyle, off 1200, I'm sure you will be taking that. The Perma Bear, Big Kyle Burdette. Let me know how it goes.
Yeah, I do kind of see what Big Kyle's saying there, but I honestly just add a little bit because I'm playing this more as a scalp. I've been scalping this out throughout the day. You know what I mean? And so for me, if we get another kind of almost pop near that 11.99s, I'll be able to get some out here. I know this might look like a really weird trade, but I think you have to sometimes trade more than P&L. You have to trade progress and learning. You have to trade stuff you like. I love this look, and I'm really happy with how I've executed it so far. So that's why I felt comfortable adding in. Like I said, thank you, I appreciate that. The level for me for Nvidia is at 11.9740s. If we can't hold that, I'm out. But so far we've been able to. And that's why I stayed in. I just want to clarify. Also, that 11.9740 is a level we bounced off a couple times in the book. That's why I stayed in that. Meta, I took short because I liked. Initially, I did want that. I was really nervous to take the short because initially I wanted that other short of that pre-market, or this, not pre-market, just this resistance support flip at 486. 30s, wasn't able to get involved in that, but I got short again here. I think if we stay below 486, which is this pop-up that we had earlier here, I'm comfortable staying in this. Don't know if this is going to be a profitable trade, but like I said, sometimes you do have to trade based on ideas that you like and commitment to said ideas. Nvidia, keep up here there, much appreciated. Thank you, sincerely, Adara. I'm not adding any more to this, but I am going to continue scalping out with what I have. I do not want to panic sell. I have no reason to panic sell. So again, I think the mental aspect of trading, I've said this a million times and I will say it again, that's me, has been the hardest part since going live, just having that mental in check. And I think, not getting lost in the sauce, as Obi says. So that's what I'm really trying to do here. This meta, I don't know if this would necessarily go as planned. I'm weirdly more stressed out about the meta than the Nvidia, which is hilarious, but good times, breathing, living life. Christopher Holcomb making an interesting point. Rounded tops work a whole lot better when the top isn't the all-time high. And that's an interesting point. I mean, Nvidia could still round top. You know what I mean? That's still very much something we could do, but I see what you mean. I think the rounded top, when you think about it with the fact that this is at all-time highs, and also we haven't really had lower highs here, at least in the 5-minute. I do like what you have to say there, Christopher Holcomb, and not just because I'm along Nvidia, but because I think it's an interesting point. Meta here, I'm gonna have to leave though. Meta, you were nice while you lasted. It was stressful, but I'm still happy I took the trade.
Nice.
I am out of the money on that, basically flat on the day so far. But again, you miss, to quote Wayne Gretzky, you do miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And so, I'd rather regret getting involved in a trade, but still executing appropriately than not getting involved in a trade that I would have liked. So
Agree 100%.
there you go. I'm going to stop, going on and making weird rants. Good times.
I don't think anything was weird about that.
Thank you. I just feel kind of ranty.
Yeah.
Nvidia does this to you, Sharif. When I say you, I mean me. SPY. Ooh, okay, the SPY. I love this look on the SPY. Look at, we're below the 90 MA. That previous. Okay, I want to deal with Nvidia before I deal with this, but once I deal with Nvidia, SPY, you're next.
All right.
That sounds like a threat, but SPY, you're next. How are you doing?
I'm good. I put in a dip trade now at 75s, 20.75 to be exact for NVAX. I'm looking for a WAP hold here, a VWAP hold. Look, this is by no means guaranteed, especially with the type of stock that this is, which is a heavily shorted name. It could do whatever. So I'm looking for a VWAP hold. I'm going to give it about 25 pennies. If I do get triggered at 75, I will give it to the $0.50 and see what happens. Pseudo double top here, you could make the argument for that, 22 bucks. You have the initial 22 touch at 10.40, then you have a double top over here, 11.20, 11.25. Couldn't break through that 22 bucks, and then you saw what happened there. Incrementally lower lows and lower highs. That's what precipitated me to get stopped out, break even at that 21.25. Now, I'm looking to get back in over here at VWAP if it triggers, and it's going to have to hold at least 25 pennies and not break 50s because I won't take this south of 50. So there it is. Now, the other one that I don't know how to weasel into is CrowdStrike. It is absolutely recovering to the high side here. 10%, we're knocking the door. 9.84, I know is up higher, but look at that epic move down there at the opening print. In fact, it started trending down at around 8.30, and it didn't stop until this came over here at 9.50. Since that time, it has been one succession after another of higher lows and higher highs, and now we're getting into these, let's call it the pre-market middle of the M of the double top, like this 339 area. I don't have a good read on this, quite frankly. I don't see definable highs and lows in any of the looks over here. Let's flip to the 15. Maybe it gives me a bit of a better look. Yeah, it's really going to be that 343, 342 and a half. I mean, that's going to be your resistance level. But do you make it all the way up there? I don't know. So I like the way it's looking. I just don't know how to trade it. Put it that way, okay? I'm not good enough to trade it. So I'm going to continue to watch until I can see something here that I possibly like. Long NVAX. All right, so now we're long the VAX at this level. So we're going to go ahead and put in the stop. The stop is already in play. It's going to have to hold up above 50 cents. Otherwise, we're gonzino. We're already out of the money. 5 pennies as it comes down into 69s. But I was front running VWAP. VWAP was not at 75s. VWAP's at 69 on my chart anyway. So let's go ahead and put a couple of beak wetters if we're able to over here to de-risk. I'm going to sit at 85, and then I'm going to sit at 95 to wet my beak if it does make it up there, and then we can talk about what happens from there. But I'm looking at VWAP here to hold up for NVAX. If it doesn't hold up, 2050 line in said sand.
I like that. Yeah, right now, this NVDL still chilling in this, basically flat on this position. I have beak wetters set to use a euphemism. The beak will be wet. I have, honestly, this large position I've had since going live. Again, this is not like an irresponsible size, and it really did come from just adding, as Neil said, like the whole concept of buying the dip. That certainly was something that I tried to do in this NVDL, and I did so responsibly. I was taking out as I go as well. But this is a larger position, and again, as long as we stay above that 67.25, or more appropriately in NVDA, as long as we stay above 11.97.40s, then I'm comfortable staying in this trade. But you know what else I'm very comfortable doing is thanking our sponsor at Vantage Point.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Vantage Point. Let's see what point of view we have here. Vantage Point software created by world-renowned trading software pioneer Louis B. Mendelson. Vantage Point forecasts stocks, futures, Forex, and ETFs with a remarkable proven accuracy of up to 87.4%. Using AI, Vantage Point's patented neural network processes predict changes in the market trend 1 to 3 days in advance. Scan that QR code to learn more. Thank you very much to Vantage Point. I'm not going to say thank you very much to Nvidia because there's nothing to thank it for. But thank you to Vantage Point, our lovely sponsor. What's everyone else looking at? Oh yeah, I'm so happy you got on a Meta where I did because Meta broke up. But I mean, Meta, if you want to reject here, that could be a short opportunity for me. Also, your apple is. That was a nice spicy apple that you got there. That one.
Yeah, I literally have top wick on that.
That's a great trade.
I feel like it's going to break down. It's accumulating at 196 for a flat bottom break, which is fine. I mean, it doesn't really bother me at this point. I'm not adding here in my personal account, nor am I going to add in the trade. But yeah, I feel like it's accumulating there. Lower highs with a flat bottom at 196. That's kind of how I see Apple at this point. Are you kidding me, NVAX? Are you kidding me, bro? It stops me out, and then it pops right back up. Are you serious right now? All right, we're going to have to see if this holds up here or if this was just a specialist breakdown to force me out. We'll have to see if it ends up continuing to trend up. But I just got forced out of NVAX, lost 25 pennies on that. It broke the $0.50, and that stopped me out, and then it popped right back into 80. I'm not saying it's going to continue to rise up here, but I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it starts trending up, then it was a perfunctory break of VWAP, and we'll get back in, and we'll stop complaining about it. We'll have to see there. Pretty Panda, GME waking up. If 32 level is going to go, then God have mercy on the shorts. Absolutely, my man. Let's see. We know what can happen to the shorts on GameStop. Seen there, been there, done that. Here it is, Ram 30.75 HOD. We just printed right now on this candle at 12.20. We printed 30.68. So a cool 7 pennies off that HOD, that IB high that we put in at 10.10. Great look off the 20 here. That was really the only touch it had at the 20. I'm hesitant to say that it really respected the 10, excuse me, on the 5. And the reason I'm hesitant to say that is because there was some respect over here, but then you have over here where it just became consolidative and the 10 became nothing. So I'm less inclined to want to base anything off the moving averages on GameStop. At least that's kind of how I feel about this level. So we'll continue to watch that to see what we get. But yeah, GameStop up a cool, I think it's like 13% or something like that. Let me just double check real quick. My memes, there it is. Yeah, 14 and 2/3%. AMC up 5.5%, so not a bad look for either one. Let's have a look. There goes flat bottom break on Apple. I kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. Apple.
You just said Apple.
I did it again. 196 flat bottom break. Let's see if this level ends up holding over here because we had topping tail candles at 195.80. So the support wasn't at 196, but you just kind of knew that that was setting up lower high. Lower high, lower low, lower high, lower high, lower high, and then that 196 flat bottom break. We'll see if it continues to hold. It was bouncing off the 20 here too, but I was like, look, it's more a 196 level than it really is a 20. So packing my patience. Let's see if Apple can get its footing under it. You know what does have its footing under it though? MSFT. Wow, this one's having a good day. It's been a tough, let's call it, a week or two for Microsoft. Let's go to the 15 and look here at the trend on Softy. As you can see, essentially from the 29th onward, it was lower highs and lower lows. We bottomed out on the 31st, awfully consolidative these last 2 days. Today, though, we're breaking out through that consolidation level at that 418, and we're printing new local highs, 422. Softy could be an interesting swing here to get back into local highs. That's really interesting. So if we're printing 421 here and you had a reasonable target of 430, even maybe a bit higher too, 432 or generally in that area, that's very interesting. Softy putting a bit of a rounded bottom on the 15 and moving right back into the top. Good look for today anyway on MSFT. What else is moving here? Amazon's at day highs. Okay, so Amazon just printed day highs as well. Goggles is doing nothing. And yeah, Nvidia is very much consolidating at that 1200 a day.
But Nvidia is, in fact, trying to make these higher highs. I know I sound like a little Nvidia nerd, Nvidia bull over here, but seriously, we did push back into 6750s. We rejected it again, but we are continuing to push higher. I'm staying in this for the time being. I also got involved in Google. Because one thing that Neil said as well, and I want to shout out Neil's lesson of the day, is I learned so much from just being able to sit here and listen to them, and you can catch them, as Sharif says, at the noon hour, usually around there. But what Neil had to say in his lesson of the day was you don't want to, just because you're looking at one thing, Nvidia breaking new highs, doesn't mean you should be missing other opportunities. And so that's why I've been trying to keep an eye on all the charts and not just the one that really has my heart today, which is NVDL. So Google, I was like, hey, I showed it to Sharif for mentioning all day we had this Google weakness. Google had this gorgeous topping tail candle into 174.70. I said, Adara, if not now, when? So we're going to get out 2/3 of the position here because I'm nothing if not scalpy, and I just want some profit over here. I'm not even going to lie. Yeah, I'll take 10 pennies. I was risking into 60s, and I say 60s, not the topping tail candle, because I want to see that pre-market area. I was risking into 174.60s. So, I mean, I'll take 10 pennies, I'm fine with that. I don't know if we'll get those. The other reason I want to get out here is not a panic sell, but because I noticed we actually do kind of have higher lows from where we made that bottom. So I want to be cognizant of the fact that we could be curling back up. That is my plan on Google. Hopefully I don't have to search too hard for someone to buy at this level, because I don't want that. But yeah, we're gonna keep a third of this position in, because for, what's life without whimsy? I was trying to think of the right saying, and I landed on that. Lapord. I'm sorry, I'm trying to say the name right. Mentioning VKTX, which is we know I used to trade a lot of these GLP-1 names and these weight loss related names. VKTX has been on the move lately. I love this stock. I love this look right now. Yeah, I know this. What has some crazy price targets are Lapord. That is certainly for sure. I mean, right now, nice look on the day. Actually not bad volume either. 2.326 million shares, so not bad at all. Continuing to the high side, not one that I have any reads on, but let's take a look at the daily chart on this, because I do appreciate you bringing up this name. I looked at this, because I was like trying to look at things that are not, my nemesis Nvidia. And so right now we are below the 9 EMA. We are in a little bit of a downturn on VKTX, but the other way you can look at this is we sort of have a bull flag. We dipped a little bit below that bull flag, mind you, with these lower highs and a bit of a flat bottom break at 63. But I would say if we can peek our heads back above that 63, that's maybe not a bad look for VKTX. Hopefully that Viking can continue to sail the seas of profitability. And shout out to you for mentioning that one. Jay Lee apparently wanting to short Nvidia at the top, which is, yeah, I mean, you have to trade how you have to trade. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to have their own read on things. I'm not going to comment on that, just because I think as long as you have appropriate risk management, who am I to comment on someone's trades? You know what I mean? So I think whatever you have to do, right? I think with Nvidia, you have clearly had these lower highs, but we've had higher lows as well. I'm still in the long. I have no reason to leave the long, which is why I'm staying, though I have taken some profit and I've reduced the position by half from its largest size. So you just have to do what you have to do, and you have to commit to whatever you feel confident to do. Also, I did get out of, like I said, most of that Google. I would love a push below 30s, and if we get that, I'll be pleased as punch.
All right, guys, just want to remind you to vote every day. You can vote right now. Go into the chat, type in !, join, space, $, go and vote for your favorite stock that you want Neil and Sean to cover on the afternoon rundown. If you want to talk about the small cap gappers, NVVE, go throw that in there. How about ASNS, 700 some odd % multiple halter? Neil will give you his look there. How about Taiwan Semi? How about CrowdStrike? Throw it all in there. Have your say right now in the chat. Cutoff, I believe, is at 1:50 p.m., but who knows? Did it freeze, remember? No, it was good. All right, let's get to the lesson of the day today, baby, because we're talking about the short squeeze and all these short-related names. Today specifically, we're going to talk about fading these heavily shorted names, these memes, or whatever you want to call them, into the afternoon. So this lesson dives into fading the afternoon strength for meme stocks and heavily shorted names. We'll explore how to potentially capitalize on price pullbacks that sometimes occur after the initial hype of the day. So the memes can be an absolute roller coaster. We already know that. These meme stocks are often fueled, by social media buzz and retailer investor excitement. They can experience explosive intraday price jumps. However, this excitement sadly does not always last. The afternoon fade, so to speak, describes the potential for a price decline later in the trading day as the initial buying pressure subsides. Okay, so how do we tame the afternoon fade? So Fading the afternoon strength in meme stocks and these heavily shorted name often involves shorting the stock after its morning surge, aiming to profit if the price dips later in the day. While inherently risky, the strategy can be lucrative if executed correctly. So one of the ways we're going to show you today, or one of the methods to actually short the afternoon fade, is the RSI reversal short. So here's a strategy for fading the afternoon strength. First thing we're going to do, identify a name that is moving up that's heavily shorted, or a meme stock. GameStop's moving up 13%. There's some others as well. I think AMC's up 5 and change. I think Faraday Futures is making a move too. No, it's down 1 2/3. So that's your look there. So you're going to look for meme stock experiencing a significant price increase in the pre-market or in the early trading session. And then step 2, you're going to monitor the RSI, the relative strength index. If you don't know what it is, it's a technical indicator that measures how overbought or oversold a stock is. Then number 3, you're going to wait for the RSI to overshoot. So you're going to wait for your signal, essentially. And here, you're looking for the RSI to basically reach overbought territory. You want to see a print above that 70-ish, okay? That typically is what is considered overbought for the RSI. And then the afternoon fade comes in. This is going to be your entry signal. So here, if the price starts to pull back slightly after reaching its intraday high, and the RSI remains above 70, this could be a sign for potential afternoon fade. So all that you're looking here to do is look for divergence between the RSI and the price. So if we continue to get higher highs on the price, but then you start getting lower highs on the RSI, that's price action RSI divergence. Conversely, you could get higher RSI prints and lower highs on the price action. Again, that's also RSI divergence. Look for one of those combinations, and then that will be your entry signal. So step 5 will be your short entry as well as your stop loss, of course. So you're going to place a short sell order on the meme or on the heavily shorted name after the price pullback and the RSI confirmation. Simultaneously, you want to throw in your stop as well. You're going to place it above the intraday high to limit your potential losses if the stock continues to move up and there's no afternoon fade. All right, so that is basically the type of trade we're talking about today. Many different ways to fade the afternoon. The one we've chosen to show you today is the RSI reversal. And remember, guys, the afternoon fade is by no means guaranteed. Meme stocks can be highly volatile, and the price might continue to climb despite the RSI being in overbought territory. And quick exit is key here. If the price starts to rise again after you short the stock, exit the trade quickly to minimize your losses, respect your stops, honor those levels. I think you'll thank yourself for it. And risk management is absolutely crucial here. Shorting involves significant risk, as you can lose more than your initial investment. Theoretically, of course, you're liable for unlimited losses. Practically a different story, though. But regardless, only allocate a small portion of your capital to this style of trade because of the inherent risk. So just wanted to let you guys know about that. And that is a situation there. Before I send it back to Adara, I want to mention that I put a breakout trade on NVAX. I'm cruising for a bruising over here because I feel like this break below VWAP was kind of bamboozling, and we ended up holding at the 50 quite well on the 5. This is what I'm looking at on my side chart over here. So I put a long through the break of 80s or 82s. So if we continue here, I don't know exactly how I feel about this trade. I'm going to give it the old college try, so to speak. 2083, I also see a double bottom over here from 11 to 1105. That could be a local area of resistance, previously support. So if we break up into that level, I definitely want to see if we close above these levels over here, just to kind of confirm that the move is legit. NVVE, Tisha, is coming down below the volume weighted average price again. That looks like one hell of a double top there at $1.75. Wow, NVVE. I'd look for a break below that 110, 112 area to complete the double top and possibly take it down. But alas, you know what happened there last time? We did find support because of that pre-market high right at those levels. So we'll see if it ranges or if it breaks down below said level. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's flip back into the big cappers. Apple doing the most over here, right back above 196, coming into that $0.25 area. I'm packing my patience with that. Meta Jeez. Meta on the way up again, breaking through VWAP. However, lower highs though. Okay, so we still haven't changed that 491.88 top. If you could, you don't even have to look at that. You could look at the 490 top over here because that was the closing print. And then we print another lower high at 488 and 2/3. And now we're printing 487 and 2/3, a little bit above 2/3. I say let's get above this area over here to complete the breakout. Otherwise, we're still with lower highs. Adira.
Yeah, I mean, this Nvidia, I don't even know how I feel about Nvidia. I have no reason to leave, like I said, but also, you know, it's like when you're like, I don't know if I have a reason to stay. I feel like I'm in like a Nicholas Sparks novel over here. Never mind, I was rewatching
What's going on?
I Walk to Remember this weekend, and I mean, man, what a movie. But yeah, so this NVDL has me feeling like the couple in that movie, very emotional for no reason. No, I'm joking. I'm honestly don't feel emotional in this trade. I just wanted to do something.
Pamp it.
I apologize for all of the weird rambling there, but you know, we're in Nvidia. We're Nvidia. We're watching it. You know I'm stuck in this trade when I can't even pun. I forgot to say Nvidia. But yeah, this Apple, lower highs on this. Sure, if you're like $1 in the money, I was gonna say I feel badly short, but I'm sure if you're like $1 in the money, he does not mind if I short this Apple.
No, you do your thing, girl.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Do your thing, 21. Yeah. So I'm gonna wait a little bit to short Apple, but I do want to talk about my Google short. So initially I got out 2/3 of this position. Then I was gonna panic sell. We got above 50s. I said, Dara, wait till you get to 60s and maybe add. So I did add. That was what happened there in Google. Google, I'll continue to short these 90 EMA rejections. I have no qualms about that. I am okay with that look. But GME 31 reject. Let's take a look at GME and AMC because we did just have that lesson there. So why not? See, to me, GME, we did reject that 31. I want to see what we do here at this 30-40, because that could be a higher high situation. I'm already involved in one deeply stressful stock. I don't want to hop into GME all willy-nilly, but I'm going to keep my eye on GME because I think this could be an interesting little 9 EMA bounce potentially. AMC, another one that we could take a look at here. AMC, whew. AMC coming right back in, but I want to see what we do with this little pop that we had right in the open. We popped into 516s. Could we bounce at 516s? AMC, let's find out what we AMC on AMC. What else is going on here? I know some people talking about Nvidia potentially being, Nvidia is not in the NY, Dara. You should know this. You've been looking at it all darn day. But yeah, Nvidia, Nvidia does have that rounded top. We are starting to get these topping tail candles. So Nvidia, I think, could be interesting. And honestly, I do hope everybody prints in some way. I think there are certainly some scalp opportunities on this one as well. That's mostly how I've been playing this long. I'm still staying in because I do want that flat top break. But I mean, if I can't get that, I'll take this out at 45s on the NVDL, and I'm not going to have any qualms about that. Tesla continuing to drip to the downside here. Lower highs, lower lows, kind of looking like what we're seeing on Google, but Google much weaker on the day than TSLA, which had this gorgeous rejection, sort of a V-shaped retracement like what we had with Nvidia or with Nike yesterday, except, actually, let's look at Nike today. But Nike I found a little bit stronger here with that retracement than Tesla, which gave us that move up and then immediately started curling back down. Nike, how are you doing? You're running to the upside, running to the downside. Right now, Nike actually kind of doing something interesting. I don't know why I pulled this one up, but I like that we came into that area of chop and churn. We are rejecting off that 80, this 94.40. That could be interesting. But speaking of athletic wear names, I want to look at Lulu because Lulu's reporting tonight.
Oh.
Let's hopefully, you know.
What's your call on that?
Mike, Lulu's been so weak lately.
It has.
So I don't know. I know Lulu's opening some new stores. I have a friend who works at Lulu, not at the corporate level, guys. Don't worry, it's nothing sketchy. She's like works in the store, and so
inside info.
I literally have nothing, but I know they're opening new stores because she's working at one of the new stores. That's the extent to which I know that. I mean, to me, Lulu's weak. Lulu's running away from longs, unfortunately. I think I might have mentioned this in a super chat last week as well. I think if we hold this 303, that could be really interesting.
I like that.
I don't know if we will. Then I think if we stay above 335, I like. What's your call in Lulu? Because you asked me and now I'm.
You know what, Adira, it's a bit of a tough call. I'm gonna have to say they've just been beat up so much that they're maybe kind of due for a bounce. I don't know. The thing is, I don't know if it's their environment right now. The consumer has like all-time high in terms of credit card debt. They're definitely not cheap, right? So we'll see. I mean, it's so discretionary. Do you really need like your gym clothes of that kind of price? I mean, I kind of go to, I get a lot of Nike stuff, but I never get them from the Nike store. I get them from like TJ, the equivalent of TJ Maxx, which is called Winners here, right? So that's, yeah, I know.
No Winners.
We're all about that life over here.
Bohuvas are always
We're all
Winners.
about that life, right? All right, I'm back in, as you can see there on the position board on NVAX, a couple of beak wetters already, looking for the third right up at 2120. I feel this bamboozled me a little bit. I earmarked VWAP for the hold. It didn't come into VWAP. It came into 50 period on the 5. That's not an area I had earmarked, so I'm not disappointed in myself for having been bamboozled there. But what I do like is it's right back into that 21-ish area, because I was worried that this area over here would act as a local level of resistance, seeing as how it acted as support. But it looks as if maybe that's not happening quite yet. I'm looking for NVAX to pamp back up into near high days. We'll see if we get that print. I'm waiting at that 20s. The dead one back lower again on that 196.25 pop. So this one continuing with the lower highs with the flat bottom. That 196 though, kind of a general area of support. I mean, you did get 10 minutes of below that area over here at 1225 and 1230. I'm not going to add, did I add to my Apple position? Hold on, because I had an area that I want to add and I put it. Let's see if it got triggered. No, it didn't. So I was looking for that 77s owing to this area over here. So I was looking at these tops during the morning. I'm like, okay. My frugality got me in trouble again, because if I had put it up at 82s, I would have got printed. I put it at 77s. I thought it was a lucky number. But I guess that doesn't work out like that, Adair. Sorry, sadly. All right, yeah, I know it doesn't. Now, what is making moves here and what seems to be awfully calm, you want to talk about something?
No, I'm just gasping at Nvidia. I have nothing to say.
No problem.
Sorry.
Well, it seems to be awfully calm after having one hell of a tough day is the Zon. Look at that double bottom at 179 on Amazon. Since that time, since we executed the last side of the double bottom at 1015, it has been an higher low and higher high dance with the 10 period on the 5 on AMZN, 181 and a third HOD. You're printing 16s right now, but it has not broken the 10 period on a closing basis, essentially since retaking it here at 1020. So great look for Amazon as it recovers clear in the clear right now, 1% to the high side. So look out for, I don't know, a whole dollar rejection. Meta, surprise, surprise. We get a rejection of that upper trend line. So that lower high kind of trend staying intact here, that 490 rejection, then a 489 rejection. Now we're talking about a 488 rejection, incrementally lower highs with similar bottom over here, this 485 that we topped out in the pre. But the soft one is really the strongest name right now. Earlier it was Apple, now it's a soft one. 422, essentially 50 HOD. It's at high of day right now, 7 pennies off the high of day. Microsoft has been awfully strong. Up and to the right it goes all morning long, kind of the inverse of Google. Nvidia still hasn't broken 12,000. We can look at it. It's printing
12,000.
Sorry, 1200. Yeah, can you imagine? Maybe not that long away. Yeah, it'll be like what? Give it a week, says Neil. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised there. Accumulating at 1,200, guys. No break yet of the level, but it's actually hit 1,200 on Z-Dot. I don't know.
Yeah, ScarJoe Rabbit saying, have you guys mentioned the markets at record high? Honestly, did not even, are they at record high? Are we at record high in the markets? I didn't even
There's so many different types of markets.
Yeah,
we can
so
look at
there's
the
so
future.
much to look at here, ScarJoe Rabbit. I apologize. Yeah, but we are pushing above. To be clear, I think we're kind of near that. Yeah, we're at, I don't know if we've surpassed it yet, but it looks like we're at that high on the Qs. Let's look at the SPY. Thank you, ScarJoe Rabbit, for bringing that to our attention. We apologize. It's been quite the day, I think, to say the least, on these here markets. It's been giving you so much to look at. The SPY here on the daily, let's take a... The SPY not quite at highs here yet, but the Qs, at least from what I'm seeing on P-Pro 8, looks like they are at highs or near highs. So thank you, ScarJoe Rabbit, for bringing that to our attention. It's just been such a day that there's just so much to look at. Nvidia, or NVDL, sorry, because that's how I'm trading Nvidia. I did scalp some of it out at 40s and 44s, and I was basically going to plan, and I still have this plan, on just adding as we get to 30s, getting out of 40s. I will rinse and repeat this trade. I'm not leaving this. To quote Jennifer Hudson, or just the character of Effie in Dreamgirls, and I am telling you, I'm not going. because I am not going NVDL. Unless you break below my area, I'm not going to play this irresponsibly. I am being responsible, but also I think part of responsibility is not panic selling.
Oh.
So that's why I'm trying to not panic sell. So there we go. I have to say, profit-wise, this is actually not much, but this is probably one of the trades I've been the proudest of just because I stuck with it. And I think sometimes that matters.
Sometimes? Like all the time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I love the support and this. Like,
why not?
We're always hyping each other up. And again, I want to shout out again, Sharif's like casually $1 plus in the money Apple trade. Did you spend the dollar club for yourself on that Apple?
I didn't because I'm in the sim, so there's no point in spending fake money. But yeah,
We'll
whatever.
find you, though.
Hopefully, thank you, Dara. Hopefully, we'll be back live tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see when the back end office gets it done, but that's the look. All right, guys. Printed here on this NVAX trade. It was a breakthrough VWAP. I got right back in once it broke into my level. I wanted to print above here. We've wet our beak 3 times on this one, but it's by no means like a spin the money type of winner. But we're looking for the next print here at the $0.25 to see if we can get it. Oh, thank you, Neil. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Yes, there is. Practice like you play. Shout out Neil Roberts. Always doing the most in a good way every day. Make sure to catch that. And guys, remind me to tell you, make sure to get your vote on in now. Get into the chat right now. Exclamation point. Then the word join, then the space and the $, and throw in the ticker of your choice. If you want Neil Roberts covering that for you, throw it in there. If you want the big Katina man to throw or to comment about the trades he had or his look on the name that you want, throw that in there into the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, and the ticker of your choice. 19,000 just broke on the future. Oh, baby. We're at 19,002. Obviously, a very big level. We've been above 19,000 in the past. We've been above 19,000 over here on May 23rd. We got into 19,023. I believe that is the only time we've been above 19,000. Yes. So this is the second time we've been above 19,000. 19,004 on the NQ June contract, which has a few more weeks left in its lifespan. Beautiful move up on the future today. A great reversion off that big move down that we had at the end of the month in May. And we've recovered that entire move down and then some, baby, as the market makes its local highs over here. Really being helped by the Mag 7, no question about that. We have Nvidia currently at day's highs. Microsoft is at day's highs. Amazon is at day's highs. Tesla's not that far off day's highs, to be quite honest with you. Apple a little bit off, obviously. Likewise with Meta and Google, but lots of strength in these here markets, as Adara likes to say, and as I like to copy. What a move up. Let's have a look at NVAX. We're printing on that as well. So yeah, pleased as dang punch. Oh my God. We got the break. The break just happened. Go.
We got the break on NVIDIA. I'm so sorry I interrupted you there. Oh my gosh. I can't breathe. I can't think.
You're good. You're good.
I'm so sorry. I'm so happy with this
You're
trade.
good.
I'm so happy I was patient in this trade. NVIDIA above 1202. Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm going to get out here. I want my profit. Yeah. Okay, sorry guys, I can't breathe there. I'm pleased as punch. I'm like red in the face right now. Could I have held it for longer? Sure, but also, did I want to? Not really. I'm gonna take a moment to breathe and
Great
decompress.
trade.
Thank you so much. I'm really proud of myself. Also, Nvidia breaks highs of days, and I'm still in my Google shorts, so Google's being weird today.
Oh yeah.
But hey, I'll take advantage of that weirdness.
Oh my God, everything's pumping.
Sorry, I can't breathe on that.
Yeah, you're good, girl.
Thank you so much, guys, for the support. I'm just so happy to be here. Man, this has been. What a day. I'm always grateful for the opportunity to be at these trade. I will stop giving my Oscar speech and see how you're doing.
Oscar speech. I love the enthusiasm, man. I love being on this desk every day. The vibes in this place is always, it's next level stuff. All right, guys, I don't know what else to say. Nvidia's going, so ride that train while you can. But, I mean, I don't have a trade on. I'm not going to trade Nvidia. This isn't my style, but here we go. The longs are piling in plenty. We're $4 clear now of that level. 12.04 HOD, great flat top break, great accumulation, great trade Adara, and on this 1 5-minute candle, we have 617,000 and 55 shares on a $1,200 name. Everybody and their mother's third, whatever cousin wants some of this Nvidia. Wait for that 10-to-1 split. If you're retail, you'll be able to get into it hopefully sooner rather than later if you don't like the price, obviously. Great move for Nvidia and for everybody long on that on the day. Wowzers, what a move up. Did it overtake? Let's have a look. Microsoft, no, probably not. So Softy, market cap right now, 3.14. Nvidia is 2.96. Okay, so still, yeah. It's coming for you though, Softy. It's coming for you, baby. It came for Apple and it's coming for you. So that's the look there, Dare.
Yeah, Softy better firm up a little bit if it doesn't want to get overtaken by the monster Nvidia. Yeah, I still am like, you know, shaking in my boots a little bit there. Happy, honestly, I don't have any FOMO. I say no more to FOMO. No mo to FOMO.
No mo.
I don't know. Because I'm like, you know what? If I had the trade I'm happy with and I'm proud of, I'm just proud I stayed. So that's the big thing there. Please just punch. Google, I'm just waiting on here. We're basically at my point of entry. No comments on this. Not because like it's going badly, just because it's flat and I would like it to just continue lower. I got this because I like that we keep rejecting this 174.60. I like the 174.55 rejection as an area to add as well. So if we get there and we reject, I shall be adding. Also, happy I didn't continue to chop and churn in my little HPE range I liked from earlier while I was involved in Nvidia, because HPE decided, even though it is not Nvidia and has not been moving like Nvidia, that it too would like to have a nice little push up. So congrats to you, HPE, question mark. No, I'm joking, congrats, I just don't know why I did that. If we reject it, VWAP, I will probably short this again, but it's not a trade that I'm hugely confident in. Also, speaking of names I want to short, I want to mention Tesla. I think it was 2 New York cents a while ago before Nvidia had its moment that that Tesla, they're asking me about Tesla. To me, I think Tesla is a little bit bamboozling. I want to look at it in a couple different time frames. Let's take a look at the 10-minute. Because Tesla, to me, in the 10-minute looks a little bit more bullish. I like that we have these continued wicks here below that 90 EMA, trying to push further into 167. On the 15, I also see a little bit more bullishness, but on the 5, to me, I'm seeing a bit more of a range. We have this top here, 150, 175.80, bottom with higher lows, mind you, but a pretty guaranteed bounce into that 175.40. I am not rushing into this. I am sticking with my Google for now, but man, Tesla, if you want a range, I'm never gonna say no to a range trade, and I also love Tesla. Let's also take a look at AMD, Nvidia's little cousin, AMD. I was gonna say I spoiled the name because I started saying AMD. But AMD here, this can't. You know, I said Tesla I'd wait, but Tesla I didn't feel as good about. This AMD, I honestly feel comfortable taking this VWAP projection right here, right now. I can't believe it's almost 1, Sharif. Where did the time go?
Ridiculous. Right here, right now. All right. Sorry about that.
Don't apologize.
Yeah, took some out on this NVAX trade at 45. NVAX trade at 45. I'm sitting now at 55s. We're long 92s. Let's see if we can recover back, possibly into 22s. I'm happy I got back into this one. I was positive on it after I got stopped out here, but I did like the recovery off the 50. You can't see it on here, but on the 5-minute, NVAX, which is up nicely on the day, did bounce off exactly off the 50. And that's the look up the 5-minute chart there off the 50-period exponential moving average, which is the red solid line on my chart. Now, I am worried with this $0.50 because I had some, I had a beak wetter set up on the other side of the $0.50, but look at this topping tail candle that it's putting in. That's no good. So the reason that's no good is because I'm cognizant of these lower highs, right? So if we can't break above these lower highs and continue to trend, then I am worried about that rounded top, you know, being really spurred on with that topping tail candle. So I'm very cognizant of that, and I won't allow it to go against me. Keep an eye out for that with NVAX. And as I say that, it goes right back into the highs, making me look like I don't know what I'm talking about, which is probably true. But anyway, good look there. Waiting for the print at 55s. Alas, it's not coming. 21% in the clear right now on NVAX. I saw a whole bunch of 53 prints. Yeah, we just got some 53 prints. Nothing at 55s. Right back above 50s we go here. Good move. And there's actually a decent amount of size here at 55. Nothing really to write home about, but NVAX has been a good trade today. Watch out for the lower highs. That's what I'm talking about right here. Incrementally lower highs. That may have to change if you want to stay in the trade. Danomite pop. Okay, that's pretty cool. Danomite poop? Danomite poop? All right, consolidation on SHOP. Sure, let's have a look. Load up the side chart over here. SHOP.
Just laughing at Ramin.
Oh, I didn't connect, so I didn't hear what you said. That I always forget to reconnect my headset, and I miss out on the Ram jokes. I don't like that.
Yeah, those. I'm not gonna lie. Those are you're missing out on those if you don't hear those because Ramin is very.
All right, let's have a look at SHOP. SHOP. All right, so Shopify, the great Canadian company. Yeah, a bit of a compression pattern today. Lower highs, higher lows, below VWAP, with a downtrend that preceded it. I'm not bullish on this name at the current moment. Let's put in the ticker. You know, a lot of people keep saying, you know, this company is going to do well. It's going to, you know, outmaneuver Microsoft. I mean, Amazon. I don't know, man. All right, here's the 4 hour. So you can see that's the earnings dump right there from 78 bucks. This is post-split, guys. A bit of a roundy bottom, if I could say so, after that big split. Like, we've been incrementally putting in higher lows. You can tell someone's picking this up, right? Adding to the position over here, because since the 28th, it's been higher highs and higher lows, reclaiming the 50 on the 4 hour. You got the cross between the 10 through the 50. You're getting the cross currently, the 20 through the 50. So the moving averages are all starting to cross. A price action is supporting it. Look, it looks good. It looks good from this rounded bottom perspective. I'd be on the lookout for 69 resistance and 70 resistance if you're going to get in here for a swing. Intraday, I don't really like the trade. It's awfully compression-y. You could play the range if you want, playing off the lower highs and the higher lows. That ain't my cup of tea, though, I got to tell you the truth. So let me know how that goes for you. Shopify, good day.
Yeah, Google broke out for some reason, so I did get out of that. I am still in the money on Google, like just as a name, but not in that trade. So I got out of that, all good. I did take some profit on it, so good times. Again, not trying to trade P&L, trying to trade progress and learning. AMD, you might be like, why'd you take this short? I took this short because I like that we were below VWAP. I like that we were rejecting off that little previous high we made. We are going to do the lesson of the day soon. I can't believe it's already 1 p.m. But you know what else is in 1 hour that we need to remember?
What?
Is the opportunity to have Sharif, Mr. Mustache, and the big kahunas do this.
And you cannot vote for Stash. That is not a ticker, and we will not put it on the rundown. I won't. I will not allow Brendan to put that on the rundown. No. Guys, vote for a real ticker. Go into the chat right now, exclamation point, join, space, throw in that $sign followed by the ticker. If you want the Katina man to look at your trade, if you want him to look at the levels that he was seeing on that name, if you want him to tell you about his trade on it, you're going to go in and you're going to do that now. If you want to see what Neil Roberts has to say about some of these small cap gappers, go and throw them in the chat right now. Super quick, join, exclamation point, $sign, and the ticker of your choice every day. On the midday show, we will get that for you guys. All right, I'm continuing to watch Nvidia pump up here through 12:05, now 12:06. It ain't stopping, baby. That's all I can tell you right now. It is on the way up. Obviously, it's a blue sky setup. There's never been a price for Nvidia at this level, so we have no idea where it will stop. You can look at some technical indicators. You can try to use the relative strength index, the moving average, convergence, divergence, MACD. They can all assist you, but they're not going to be able to see what has never been printed before. So 1207 HOD right now on Nvidia. The future moving up as well, 19,010. It's at day's highs. What a move up for these names. And VAX right back up above that $0.50 again. Alas, I'm not getting printed. I've been waiting at 55s for what feels like an eternity. I feel it behooves me to get it out right here to de-risk, since the 55 doesn't seem to be incoming, but I'm just too stubborn for that. So I'm going to pack my patience. 21% in the clear right now, looking for more. Yeah, call me greedy, whatever. Call me whatever. Let's have a look quickly at Taiwan Semi. Ram. Let's have a look at Taiwan Semi, because we kept talking about this one and the relative strength of this monster on the day after that new headline with NXP, and they're going to build a foundry in Singapore, this, that, and the other. Coming into the 20 period, actually breaking the 20 period, but for whatever reason, finding support at the $0.50, 162.50. 50, and now it's printing higher highs and higher lows, looking to creep up into that 163 area. HOD on TSM, 163 and 3/4. What a fantastic look for Taiwan Semi on the day. There, Adara. Are you still you're not holding HPE anymore? Because I was just about to look. I was like, wow, it's back at VWAP and it's having trouble with the WAP over here. So I'm interested in possibly getting it.
I mentioned that earlier too. I said I was considering shorting that.
My bad.
Well, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. I mean, I know you were looking at it earlier anyway, too, right? So people can look at the same trades at the same time.
Oh, for sure.
And you and I don't do that very often, but sometimes we do. I love this wicking. So I don't know if this is my type of trade. I think this is much more of a Sharif type of trade, too, because, this is not really a Dara Panera rate.
No, it's not.
To use a term that Sharif will sometimes use to refer to my style of trading. But
which you're deviating from, by the way.
But I don't think I think you would love to switch it up a little bit.
Exactly.
I mean? But yeah, I mean, to be fair, I still think the range sentiment overwhelms my trades, and by that I mean I'm still trying to trade with the rangy way, and that's why I was taking out and adding into this Nvidia along the way. Also, this Nvidia, honestly, I have to say, I literally don't have any FOMO. I'm mostly just proud of myself for holding this as long as I did.
Yes.
And so I think sometimes that's what matters. And so I do want to give myself a small pat on the back. Google weirdly decided that now was the time to run while I was in a short. I'm like, whatever. Still positive on the name. It's all good. AMD, if you want to break below 70s, I'll take the rest of the position out here. I added at that because I was wanting to see what we did at 165. I said to Derek, if we keep projecting 165, stay in this. 165. So I added to it. I was happy with that. I don't like that we're curling back up. If we keep projecting this VWAP and this 165, I'll stay in this. But I think we are probably trying to break a little bit higher for some reason, despite the fact that we're below VWAP. AMD is being a little cheeky. A little tongue-in-cheek, a little fun, a little sassy. I don't know what I'm saying. I'll stop using adjectives for a stop. Gaurav, thank you so much for mentioning this QCOM here. Qualcomm looks pretty bullish today as well. Looks to be setting its way to test all-time highs it just made a few days ago. Yeah, that is low quality on my part for not looking at Qualcomm. So I don't like that. But let's look at this is a nice look. This also kind of similar to Nvidia in some way, where it hung out at its highs of day, took its sweet time, then pushed higher. So I don't think that's a bad look at all. Apparently they also unveiled some chips. I believe I saw something like that. And there was some kind of catalyst with This Qualcomm daily, Gaurav, you did not lie. You did not lie. This is not that I thought you would, but I do love this 90 MA bounce. This is a great look. To me, it looks rangy, but of course, for everyone long Qualcomm, for their sake, I hope it's not rangy. I hope we push higher above that 214-ish area. Look at this topping tail candle at 220. That's a great look. I am going to get rid of my AMD before we do the lesson of the day, but how go Apple? And that NVAX is great, by the way.
Yeah, NVAX is doing well. So I'm happy that we got back into that. We were profitable on it first time around, second time around, same story. But the second time around, I got to tell you, it looked like it had some vigor off that 50 period on the 5 bounce, but the volume is dropping off. And when the volume drops off, you get those bumps up incrementally because whatever's trading this, the algo, whatever, some human, whoever, the orders come in kind of in spurts. It's not consistent. And so you're going to have to wait for fade, then boom, you get like these two candles over here that take you up from like 20 right into 60. And so if you're not going to be patient, I don't know if this one is going to work out as well as you may like. Beak wetter filled at 57s. Next beak wetter sitting at 69s. There. But, let's go back to Apple here because I'm about to add into my Apple position. We've been waiting over here at 170, 195, 77. I'm going to change this order to a smaller order. So let's go ahead and put it over here. Where'd I have it? Jeez Louise, what does it really matter? The point is to take the order off the WAP. So here it is. I'm gonna get in right now. We're gonna go for a much smaller size. It's gonna fundamentally change my cost basis on this, but that's fine. So now we're not long 195.02s anymore. We're long 195.36. The reason I'm getting and adding this position on Apple is I'm looking for a VWAP hold. So we're going to have to see whether this works out or not. Right away, I can tell you there's already some selling pressure. This could be directly inversely related to Nvidia. As people pile into Nvidia, finite amount of cash, selling Apple, piling into Nvidia, just spitballing, unreally sure why Apple's selling off these levels. I'm looking for support at this level over here at 195. 3/4. So we've added to that position, and it's fundamentally changed our cost basis. I'm also keeping an eye on NVAX, because if this starts doing a rounded top like it currently looks like it might be doing over here, Ram, where it's making lower highs and lower lows, albeit on the 1 minute, I'm just cognizant of the possibility. That's all really. And then we'll see exactly what we get at such levels. Let's see what everyone's talking about here. Alessandro, Nvidia 3 and 6 months chart, top Bollinger is at 12.25. Very interesting look. In fact, we were, instead of doing the RSI lesson today for the afternoon sell-off, I was going to do Bollingers, but we didn't end up doing that. Thank you for pointing that out, Alessandro. Gorev, have a look at MU on the 15-minute chart. Not one single green candle, and casually walking toward its all-time highs. Super bullish. All right, let's have a look at MU. All right, first I have to wet my beak before I look at MU. And we're going to put a couple of beak wetters over here. We're going to sit at 88s, and then I'm going to sit at 98s. Because what's life without whimsy, Dara?
What is it? I don't know.
All right, let's have a look at MU for our friend Gorev, who is an OG in the chat. He's very active every day. Shout out to Gorev. I mean, Ram, do you like this chart? She says yes, and I'm very happy you said that, Ram, because there's a lot of green on here. As you can see, it definitely overwhelms the red. Point taken, Gorev. There has been no red candle on the 5-minute look since 1150. Wow, that is a beautiful looking buy program if I've ever seen one. And it's only given you one attempt here at the 10. That was at 1235. It dipped in. It didn't even touch the 10. When you zoom in, you can kind of tell it doesn't even touch it. But yeah, you're going to have to front run some of this size. Yeah, I don't know exactly how to trade this other than off a moving average. I just won't punch into highs. That's not my style. So we'll see exactly what Micron gets. But thank you for pointing it out, Gorev, because some people probably want to know about the strength on this one. If you don't know what Micron, the reason Micron is moving up these days is because it makes a whole lot of RAM, and these new GPU, these AI processors that are coming out require a whole bunch of RAM, and these guys are kind of like the leaders in that. They've also got a partnership with Nvidia. They're throwing in their random access memory with the Blackwell chip and with some of these other chips as well. So looking at this trade on Apple, and I'm not going to give it that much more room. I will take out what I added in, which was a small amount of shares, if it continues to head below 60. So that is my line in the sand on Apple. I
like that. So yeah, we are good to go now for the lesson of the day. Also, I did get back into HPE just to let people know about that in case you're like, what is that? That is HPE. And that is, we're gonna Hewlett Packard our patience for that VWAP projection. And yes, that was very on the nose. But you know what's also on the nose is us doing short squeezes this week for our lesson of the week. Although to be fair, we weren't aware we would have all the short squeeze movement this week. So that was a nice little happy accident. So this lesson is going to dive into fading the afternoon strength for meme stocks. We're going to explore how to potentially capitalize on price pullbacks that sometimes occur after the initial hype of the day. So this meme stock roller coaster, we got these meme stocks. They're often fueled by social media buzz, maybe some kittens are roaring, you know, things like that, and retail investor excitement. And because these meme stocks have all that buzz around them, they can experience explosive price jumps. However, this excitement doesn't always last, and so the afternoon fade describes the potential for a price decline later in the trading day as that initial buying pressure fizzles out or subsides. Now, let's talk about taming that afternoon fade. So fading the afternoon strength in meme stocks will involve shorting the stock after its morning surge, aiming to profit if the price dips later in the day. It is inherently risky, but the strategy can be lucrative if executed correctly. So what are the basics of the strategy? Well, we're going to tell you. The RSI reversal is one strategy to talk about. So first, you're going to identify your meme. Find a meme stock with a significant price increase in the pre-market or early morning session. Then you're going to monitor its RSI. The RSI is a technical indicator measuring how overbought or oversold a stock is. Then you're going to wait for that RSI overshoot or the wait signal. So as a meme stock price surges, you've got the RSI typically rising as well. Now you're going to wait for the RSI to reach the overbought territory, typically above 70. Then you're going to wait for your afternoon fade confirmation. If the price starts to pull back slightly after reaching its intraday high and the RSI remains above 70, this could be a sign of a potential afternoon fade. Now, what about your short entry and your stop loss? So if you're going to do this trade, and again, to each their own, this is just our take on this strategy. you're going to be placing a short sell order on the meme stock after the price pullback and RSI confirmation. At the same time, you're going to set a stop loss order above that intraday high to limit potential losses if the price continues to rise. But remember, the afternoon fade is not guaranteed. Nothing in these markets are. We weren't guaranteed that 1200 Nvidia break. You know what I mean? Like, nothing is guaranteed in the markets. You have to do, and you have to make sure that you're trading with that in mind. Quick ads is also going to be key. Sometimes you have to say, that's all, folks, and run out with the swiftness. So if the price starts to rise again after you short the stock, exit the trade quickly to minimize the losses. Also, shout out to Fabian for, if I hear that correctly, singing the Looney Tunes song, which is what I was going for with That's All, Folks. Shout out to that. Okay, I did hear him right. Thank you for that. Risk management as well. This is going to always be crucial. Shorting involves significant risk, as you could lose much more than your initial investment. So you only want to allocate a small portion of your capital to such trades. Now, fading the afternoon strength can be a tempting strategy for some meme stocks, but it does require a well-defined approach, risk management, strong levels, and lots of discipline. So consider this lesson a starting point. This could be your starting block for your relay race towards shorting these afternoon pops. I also want to mention Matthew Booth saying, or who was this in the chat who said, the swirling brain, I love that. Sometimes it feels like my brain swirling in these markets, I totally feel that. Saying, and remember kitties to factor in the squeeze. That is very true. Remember kitties or kitties to factor in the squeeze if you're going to be shorting these meme names. So thank you, swirling brain, for that. Also, I want to take another look at Nvidia. Yes, oh my God. I have no words. 12, we're not gonna.
Wow.
This is incredible. Shout out to Nvidia. Honestly, I'm so happy I had the opportunity to trade this NVDL earlier. Yeah, please just punch what we did. Could we have held it longer? Sure, but it wasn't my style of trade. You have to do what you have to do. And Nvidia breaking new highs just casually. Nvidia's just like, this is what I do. What are you talking about? So nice look for NVDA. I'm still in my HPE trade. Also, I forgot to mention this earlier. I did get out of my AMD short. This was just super scalpy. I was kind of just getting in and out. We ended up being profitable on all of these shorts here. And this is actually my top name of the day, this AMD. So yeah, the chips, I certainly enjoyed those chips with dip. Shout out to Obi who has said chips with dip in the past. And I love a good pun over there. Chips are up right now, but I guess you get that dip buy and you get involved. How are you doing?
Get it? Like when the chips are down?
Oh, when the chips are down. That's great. Okay. When the chips are down, yeah, there we go. Shout out to Sharif for that pun. We love puns over here on How to Trade.
All right, we got the fill we wanted on NVAX. We got 69s, nice through that. Now I could have had an 82 print. Alas, I didn't have that order out there. I'm going to be packing my patience, waiting for that 22 touch. That's where we definitely had resistance with earlier. We got a perfunctory break of 22 at around 1040, 1045. We made another attempt at 22. At around 11:30, you see I got top wick on that one, and now I'm waiting for maybe the third attempt here at 22. Let's go out and throw an order. Let's sit at 88 because I like that number. I think it's a good luck number. And we'll sit at 88 for a beak wetter and see whether or not we get it. The issue now in my trades today is the dead one. The dead one is acting dead at the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about AAPL. I added to this position because I wanted a VWAP bounce, but there's clearly someone selling as we move up into the 80s. I've been watching this for a hot minute. We bounce off 70, move up into 80, and then there's some resistance selling there. You know, it really is kind of an inverse game or an inversely related game or inversely not proportionate, but related. Look at the down move on Apple and the up move on Nvidia. So I think that some of the money, at least intraday money, is flowing into NVDA right now and out of AAPL because nobody is interested in this name after being very interested early on, touching 196.90, almost 197. That's high of the year for AAPL, but that was quite short-lived as we moved up. Wow, Nvidia's $12 above the level. So great look for whoever traded Nvidia today. Keep your eye out on the future. We're putting in some topping tail candles here for the first time in a little bit, wicking into 19.0 and a quarter. We'll see if we come down to test 19,000 again, what it does. Do we hold it or do we start retracing and then mean reverting at these levels? So lots of unanswered questions, but a great day for the market, a great day for the longs. Really the only exception today for the Mag 7 in terms of strength has been goggles. It's up 0.5%, but the chart pattern really kind of shows how distinctly different, shout out to Obi, goggles is from the rest of the bunch there. Apple is also weakening at the moment. I've already put my stop through the break of, so if it hits 50, if it breaks 60, that's going to be the end. So I put my stop in the high 50s. That gives me a nice buffer of about 20 cents from my entry area right now. Yeah, the future just turned back into 19,000. Not surprised there. We kind of detected that we were putting some topping tail candles right back below 19,000 we go. But let's look now. Does this area act as a level of support? We cleared it by 20 points. You know, not a great distance or anything like that, but let's watch. Does it find its footing at the 10 period like it has essentially all afternoon, all morning? 11 o'clock, it dipped into the 10 period, held up. Again at 11:15, again at 11:30, and it's doing it right now. But these were green candles, now these are red. So here we go, moving down here on the future, breaking 19,000. Here comes 18.98 and change. Unsure exactly how we end up here, whether we mean revert a little bit. And the funny thing is about the future, it's kind of been the other way around. Let me make my point. We've been selling off and then being bought up in the afternoon. So there is, on the 31st, huge sell-off all the way from 18,667 to the low of 18,236. And we bought up the entire move in the afternoon. Same look. On the 3rd, excuse me, we move up into 18,754 all the way down to 18,438, and then we get bought back up. So it's been kind of the other way around lately, where we're selling off and then getting bought up. Do we do the opposite of that today? Do we like get bought up initially and then sell off in the afternoon? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it was a nice break, 19,000. Topping tail candle coming in here on Nvidia at 12.12 and a third, down into 12.07, still well above the 10 period on the 5, which is hanging out at 12.05 and a third. Let's see what Nvidia does around these levels, but a good curl here down on all the Mag 7 names, saving except for the dead one that's still hanging at the volume weighted average price. Before we send it to Adair, let's quickly look at NVAX. Yep, this is what I was concerned about now. So we did put that topping tail candle, followed by a couple of red candles over here. So what I'm concerned about is that lower high and that kind of rounded top to come back and test whatever, the 50, VWAP, whatever it's going to be. So I'm going to have to draw my line in the sand a little bit closer, my stop for NVAX, that is, a little bit closer than what I had it last time, because I don't want to get back any money. Sim money or not, the whole point is to execute properly. Adira.
Yeah, no, I like the Adira. But I agree, because it's like when you're, honestly, I think being in the sim, as someone who was in the sim for a while, when I was first starting, I think it is really important because it gives you an opportunity in a kind of stress-free environment to take real trades. So like, you know, there's no, I mean, I know I traded a lot of Lily in the sim, to be clear, but I think those trades, I still learned something from them. You know what I mean? I learned how to trade these stocks with larger spread. Maybe, you know, change your approach, right? So I think approaching every trade in the sim with like that goal of learning, I think is great. And yeah, so shout out to Sharif for the transparency in those sim trades. So HPE, I'm short. Got a third of the position. I added at that other VWAP projection because I thought that was spicy. Look at this line. To me, this is a literal line in the sand. This area we chopped and turned around at like 10. Then we come at, try again above it. Now we can't. If we break above that, I'm out of the trade. I don't like we bounced off the 90 MA. That's why I wanted that area there, not just because it's the 90 MA, mind you, but because look at all these other wicks we had earlier trying to get above that level. My next level is the same. It was a little bit of a chop and turn resistance support area, and ironically, where I entered one of my shorts on this, and that's going to be 1978. Not just a year, but my area that I will be getting my second peak cutter, profit taker, what have you, in HPE. Tesla is still ranging. I should have taken that range short. Before I did, I was like, let's see what the SPY's doing. And before I could do that, Tesla's like, oh yeah, Darren, the short's gone. I dropped. I'm like, okay. But this topping tail candle in the SPY, this is Tesla. Tesla shows me we still do have some resistance at this area. I like this 40s area of support. I am very tempted to take a really small long position here. Yeah, what's stopping me? Nothing's stopping me. You know, I'm proud of what I did with AMD, proud of what I did with NVIDIA, but I don't want to have those stop me from taking any other trades. I'm not trading here P&L. We're trying to trade progress and learning. And if I see an idea I like, which is certainly the case with this Tesla, certainly the case with my HPE, though I'd love it if HPE continued to crack lower, and also the case with that Google, then it's like I do owe it to myself to keep taking these trades. So we shall keep taking these trades. What else is going on here in these in the Tesla turnaround? Yeah, Tesla's been so chop and churn.
But Neil was calling out a 176 level on that in the chat, and he was calling that out. I'm assuming for a short. He reversed it long, but it didn't end up working out because I saw you throw that up there, and then it got to 176.15. Yeah, that's not much of a move either. Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe I want to cancel the Tesla order. I don't know because I'm like, it sounds.
I just wanted to point that out. I'm not commenting on your order at
no,
all.
I
just wanted to point it out.
Thank
Yeah.
you for saying that. Yeah, I wasn't. I don't know. I feel like because it's been so. I'm trying to play it as a range, so I think with that in mind, maybe this will work out. You know what? I still like it. Still like it as a range play. If we bounce here off 50s, I will still be getting in. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. There we go. Appreciate that. Peer pressure.
Peer pressure,
I know Fabian loves yelling that. I get such a kick out of it. Microsoft as well here. If you look at this, Microsoft, look at this 9 EMA area. You have usually a good read on Microsoft. Like, isn't this crazy?
Softy's been dancing with the 9 EMA all day, Adira. Yeah. It really has not stopped. And just got a bottoming tail candle through and then got bought up immediately on the 5. This is what I think you're talking about. This over here. This is the green line, the solid line. And there you go. You get a bottoming tail candle, a bit of a doge. And then, you know, you haven't made a newer high or anything like that. But let's see exactly what we get. Good look there on the Softy. I mean, we pointed out that Microsoft's chart looked awfully strong. Keep your eye on Nvidia here, guys. This is a very interesting area, 1205, because this is the 10 period on the 5. Let's see if it holds up at this level and starts curling back up. It's not, look, there's nothing off which to chart here. This is a blue sky setup, and blue sky setup in trading terms just means that we've never been at these levels before. So we have no resistance off which to base it. Well, we have support obviously, but no resistance. So I'm basically working off the moving averages here, and right now we are getting a double bottom at that 1205-ish area, so it is holding up at this level. So we'll see what we get. Now, I'm very happy with my Apple ad, because it was correct. So I did wet my beak twice already on that addition into Apple at the $0.75. We're about 30 pennies in the money now. My next beak wetter is sitting at 10s to get some out there, 196.10s. The point of adding to this Apple trade over here was the retracement into the WAP, and the whole point was to basically look for strength at that level. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. As Neil says, I'm waiting for a 196.10. Ideally, I'd like a lot more, but the first beak wetter will be in and around there. Let's talk about what else is popping off over here. Let's flip back into NVAX world, and yeah, this one is definitely doing a rounded top. So this is what I was concerned about, right? This is exactly it right here. I don't want to see this. It's not what you want. Let's see if it holds up at the 20. I'm not inclined to use any moving averages that are not the 50. It really hasn't respected any of the moving averages, including the volume weighted average price on the day. So why would I use it? The only one that's respected has been that 50, and that was very clear to me. It dipped right in that 50 and then right back up again. If this one continues to go down, I am going to get out at the 21 level. All right, I'm long TSM at this level as well, 161.88. Let's flip back to TSM. That was a dip trade that we had set up from earlier. Let's get rid of crowd over here. I believe TSM is on this one. No, it's not TSM. Here it is, Ram. All right, so we are long at this level. Come on, bro. All right, so we literally got bottom wick. Ugh, this is so frustrating. To be able to get out of this. All right, there we go. Oh my God, what is happening? There we go. Oh my God. All right, here we go. We're going to take some out over here. So we have this level on TSM. We're long 161.88 because it's a good luck number. And I'm looking to print at here at the 162.05s. Let's see if we get that move up. Since I have literally bottom wick, anything against my price, I'm out. I do.
Oh, wow. That's intense. Sorry, I didn't realize that. It was like quite the high stakes transition. Like anything against, I'm out. Like, what is happening? But yeah, this Tesla happy I didn't end up getting in. We're flat. There's nothing to report here yet, but I'm still confident in this position. The more we hold here, okay, to be clear, we could break it. It would be bad and suck and everything. But I'm giving this 15 pennies. If we bounce off 40s, I'll probably add here. I'm in at 50s. I want 70s. Why do I want 70s? This range could be higher. Well, I'm only going to be getting out 2/3 at 70s. But why I chose 70s was because look at this little top we had earlier that switched to support. I like that. I like that level. I have nothing else to say. I know I framed that like I was going to have some big speech. I don't. I just like the level. But let's take a look at HPE now, which, man, for some reason, this 90 MA. I wanted 77s. It was not going to give me 77s. I switched back. I'm like, hey, I'll get more out at 84s. If we come back to 90s, you know what I will set in order to add a little bit here. This is not a huge position. I'm just really, like I said, always trying to practice getting comfortable, adding and subtracting. I have no reason to leave this trade, so I'm not going to. And sometimes that's what you have to do in these here markets, is just have confidence in yourself and know, hey, I have no reason to leave yet, so I'm just not going to leave yet.
Good.
So that's a good time. That's what ended up working for that NVDL, which, by the way, I considered getting back into on this bottom tail candle. I was like, no, Adara, you don't want to, you don't feel that confident. Yeah, NVDL's like, well, you should have, because now I'm 30 pennies in the money. I'm like, okay, NVDL. It's all good. But no, in all seriousness, I didn't want this to be too FOMO-y because obviously I did not get the whole move in the initial long. I didn't feel a way about it, but I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't getting involved just to get involved. There's also only 30 minutes left in the midday and 20 minutes left to vote. So how do they do that?
They go like this, Adara. They go into the chat. They type exclamation point. They type the word join. Then they hit the space bar, that thing in the middle of the keyboard. Then shift 4 to hit that $sign, baby. And then you're going to enter the ticker of your choice. So go ahead, get that in the chat now. What ends up happening is you get your say for what the big kahunas talk about on the afternoon rundown. If you want a specific ticker covered, if you want Nvidia covered, you want NVVE, Tisha, if you want NVAX covered, go and throw that in the chat right now or forever hold your peace. Neil and Sean will give you their look on that. If they traded it, they'll tell you why they traded it, how they traded it. If they didn't, they'll give you their levels and why they didn't trade it possibly. So go in, have your say every day on the afternoon rundown by voting during the midday show, and we'd love to have your feedback. All right, wet my beak on Apple, 196.10. So this VWAP hold continuing to, do well. So now I'm going to sit at the $0.25 for a beak wetter, which takes me to the top end of the range, which I like because I expect resistance in and around there. Want to update you on the NVAX short. I've moved up my stop to 2 pennies below $21. So if this prints anything more than 2 pennies below 21 whole dollar, gonzino. Let's have a look at TSM. We're still bottom wick at this name. We have 1 beak wetter, but I still haven't printed at my next beak wetter here, profit taker. That is what beak wetter means, by the way, guys. 162.10. I'm seeing 07 show up now on the ask. I'm waiting for that 10. Ideally, I'd like to de-risk everything into about 162.40 to 162.50. Reason being, super simple. An obvious area of a consolidation low. If that was a consolidation area low, chances are it acts as resistance once you break it. So I don't want any of that smoke. So I want to de-risk my entire position on TSM on the way into the $0.50 or, that 40-cent area. There we go. We got the beak wetter, baby, at 10. So the next one's going to be at the $0.25. So let's wait there, just like we did with the other one. We're going to sit at 24s to see if we can roll on 24s. Of course, I don't roll on 24s. I got 22s, but that's okay there. No big deal. Anyway, Patty, I knew you'd like that. Anyway, I'm sitting there waiting for Apple to come back into the $0.25, Adara. Yeah, that's basically it. At 2 p.m., Mr. Mustache covers your mustache stocks. You're learning too much from this woman right here, but not in a bad way. I mean,
the girls gonna stick together and punch
yeah,
together.
they do.
Okay?
They do. The girls do stick together, and that's good. That's all good over there.
Ramin's always, the girl power.
Ram.
Ramin, she was playing some music this morning, and I was like vibing. Yeah,
oh yeah.
Time. Shout out to. I always say to stream. I feel like I somehow work way faster.
You live your best life
on the watches. I live my best life.
Yeah.
I'm singing. I'm dancing. I'm like in my feels. It is. Yeah, I love the music there. You know what I don't love though is the Tesla. Oh. Because mostly just because I'm disappointed in myself. Because I saw we had like this resistance at 60. I was like, Adara, just take it out at 60s. Tried to get out at 60s, wouldn't let me out. Then we had that drop down. Should have just shorted this at the 9 EMA rejection. So you know how I rectify that? Getting short next time we reject the 9 EMA. But if we still have levels I like on it at that point, mind you. Let's make that clear. Yeah, honestly, pretty proud of today in terms of the trades I made and also the P&L. The one name, okay, unfortunately, for some reason my chart exited out, so I can't show you, but I'll show you on my side chart. This Meta, this was disappointing because we did lose on this trade, but I'm still happy I took it. I still have reasons I like to take it, and I managed it okay. I can't be upset just because it didn't work out P&L-wise. You know what I mean? That's kind of a dumb reason to be upset, but it's all good. Maybe next time think more carefully before getting involved in that trade. Perhaps, may chance, I do not know. Also, Nvidia is laughing at me for not getting back in that long at 22s because, oh my goodness, nice look here for NVDL. Tesla, what are you doing? Yeah, Tesla, happy I got out of the, I had to get out, we broke 35s. I managed this appropriately. I really just should have gotten out for profit, but it's all good in the hood. But, like, that reminds me, why not look at Robinhood? It's all good, baby, baby. It was all a dream. Yeah, I can't believe we saw Nvidia 1200. That was a dream, so that's why I didn't know what to say. Hood, just lower highs. I just thought I'd bring it up because I said all good in the hood. Also, I actually want to look at Broadcom because I know someone earlier was mentioning Broadcom. And Broadcom earnings next week. Check out the week ahead where we will chat about that. That's on Sundays. But yeah, Broadcom, interesting look here. Up just under 5% in the day right now on this intraday chart, but looks like it might reject that 9 EMA, which I'd be interested if it wasn't a $1,400 stock. Broadcom on the daily chart.
This one needs a split too.
That one, no. This is interesting. We're really trying to push above this 1440 area, which we first got to in a wick basis, then we got to in a closing basis, then we rejected. If we can break above this 1411 on a closing and then a 1440 on a closing, I like this. So I got really excited speech-wise there. I really like that look on Broadcom. To me, I am broadly interested in what we have to do at this level.
All right, I want to mention the earnings today. I mean, it's not a huge list of earnings, but we do have this monster. Shout out to Lululemon, obviously a Canadian company that we're proud of, like Shopify, and that's basically it. No kidding, of course. But Lulu, the reason I'm showing you this, because the expected move is big. The options experts or options analysts are predicting a 10.6% move. That's plus or minus. Last time around, by way of precedent, we dropped 15.8%. So it shows you its propensity to move bigly on earnings plays. So keep an eye out for that. Adara and Sean will definitely have that for you on the market recap show. I didn't look to see exactly what time it's dropping, but the conference call we know is 4:30, so it's definitely before that. Usually it comes in increments of 5 guys, 4 o'clock, 4, 5, 4:10, 4:15. Sometimes they hold true to that. Sometimes they don't. So keep your eye on that. We also get Victoria's Secret after the bell. This one also predicted to be a big boy mover, 15.2% plus or minus. Last time around, it was quite subdued by comparison. It went up 5.3%. So interested to see exactly how these bad boys do. It's going to present us with opportunities tomorrow, no question, on both these names as earnings plays are often quite good trading days if you're able to get the best of them anyway. So we'll see exactly what we get there. So moved up again, my stop on NVAX to a couple of pennies below that whole dollar. So it's going to have to hold up above 21 if I'm going to stay involved. Sadly, I did not print at my $0.25 on Apple. It did make it all the way up, I believe, into 24s, and I was sitting at 25s. That sucks to be me. And all the way down now below 196. So it didn't get that print at the consolidation area top. Should have been a bit more aggressive with my beak wetter there. So sad I wasn't able to print on that. Unreal. This is Nvidia's chart, guys. We are off the 10-period moving average and flying above into new highs. To 12, 13, 31 HOD. I feel like that's probably going to change umpteen amount of times by the time we're done the trading day today. But yeah, keep your eye on Nvidia. It is absolutely pumping to the high side. It's a blue sky setup. There's nothing off which to chart. You're going to have to use moving averages or some other technical indicator because there's nothing that you can look at north of 12, 13, 31. TSM, Taiwan Semi, already got my beak wetters, a couple of beak wetters there, but it's not moving in the way that I'd like it to move or that I anticipated to move. So here's what I did. This comes into my entry. I've given it 2 pennies below my stop. I will not lose on this trade. Sim or not, I don't care. It's going to have to hold up at this level. And the reason is not my frugality. It's because it's based on technicals. If this breaks this level, then the trade is no longer valid. And there it is. I'm out for the remaining amount. Still profitable on TSM. We traded it really well earlier up until over here and then profitable profitable on it over here. Alas, we did not get any continuity. The best we could do here was, what was this? A 20 penny winner off 161.88, and then I wet my beak at 162.10. So we'll have to look for something else out of Taiwan Semi at these here levels. Back to AAPL. Back above 196 it goes. So the dance, the range continues to go here on Apple. I'm not changing my order. I'm going to keep it at the $0.25. It is a consolidation area top, but it held the WAP. Ooh. So we'll see if it can continue to move up higher. Top BOIP, Pack B is on the move and close to $2. Looks like it can go from here. What is Pack B up to? These banks moving again, or what's the situation? Let's have a look. PACB, Pacific Biosciences. Okay, I was thinking of something completely different here. What is this? Life Sciences. Why is there a bank with similar ticker?
I know NYCB, but
no, it had a P one. Yeah, I know. Good question. All right, you can show the chart, Raymer. PACB. Let's just put in this ticker super quick so you guys can follow along. It's a good look, man. I mean, we're obviously topping tail. There's a whole bunch of resistance at 196. You attempted it initially at 1110, again over here at 1210, and then again at 1225, all of which have sold off. So I haven't looked at the book, but definitely you can tell by the chart pattern that there is price action resistance in and around that area. It's hard to say. It's hard to say what the look is on this. Let's look at the hourly. Okay, so that looks like an earnings drop of some sort right there in mid-April. Good recovery since that time. You got a pop over here and then a sell the news type event. It's been above 2, my man. But as you can see over here, it's definitely had trouble staying above 2 ever since giving up the ghost at 2 over here on May the 20th. It got into 2 on the 24th, again on the 31st, and again on the 3rd, all of which have sold off. So I'd say be careful with that 2 on PACB. It has a propensity to break 2, at least on a wick basis, and sell off. And that just is kind of my observation, at least the last month or so on PACB. Hope you print. Let me know how it goes. But that 2 level can be bamboozling. There goes Apple again through the $0.25. Now into the $0.33 of a dollar. We wet our beak on some more profits there on AAPL as it looks to break through this range. The top end of this range, we were saying it looked like a $0.25, but it's really a third. So it's going to have to continue above this level. Going back into 1% territory is the dead one. Let's see if it can recover a little bit there. Brad Oldman, thoughts on GameStop? Just dropped $2. Jeez. Let's have a look at GameStop over here. All right, what's GameStop up to at the moment? Let's see. Oh, geez, yeah. Well, afternoon fade, my man. Afternoon fade. Where was RSI? Okay, so the RSI didn't jive here. When the RSI, because this kind of plays into the lesson of the day, so let's do this. So the RSI's high today was 91, and that came on this candle over here. And then you did get a bit of a sell-off, but look, it was very short-lived. So the RSI strategy certainly, well, I don't want to say certainly. Let's see over here. Where was the RSI? Okay. So it was in 70 territory, but there was bamboozlement before you could actually profit. So if you did take the RSI short here, you lost. If you took the RSI trade over here, you printed. It's kind of how it works. I don't really see a level of support here, Brad, at this 28.50, 28.25. I don't know why it's holding up here. Do we have price action support there from a previous day? Not really that I can see. So these bottoming tail candles, quite bamboozling. Not really sure why we're getting a whole bunch of buying. Possibly this. Okay, so this area over here, we definitely struggled with to clear before this candle came in at 10.10, 10.15, and we broke it. So there could be, you know, price action support at this level. That's not the cleanest chart, to be honest with you. So personally, I'd stay clear of it. Okay, we just got printed again on the $0.33 of a dollar on Apple, and then it dipped right back down into 196 again. This is bamboozlement central. A lot of zigzagging here on these names. We'll see what we get. NVAC still haven't stopped out of there.
Yeah. If you want to see GameStop or any other stock, as long as it does not have mustache in the ticker, what you can do right now, go in the chat, exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker of your choice. Maybe Nvidia, HPE, GOGL, TSLA. We know what tickers are. Pick your ticker, put it in the chat right now with that exclamation point join. But you only have until 1:50, so you have 7 more minutes to get your vote to see the mustachioed man to my right. Look at some tickers. Shout out to that. I'm in Too Shorts right now. Google, shout out to Too Short, the rapper. Google has been such a little bamboozling type thing. We'll have a certain move, then we'll have a random, like we had this gorgeous drop. I was like, oh, yay, I wanted 174.90s. We get to 174.94. I said, everything's happening. And then we pop right back up to my area of entry. And I'm like, Google, why? Why, Google? We're waiting to see what we do at 18s, because if we, as long as we stay below that level, I'm comfortable staying in this. I just love all of this little area of top and turn. I thought, Adira, you owe it to yourself to try this trade. So I did. I don't know how I feel about it right now, but I tried it, and I'm happy I tried it. This was the short I really wanted, though. After this long, that didn't work out, which, again, really disappointed in myself. Had I just scalped it at 60s, it would have been fine, but that's really not the point. I really wanted this Tesla short at 175.40s. Tried to get involved twice. Both, and when I say twice, I mean like 2 different times that we tested and rejected. Both times, I was never able to get involved, so that's unfortunate. The timing wasn't right. Sometimes that happens, but you can't beat yourself up. All you can do is what you can do, and keep on going, keep on pushing, and keep on trading. So there we go. Hewlett-Packard I'm still involved in, trying to Packard my patience on this one. We are doing a little bit of a bull flag pattern below VWAP. I'm very cognizant of that. I think if we break above VWAP without viciousness, that could be something worth noting. I only have 1/3 of my position left. I was adding and subtracting throughout the day, kind of similar to my approach with that Nvidia, just trying to be patient and waiting for the move I want. So there we go, HPE. But also, shout out to the man who will be filling in for me on Friday and Monday. Thank you to Obi again for that. So I want to look at Amazon. Amazon, super strong on the day, as Sharif pointed out here. But we're getting to the high of day, and we're kind of doing things. I don't want to short this yet, but there's something in the water here, this little chop and turn that I want to keep an eye on. Also really disappointed I missed that Tesla short, but you know what? The great thing about the market is there's always more stocks to look at and always more things to trade, so I cannot beat myself up for not seeing every stock in the market. There's plenty of fish in the sea, plenty of stocks in the market, and really I'm trying to make it, again, less about P&L and more about the very cheesy progress and learning. Your Huckleberry being like, we're going to shout out Too Short all the time. You need to learn a song. Yeah, I mean, fine. I'll shout out Too Short with a song at some point. Do not worry about that. Right now, though, I am too focused on my Too Shorts to be rapping Too Short. So also Nick Semino saying apparently the video in the ticker has APPL instead of AAPL for the vote video. But regardless of what ticker it says, we know what the tickers are. And you pick your ticker and you vote. Exclamation point join, space, $, the ticker you like.
I like this Alessandro guy in the chat. He's newer, but I like his style. He's dropping hot lines in the chat. He's pretty confident about his levels. Shout out to Alessandro, man. Welcome to Trader TV Live family. I love how active you are. I love your trading style. Keep being as active as you are. Here's what he said. Here's why I'm shouting him out. The violent reversal at 12.13 showing mounting pressure. Usually when they attack at this pace, they win. Haha, dang bears. We'll just have to keep that a little clean because, you know, how it's YouTube. But yeah, absolutely. Lucky number 13 here, Alessandro, 12.13, getting a bit of a retracement. But I know you're a man of moving averages because you already told me that you use the 10 and the 20. So I'm all eyes here, baby. I want to see a closing print below the 10. Now, we did get a quick wick below the 10. What am I... Daffy Duck? What's going on over here? We did get it at 125, but it was quickly bought up. So let's see if we're able to hold this moving average or not. If not, I want to see what we do at 12,000. So if we do retrace off these levels and come back into 12, given the amount of effort it took to break 12, do we then hold it? Are there going to be buyers lamenting not having bought in at 12 and then start piling in at 12? I'm all eyes, I'm all ears, and whatever other sensory organs I have, I want to see exactly what we get at 12, I said 12,000 again, 1,200 at that level to see if we can bounce off that level or not. Nvidia is a monster. First, it's got to break and close below the 10 before we can even talk about that 1,200. But that's what I'll be looking at there. The Cybertruck reversing off that 176. So shout out to Neil. I know he called that level out, and then it's coming right back in to yesterday's closing print, which is 174 3/4. Look for possible support here. We know we had resistance here initially. That big boy Huadunk at the open, look what happened. We made our way all the way back up. Lo and behold, we found resistance right at 174 3/4 and moved down to 173 3/4 before taking it. So now that we're coming into it, there you go. You're getting the bounce again. So if you took that level, you're 25 pennies on the money. That white solid line over here, that is yesterday's closing print on the Cybertruck, TSLA. So keep your eye on that. I'm still holding the dead one over here with a 195.80. This 195.80 doesn't reflect my initial entry. We had 195.02s. Then we added on the retracement into the WAP, and it paid because we got a 196.33 print. So Apple definitely off highs and has become awfully consolidated, but still above 196 for now. We'll see exactly what we get into the rest of the afternoon. Let's check NVAX real quick. Nice, I didn't get stopped out of the VAX, so it's continuing to hold up. It didn't break 21. I put my stop like pennies below this 21. So this candle over here could have stopped me out because this ended up coming in at 21.02. I had it at 20.98 literally, I'm not kidding. At 20.98 to get stopped out. It holds up. I can get everything out now because what I see is these lower highs. There's still a downward pattern. We haven't made another candle to make a new high here. We're going to have to really break above 21.75. So yeah, that's my look there on NVAX and the dead one, Apple.
Yeah. And we have a couple seconds left if you want to vote. Exclamation point, join, space. Okay, now it's 1:50, so I don't know if this is still the time.
Well,
but
do it.
for
Yeah.
tomorrow, we're going to do this. So pick your ticker. You know what tickers are. We know what you want to see. Definitely put that in the chat. And then you can vote to see, you cannot vote for Stash though, but then if you vote for a ticker that is actually ticker and not the mustache of the man to my right, then you will be able to see him on that green screen with the mustache in tow. And then look at those tickers. So not to fear, the mustache will always be present. It is attached to his face, but you just unfortunately cannot see it charted. So there we go on that. AMD, I love this. There's something on this. I don't know what it is yet.
AM Dizzle?
Pardon?
AM Dizzle?
AM Dizzle. It's AM dancing here. Look at, I drew these levels because I'm obsessed with this. Look at this base we had earlier that broke, right?
All treble.
At this 165.30. Now we come to 165, we chop and turn. I had that short earlier. And then we go break down. Now I think we could go one of two ways. We break down again, in which case you know I'm short. Or we bounce in between these areas, in which case you know I'm long and scalping. It looks like I will be short. I say I will because I'm absolutely taking this. I have 9 minutes left. You know I'll be taking this trade. I don't want to overtrade, but if I see a level I like, I owe it to myself to take it. And that today, I will be honest, this is a really hard day to not trade P&L because, oh, I guess it's a long. Okay, AMD, I see ya. I see ya. Oh, AMD doesn't want me. That's fine. That's fine. If you reject 165.30, I'm coming for you. But no, basically what I'm trying to say is I had a good day. There were some good trades here. And it's really, trying not to trade the P&L and just focusing on trades that work and learning. That's been hard, but I'm proud to say I am up on the day. This NVDL did kind of contribute to that. But really it's just about sticking to ideas you like. And to me, what I'm proud of in this NVDL, it's not the profit, it's that I stayed here. Because I dislike hive day breaks. And as Sharif, we were talking about Adara Panera trades. Me from like a month ago would absolutely have not stayed in this. But I stayed to get that hive day break because that's what I wanted.
Bang.
And so I was able to get it. Did I stay for very long? No. And if I go and journal this, I'm going to say, obviously, Dara, you should have waited for way longer. But for now, I have to focus on the fact that I took the trade I wanted to take, which was my hive day break. So I got it. So I'm going to pat myself on the back a little bit for that. Pamp, as Sharif says. AMD did pamp. Happy I didn't take that short. But if we do reject that 165.30, you know someone is short, and I am that person. Also, HPE just chilling. I'm in the money on it. Not too much to say.
Love it.
Thank you.
I want to point out this individual by the name of Zaza. I love your name, dude. He says AMD. I really don't have any comment about AMD. I just want to know if you're related to Joey Zaza. Are you related to Joey Zaza? I need to know immediately. Do you know who Joey Zaza is?
No, but I know there's that cat that Sheldon has in Big Bang Theory. He's named Zazzles. But
Yeah,
I don't know Joey Zaza.
no. Joey Zaza is from Godfather 3.
I haven't seen
And
the third
he's
one.
the mob boss that nobody likes. He was kind of supposed to be the John Gotti, the well-dressed guy, the guy that all the media likes, but the guy that the other Dons don't like because he's too loud, right? And they don't want too much attention. They want everything undercover, right? That's how it is. So shout out to Joey Zaza there in the chat. I love your name. Alessandro, the EMA holding bounced off it. We may ride the top of the Bollinger, and I'm assuming you're talking about NVDA, because yes, absolutely, we held the 10 period again on NVDA. We made yet another high, not by much, 12-13-49. Good look there as we inch higher to the Bollinger Band area that Alessandro was telling us about. I forget the area that he was saying. Let me see if I can go back and have a look. I think it was a bit farther away now. Yeah, it's probably gone. Yeah, throw that in the chat again, Alessandro, about your levels there on the Bollingers for Nvidia. Throw that in if you're able to. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, Nvidia is rocketing up. Apple's back at the $0.25. I put another out there at a third on the dead one to see if it prints at this level. We're showing 29s now. I'm sitting at 33s. Now we're showing 30s, so we'll see exactly if we get that level. Here comes 31 there on the ask. Can we get some 33s? Okay, so we'll have to pack our patience. All right, so now I'm done the NVAX trade. So I should have taken this out in the 30s. So we stop out break even, well, not even break even. It was actually made money on that. On the rest, as it did break 21, all good. Definitely should have taken out a little bit more there at the $0.50 or a third of a dollar, as it does now break down below that level. So good trade on NVAX, but it doesn't, continue with that parabolic nature like it did in the afternoon. All right, I have one more out here on the dead one, as we did get that 33 print, so we're gonna let this one ride, baby. If it can come into 197s or high 196, we'll take it there. Eddie R, actor Joey Mantegna as Joey Zaza. Yeah,
I love Joe Mantegna.
I don't even know who he is.
Oh my gosh, you don't know Joe Mantegna?
No, well, you don't know who Joey Zaza is.
Okay, but Joe Mantegna is iconic, and he's the real man.
So is Joey Zaza.
Joe Mantegna.
Let me have to pull this out.
I'm getting upset.
What else did he act in?
Oh, he started in Criminal Minds, and also he's still in Criminal Minds, even though he's way too old to be an FBI agent in real life. But that's just how iconic he is.
Zoe.
So, yeah, so there we go. I love Joe Mantegna. I had no idea he played Joey Zaza.
Oh, no?
I need to watch the third one now.
Oh, you've never watched the third one?
I know, I've seen the first one and part of the second one, I've not seen the third one.
Okay, yeah, the third one is, a lot of people say it's not as good as the other ones, but yeah, of course. Anyway, I don't know why I can't find it here. Joey Zaza. Oh, there we go. So I spelt it wrong. Okay. So who's he played by? Was it Joe Mantegna guy? Why isn't it saying his name?
That's weird.
Yeah, anyway, whatever. We'll look at that after. But yeah, shout out to Joey Zaza there. And he, it didn't end well for him though, Adara.
I'm sure it did.
Yeah. Well, exactly. There goes Apple, baby, through the $0.50. I ain't taking it out here. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. All the way up into 197s. Let's see if we can get something in and around there. Adara, any final thoughts before we take off here?
Yeah, I mean, wow, this Tesla. I saw someone in the chat saying something about participation trophies. I don't know participation trophies. I'm just trying to go here every day. But I do know about participation trophies. So I am in this Tesla. I am participating, and you got to participate, not anticipate. And so that's what I'm trying to do. You know what I mean? No, in all seriousness, I know I'm very optimistic, but I do take this all very seriously. And if I make my little jokes, about being green on the positivity, I don't think that's a bad thing either. I think you've got to stay positive. I think you've got to stay motivated, or else what am I doing here? So there we go. Flat on Tesla right now. Maybe a little bit too early to talk about participation trophies, but if we break below 175, I am good to go. Let's get out of here at 85s. I like that. This is just a small trade. Again, just trying to take these trades to practice the confidence, the confidence, whatever you want to say, getting involved, getting those trades, taking those names. So there we go on TSLA. But yeah, I want to shout out your Apple and your inbox trades today, and also your TSM, which was kind of forgotten because I know you hadn't mentioned it a little bit.
Yeah.
That TSM was. I saw that TSM trade in Tree's report, and I was like, because it was such a good look.
I just want to mention what Neil said in the chat. This is hilarious. Godfather 3 is terrible, but it's worth watching. Yeah, I somehow I do agree with that. I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's just definitely not up to the standard of the first two. Definitely, because the first two were masterpieces. The third one, I feel, it doesn't reach that level. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, Adara. As we wrap up here, I'll be on for like another minute or so. I was really wanting to take some out here at 69s on Apple. Apple's really getting into that resistance area. We're at pivot level, resistance level 2 on pivots. We broke through it initially, but we spent very little time above it. As you can see over here, it was a quick wham, bam, thank you, 196.90, and then all the way down back into the WAP we held, and that's where I added again right there. Let's see if we can get a 197. You know how Apple is, though. It's heavily traded these days, and then it ends up selling off a little bit into the afternoon. So be careful with any Apple longs going into the afternoon, guys. That's just been kind of my observation there. Adair, I'm going to leave you with everybody, and then I'll see you a little bit later.
Thank you so much, Sharif, for killing it in general and those awesome trades. I do want to shout out his casual $1+ winner on Apple. So nice look on that. Congrats to you. Tesla, if you want to break 175, I'll say congrats to you as well. But thank you guys so much for everyone, for all the support in the chat. I'm literally just always so happy to be here. And you got to stay positive because these markets do love trying to get you down. You got to keep getting back up. Also, I do want to clarify, I do not have that much coffee. I am on my second coffee of the day. I am just so energized by what all these markets do. Nvidia, yeah, go, says CompSRX. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna shout it to you, CompSRX. If you're long Nvidia, I'm sure you are pleased as punch right now. Look at those bounces off that 9 EMA. That is in literally just a gorgeous trade there, that NVDA. So shout out to anybody who was long that. Shout out, I know some people were saying maybe short the top on this. I think right now we are continuing to see these higher highs. We're at high of days, I'm not gonna lie. I don't see a huge short level, but again, as we always say, hope everyone prints as long as you have your risk management intact. That's what matters. What a great community. Always so happy to be here. I cannot believe we are midway through this week. This crazy week that we've had here with these GMEs, with these short squeezes. Nvidia making new highs of days every time we blink. And we also have Amazon here trying to fall off that 90 EMA. I thought that was kind of an interesting level. But without any further ado, we are going to have to say au revoir pretty soon, not right this second, but we're just getting ready to go here to say goodbye. We will see the mustachioed man who usually sits to my right at that green screen, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time and same bat channel. Sharif's at the big screen, guys. Bye.
Futures at day's highs as we speak. We all watched that 19,000 break on the NQ during the midday. Okay, yeah, okay. So there you go. There we're at day's high as we speak. On the NQ. Big move up for a lot of the futures today. Really, the only one that was having trouble on the day was Google. We saw a little consolidation from Tesla. Otherwise, it's been really up and to the right here on the Mag 7 and on the futures in general. Let's start with the first ticker as decided by you guys, Nvidia. And how could it not be Nvidia on this day? What a break through that key $1,200 level, and it's still going as we speak, guys. It's been some good retracements on the 10 period here. How did you guys look at Nvidia today?
I think, look, obviously Nvidia is like the king. We know that's going to be true. It was one of those weird, we spent an hour and a half on the morning show and then going into lunchtime before it eventually broke that $1,200 level. There was some early opportunities. I actually thought there was going to be a dip to fill in the gap to 1165 at one point. That's not a real candle. And then you're just going to see it break. There was a local break at 11 o'clock. And even then, I didn't necessarily believe in that one. As it was cresting, I had memories. I'm not going to pretend, right? I remember I turned to Sean at one point. I go, I'm half in my size after what happened with Apple last time. Because the last time I saw something do this, I think I had the worst breakout trade. And it was an Apple one where we were constantly shorting the level, scalping it. Then it broke at 12 something after watching it for an hour long, and it was a huge reversal. So I knew I was taking the trades, no matter what. If you were sitting here on the floor, which at least some people stuck it out, went to the bathroom, thankfully it didn't break during that time. If you stuck it out, it eventually gave you the break. I put on half size, played it the same way I always play a breakout, so obviously it's gonna end up a great stock. I wish I could tell you that I'd hadn't reduced size on the order, but it is what it is. And then I was completely convinced. We'll talk about AMD in a second. But when this hammer candle came back into the downside, I typed in the chat, oh man, if we're pulling back here and rejecting 19,000, this could be it. You could pull back into 12,000 and the market's gonna go down. So I even gave some back shorting when that $7 candle came into the downside and we lost 19,000 in the futures. I went into a couple of shorts, and we'll get to both those names are gonna be on that list here. So you had to sit in your seat and you had to wait this one out for a very, very, very long time. It ends up being worth it when that does happen. But it's crazy. Like, I can't remember the last time it was this long. I remember Apple, it was like an hour. This was 11:30 to 12:51. It was over 2 hours long that you waited for the 1200 break. Clearly, the market makers had a lot to do at that level.
All right, everybody has to 100% now. I have to still log into the stream, but you have to log into the Freedom and Wealth podcast because the amount of money that we did not make because we weren't sitting here is not good. There's the break on that. We don't have it. And I said to Max, immediately, because I knew he would have this and make some bank on this. This is the easiest trade. I haven't seen an easier one all year. I don't want to say ever. I was using the terminologies ever when I came back here. And it's because, look at this. If you're playing support and resistance breaks, all right, just like Neil said, when's the last time we've even ever seen this happen before? Like this. And then on a name that we know everybody's, like, look, it's every trade you put on is risky. That is for sure. Okay? But the fact that it broke, and remember we said, like, oh, if it pulls back, like my stop, and I said this was 696 break, lose $5 on this on the break back is what we would have done. You didn't even, before you blinked, and I don't know what price you could have got when you crossed up. Doesn't matter, obviously.
I got 41.
41.
For what
so
it's worth. I don't know what
even more upset.
I don't know what you could have got, but
yeah,
41 means it was within the first $50.
Okay, so the bottom line about all of this is that it never went against you. So you could still be in it, paying your bills. I turned around like anyone graduate on this trade. Like you're not gonna find a better, in my opinion, and we'll find equal opportunities. This is in hindsight. Like I could probably call up Tesla chart, and you know what? I mean, Tesla's gonna go down, we'll talk about that in a minute. My worst stock of the day, and you're gonna find out why. How could that be true? We'll find that out. But when you look back at this and you say, what stock were we looking at all day? I have about 300 canceled like stop orders because I had to put them back and cancel them. They were all at the same price. And when it broke, it was fantastic. It's like you're waiting for that eclipse to happen and it's everything you thought it would be, no clouds, nothing. That's exactly what this was.
Well, the eclipse sucked.
It was great. It's like you're waiting for the Super Bowl. It's the best football game ever. You're like, haha, I told you. So it is hindsight. Looking back at it, but again, there's the 50, there's the 50. Even if you miss it, you could have bought the 50 period as well. So I feel like that's going to be the next trade. But again, a big congratulations. I know there's a lot of traders out there that made a lot of money on this trade. I know you had it. I know there's traders behind us that had it. So again, that's why you sit in the desk. And we talked about this on the podcast as well, being able to take advantage when you see things like this. And I mean, that's exactly, we don't talk about it in trading.
Some of the boys didn't want to go to the bathroom. I'm being dead honest.
I was literally right here, and I had to change my pants 4 or 5
We were
times.
like, trust me, we're sitting here, and it's like, you're okay. I want to go piss. And you're waiting for it to pull back. I'm being real. You're waiting for it to pull back
real,
to
Ramin?
to like 95 or 96, so that you can get up and go to the bathroom to come run back and sit down and put your order in. We've done this with IPOs. The last time I did that for an IPO, I lost money on the IPO, but it kind of is what it is. Like it's one of those trades. That said, we'll get to GME, and like AMD actually wasn't good for me because I was completely convinced about something on AMD, but we'll get to that in a second as we got to go on to the rest of this list, which, I mean, nothing did what Nvidia did, but there were some other opportunities out there in the market. We talked about that in the middle of the day.
Yeah, kind of hard to top that Nvidia, Neil. GameStop next on the list, guys. Nothing specific with GameStop today, but we know what Roaring Kitty did on the weekend, releasing his position in GameStop, and it did well today, up over 10% now. Had trouble with that high 30s area retracing, but getting a nice bounce. A lot of guys in the chat today on the midday were trading this. Did you guys have a look at GameStop?
So thankfully, I stopped trading GameStop long because stopped trading GameStop because I probably would have shorted this and lost. And I'll get to that in a second. Like there's almost like if I had been watching GameStop, I'm probably short this and losing. I think you probably could have scalped something there. But I talked about when you're dip buying a stock, and then this morning, like what's a good looking dip buy and what's a bad looking one. So an example of a bad looking dip is so you don't have the breakout here on GameStop when it takes out 27, it pulls back into 28. I just hop on the bid at 28.20 and just lose on the way back. Because that's my style of trade. Like if you're going to go with that kind of an entry where you want to have a defined out, well then you've got to let it show you something. Like it's got to show you there's your out, there's a previous high, there's a dip back into it, it holds, your long is there to there, and then scalp it to the top. It does a similar thing here. Here's another wick bottom. There's your wick, a little bit less of a scalp because I think it's condensing at that point. We end up being wrong about where to hold it to because I got out in a fail break of 30. But at least when you're dip buying, you give yourself a reason to be in and a place to be out of it.
Oops.
Now, I paid for locates. I was not paying. I was trading and watching in AMD when this happened. When this flushed through 29, there's a really good chance I would have been shorting 29s if I was watching GameStop. And you could have scalped it, but certainly I would have reloaded here and lost. That's a pretty decent reversal. I'm going to suggest it looks a little more bullish if it can hold on to VWAP here. The great thing for the apes and for Roaring Kitty, and I guess, I don't know if we call them GMC apes, GME apes, is that the hold is pretty defined. So you get the massive pullback on the new news, and you've got a higher low, so you have a double bottom, and then you hold the higher low. The next step, 32 breakout. So it's still that 32 level. Maybe, I mean, today seems a little bit less likely. Everybody seems to be paying attention to other stocks. I think it's hard for GameStop to break 32. The day Nvidia goes down, I think it's got a better chance because there'll be more people interested in it, and more eyeballs, and maybe more retail trading it. But I think it's hard to break out that top when everybody is just infatuated with the chips. But it's still a good stock, up 11% today. I don't know if it gets that break today at 32, but if it does, I'll probably be there.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we had thought that GameStop really, because based on what it did yesterday, wasn't have too much of a move there today. It even started the morning with a downside push. I mean, and then all of a sudden, it's just like, it just got going. So I feel like those of you that are looking at the options market and things like that, that's where the advantages are, being able to see like a bunch of call buying coming in and potentially starting the stock up there. But I don't know what going, tons of volume early. I mean, again, Kitty's posting, Dan McIsaac, those of you guys that are always looking to see what's up with those posts. I don't know what's moving the stock. We've talked about having $2 billion in cash. I don't love the business, but I don't hate the business. The GameStop in our area is still around, but this clearly is not one of those stories, right? I mean, we saw it move all the way to 45, 46, 47 on Monday right there on the post that 120,000 call options or whatever it was, and then it really started to go upside, and then all of a sudden we had heard then stories that Morgan Stanley's turning his account off, and I don't even know where all that is. Like I don't understand if that's happened or not, or what all this news is.
I'm glad you said Morgan Stanley, because let's be real for a second.
I think that is what it was, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, technically speaking, it's E-Trade, right? But it's Morgan Stanley, who probably, without going too tinfoil hat, I'm sure we can all make some possible connections there. You just gave me an idea when you were talking about the GameStop still being around in your location.
Yep.
Because I was asking, so my wife's, I'm just going to digress here. My wife's nephew and niece are both going off to university this year. I'm like, well, what do you get for people that are going to residence? Because you get everything in residence. And I was asking Sean.
Yeah, I have an answer for you.
Baxter's there. No, but like he's a gamer. Like I wonder, is there something that, I don't know, like some kind of online like subscription membership for like gamers that would be useful for him? I know some. I don't really know.
Steam is what takes away all the money here.
But my only question would be like, is that like secretly a bad thing because then he's playing games at university, or is that actually a good idea? I don't know. I'm been spitballing.
Yeah, I mean,
we want to get them something, but I don't. What do you do? Because like you don't need anything. Like you're in res, so you've got all your appliances, you have furniture. Like I lived off campus, so anybody and everybody could do. I'll take a lamp if you want to give it to me, man.
Right.
Like, I needed chairs and tables and stuff, but I don't know what the heck to get the kid.
So he had a great idea, and so he said all the rage right now are and my kid has them. My 12-year-old has them in his room, and they're LED strip lights. So you can put them all around the top of your room, all around the desk, and it's like, yeah, and it's like really hot, and then they'll be like, you can change colors depending on the mood that you're in. So you asked me to ask Baxter, I did. And then he wanted to know about Jay's tickets, is what he asked me. So I said, yeah, okay. And I said, I'll give the idea to Neil, and then I'll mention. No, there's this girl that he's trying to check, and he wanted to know about Jay's tickets.
He wants to take a girl to a game?
That's what he's trying to tell me.
Anytime he wants.
So I told him to give me the dates.
They're on the house.
Yeah, I know.
Give me the date.
I know, I'm trying.
Yo, Bax is trying.
Yeah, let's try to get this guy fixed up.
Yo, I am gonna. Are you kidding me right now? Like.
Yeah. And then
I'm old. I'll wingman all day. But first of all, if I could help.
Oh, you're trying to wingman?
No. I'm saying from the sidelines. From the
sidelines.
I'm not going there. I'm just trying to.
No,
help
you can go. You can go.
No,
you can buy him a beer for all as hell as I care.
I'm trying to help brother buy his own beer, but anytime.
Yeah, exactly. He can buy his own beer. Probably ask me for that money. I'm trying to get you to buy the beer.
You'll be paying for the beer.
I'm trying to get you to buy the beer as well.
Anytime he wants, man.
Yeah. Oh, buy him a bong. I'm sure if they're going to university, they probably may already have one of those, and then B, that's not something that like an uncle or something should be buying, but maybe like
I'm not doing
maybe like
that.
an uncle friend or something like that. But yeah,
No, I'm not that.
Drugs are bad, especially for younger kids. I mean, it's in university. You know, get focused and study the books, not study the Don't study the wrong papers. You know what I'm saying? Rolling papers.
Anybody that does drugs in university is horrible. Very, very bad.
Do not do that.
Don't do that at all. That never happened. We never did any bad stuff when we were in university.
Pissed off. Are we talking about Tesla yet? Because I'm gonna get real pissed off. All right, let's go to AMD, and then we're gonna talk about Tesla.
Device is finally getting a green day after a tough last few days. Up 3 1/4, was up 3 1/3 not that long ago. No real headline for this one, guys, but overnight Ming Chi Kuo, the analyst, coming out and saying basically AMD's considering using Samsung's architecture for their 3 nanometer processors, slated to be out this year. Uncertain about that, though, because there is no substantial progress between the two companies on that partnership, so we'll have to see how they do. Doesn't matter, though, because it's up in sympathy with Nvidia. Neil, you said you had something to say about this. Sean's in it right now, but what's the look?
I did some things in an AMD that I don't normally do. Like, I'd like to say that, you know, when something's in a defined range or there's a defined level, I'm going to take profit at that range. I'm also not going to, I'll never add position if I'm not taking something out. If like I get a profit, I'm going to add to it at the same price level. I broke all those rules. Like, it's first when AMD broke VWAP. Like this is Nvidia. Right here, when AMD breaks VWAP, it's at 165. This is 1230. So if I show you 1230, right in here, like you're pressing the top and still looking.
Intel's been around about 50 years more than Nvidia. This market cap is 131 billion. Do you understand that's as much as Nvidia gained today? Like everyone needs to understand that. Like this is 131 billion dollars.
There is it, like 320. It's not the same level that it holds, but I mean, come on. There's a punch into 330 that doesn't break 330, pulls back, higher low after pulling. And look at the break of 330. This also doesn't go against you. Like, you find a level like this. Now, I wasn't watching CrowdStrike at that time. You know, I was glued. I was glued to one level 2, and that level 2 was Nvidia. But if you were just waiting for this, like you see the top, set your 330 stop break. Like maybe you have a stop at 329, maybe you have a stop at 328, maybe you have a stop at 329. The point is, none of those hit. The first red candle is in 334.5. That's $4 where you're either risking half a dollar, $1, or $2, and it was an in-play stock today. They really nailed this one because you expected. It was 11% in the pre-market. It's 11% now. It could close up 11%. So good look for them. They're one of the strong ones out there. GameStop did not fill. So GameStop did not fill. So I mean, it's not doing anything. So I'm not going to chase it. I'm not just going to chase another 20 cents higher because it happens to not be moving. I want to double check Novavax because that was super strong. Yeah, see, that actually is bouncing off VWAP. Look at the lick grab under VWAP here for Novavax. There's another opportunity. Like if you're not trading Nvidias of the world, if these are your cup of tea, like if you like squeeze plays, look at this pullback, look at the wick bottom, the biggest volume candle in the middle of the day. If you like reversals, then you're going to like, why am I drawing a line here? Then you're going to like a big volume bottom, followed by this wick, then a regain of VWAP. So let's see, it makes a higher low. Break out the top, 20.75, stop here, 50, that's 25 cents worth of buck. And it's actually still going here on Novavax. I also will not be trading. I don't think either one of us is going to trade this ASNS that I know has been the flavor of the day for some people. Well, this is that halt stock. It is up to, let me just check my halt scanner. Thank you, Trade Ideas. 34 halts today. So I don't personally have a strategy that kind of can make sense of this. Like maybe there's a long in here somewhere. Or maybe when it double bottoms on these halts, you take something up here. But yeah, it doesn't really stay open for more than, like this is 15 minutes. That's like a half an hour. But it's not staying open now for more than like a 3-minute candle, and then it halts again. So good luck to anybody. Just remember, if it halts in the last 10 minutes, it's not open up till the aftermarket. I think this is a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous stock to trade.
Yes, yeah, I agree with that. I was looking at Apple here because we're short the futures, and I mean, obviously, if the futures and Nvidia, like the market's just going up here. I don't think that the NASDAQ up 2% and at 19,000. Like, I just, again, have to find something to get long because shorting, we're short right here right now. We're short the TQs at 67. Oh, sorry, looking at Nvidia still. We're short right here right now. It's not, it's just, we got stopped out, remember at 75%, we just put it back on, so would need to have this come back in. I was just gonna give this to its local high of 10-cent break. So right here, we lose on this one, we'll lose our last 10 cents on this and then just see what winds up happening. We've had some big calls before on the NASDAQ heading lower, especially in and around this time of day. It's just, I'm trying to think of like what catalyst will bring this lower. And right now I can't really think of any. We're through earnings season. So I was just trying to play off 19,000 and clearly that's not even, like 19,000 is not even close anymore. It's now 19,039. We're well above. We talked about where some of the highs were and they're just right here right now. We're breaking higher. So, you know, hold something against the high. I'm fine with this trade. I mean, we trade support and resistance. And I mean, looking at the NASDAQ and the TQs, I mean, we're right here. We've come from a lot. We were just 50 bucks back a month and a half ago, all the way to 67. Now we know this is triple levered, so obviously it's gonna move more than the NASDAQ, and this is not a great investment tool. So don't look at this like, oh man, I should have bought it, because it does decay after time. So there is some of that too, right? So right there, not decay, Neil, decay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn it.
So there we go to the downside a little bit. We just got into flat. So again, if you don't like this trade, shorting against this, I can understand why. It doesn't really, I mean, it just gave us the out back there to flat. Look, it hasn't broken below this. So that could have been a reasonable out. It's just like if I take that out and then it cranks lower, then I'm going to be like, why don't I just wait for 10 more cents? So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to give this a shot down here in and around that breaking spot to give it 10 cents. We're short at 99s.
I got to call someone out here. Comp SRX in the chat. I see that I'm going to say something I say once a year. And then, oh no, and then it retracted the message. I tried to call you out there, but then you're going to say it tomorrow. It's going to be like, no, man, tell me today. You say something once a year, but you want to wait until tomorrow to tell me.
Maybe, is it like date specific?
No, I don't. No, I don't know.
6.
Maybe you're just
6.
Maybe he's just trolling. Why? There's nothing special. It's.
That's what I'm wondering. Tomorrow is June the 6th, so maybe he has something he says
maybe?
on the 6th month and the 6th day every year.
I mean, I have no idea. I was just kind of curious. I was just about to show it in the chat for everybody. By the way, if you want to be in the chat, it's a subscribers only chat. So if you see us answering questions or talking to people in the chat and all that good stuff, just make sure you hit the subscribe and then you're good to go. You can spin some coinage of like fake money with Streamlabs as well, which I'm gonna do. Let me just see if I can get like.
I'm trying to see whatever points.
I'm gonna spin a thou because I never win this. So I'm going to spin a thou here. I did get that GME. It's dancing off of VWAP, so we do that.
I don't think it's working right now.
Was it not working? Yeah,
well, we have to turn. It gets turned off to do the.
Never mind. It's not working.
It gets turned off when they do the tallying of the votes for the stock, the rundown.
Oh, right, for the rundown. Despite the fact that Mustache wins every single day, just want you to know that for everyone that is voting Mustache, your efforts are effective. It's just that because it's not an actual stock, the powers that be, which is not I'm not making that call. Sean's not making that call. Won't let us actually cover the mustache during that rundown.
I don't need anyone to let me do anything.
I've already.
Tomorrow I'll cover the mustache. If the people want
I've already said. I am a beard over mustache for a Sharif guy. I think it looks fantastic. GameStop is starting to go. It just made a move, 60s and then 80s. So we got the consolidation. I ended up adding at 48 here, but stop under the local high. If it fails 30, every time it's failed 30, I've gotten out of this stock, and that's going back to earlier.
Yeah, nice.
Like every fail 30 out, fail 30 out. So if it fails 30, I'm getting out. every single time. Because I think 32 is overhead resistance. Let me just get rid of this stop and then put one in here underneath like 29, like 90 or so. Like the stock just seems to have these late day runs in it. And we've seen this from time, but it was a huge wipeout bottom. So I'm going to go from the scalp trade to scalp trade. We've seen it make these bounces. It doesn't look like much because of how much it's moved, but you had an afternoon move, you had a VWAP bounce in there, you had a late one in there. So I just jumped out when it got back underneath the 90. I'll look for another re-entry. If we get another consolidation, I'll try to do the same thing again. If it does one of these, like I'll probably get in, and if it loses, it loses. If it does one of these types of dips, you get a consolidation higher, I'll get in, see if it runs the next top, and then if it breaks the low, just get out. But I want to go station to station on GameStop. I'm still not completely convinced we're not making a top, but I've shifted my focus. If I short something, I want it to be Google.
See, that's yeah.
Because Google, okay, my last two shorts on Google didn't work, but I was shorting them way off the bottoms, like here, short there to there. I got kind of tricked by this dump and shorted on the way back up. Should never do that. Either you get the dump or you don't. Didn't get it. Shorted it anyways and took the hit. But this is under VWAP, up 0.5% when the market's up 1.8%. The NASDAQ's up 1.8%. Alphabet has not broken effectively the downtrend. It's still putting in lower highs. And if it's going to fail underneath VWAP, I think we take a shot at this. Apple, I don't want to touch. As far as the short goes, I don't like anything I'm seeing with Apple. Like maybe you could get along in VWAP. I'm just not seeing it there. Microsoft, when this one does load up, it's way at the highs. So like, am I buying a high like this? No, probably not. So I'm going to stay away from that one. I just don't see myself buying an absolute top. If you can get a good dip buy on a stock, I think that's a much more reasonable way to go with the trend. Amazon here. Just going through all these Mag 7 names that we normally trade, Amazon's got a triple top, has not really failed its breakout trend high. So there's your breakout off the morning. This would be kind of like your loose little trend that it's been holding. So if it bounces off 181, probably talking myself into buying Amazon here. Like it's a triple top, but it's higher lows into it. So if this gets underneath like 180.90, you're wrong, and it's going to VWAP. If it bounces off 181, you're right. So now I've looked at this chart and convinced myself the second I see it bounce off this level, I'm going to go for a long on Amazon. And if it doesn't bounce here, then I don't go long. Simple.
Rivian to 12, I hope so. That's true. What's Tesla doing
Let's go
right
Rivian.
now?
It's not at $12.
No, I hope it's at 12.
No, Rivian pulled back. It's not.
What? Oh my God, it's so ironic. The last time I looked at this, this is where I bought it. I looked this thing up like 2 days ago. It was $11.25 as well. Okay, so it's like some sort of magic price. Maybe this will wind up being a good stock. Every time I look at it, it's literally at that price. I didn't.
That means you should buy it every time.
I should buy some more. Yeah, I should buy some more. I want to buy some more 10s. I was thinking, I said this the other day that I thought Rivian, I mean, and I know to talk about Intel sort of as well, like sometimes you're going to get some of these prices where, you know, Intel down there at 25, it ripped to 50. Now it's come all the way back in again. You see Rivian make this move back down, sort of bounced around. We got some garbage down here in around 10 bucks and a little bit south of that. But after that, I mean, some of these holds down there, you know, if they can ever right the ship, you're going to look back. It's kind of like we've made that call on DraftKings as well.
You could also, while you're in the position, you could like sell covered calls.
Oh yeah, there's lots.
While it's kind of not doing much down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. Is it's not doing much, so you won't get too much on the volatility on the premium there. But yeah, no, I think it's a good one, man. 10 bucks. I think that's a decent level that we like there for Rivian. All right, so I was going to look at Tesla there, and I got caught off guard because someone mentioned Rivian up to 12 bucks. Look, I mean, I don't. It doesn't really matter how much we wind up losing here. Not, obviously it does financially, but I'm just saying, like, we're not trading the TQs based on anything other than where the high is. So it's at 10, so we're right there right now. I'm gonna get out a couple pennies higher. It's 10 cents out of the money. It doesn't, my goal on this was to see if there was some kind of retracement, right? And then there's not. So you can't just keep on changing the goalposts. If you take out the high of the day, then that's the rule. And like, you know, that's why you share something.
Today, I love Meta at $480. If only this wick was real right before the open. Unfortunately, that's new. Nobody was buying this at $476. It essentially broke out the top and never looked back and then continued to go. And when it gave the dip buy, I was looking at Nvidia. So we talk about opportunity cost. When Nvidia was doing all of this and all of nothing, I was sitting there like this, actually with really bad posture, because when I'm waiting for a breakout trend, I know I do this, my head is a little bit forward, and I'm leaning a little bit too much instead of having good posture. So that actually wasn't good for the neck and back when you're staring at that stupid thing for an hour and a half for it to break. But it also missed, it's gonna be an alphabet, and I'm not gonna do it at the place that I just lost short. I'm gonna wait for it to get up to 175.20. You know, put those Nvidia profits to work somewhere reasonable.
Going to break 12, like Nvidia's going to break 1220. I can't get around from looking at the futures, but it's Nvidia right now. It's just made another run. Like I thought it was retracing. I was like, okay, maybe if this goes down, then maybe the futures will start to tank a little bit there. But no, this is still making highs right now as we go. Oh, I forgot to look at Tesla there actually. That was something that I wanted to look at, TSLA, and then I went over, I mean that ASNS, hoping good things for Brent.
I saw someone
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Desi just said they have, only because Brankel's had that 420 position, they said that their cost base on Nvidia is 420.
Yeah, I believe that.
No, which obviously that's just an interesting coincidence. But then I was like, I actually don't know my cost base in Nvidia, because when we got the CDRs, which is like essentially like it's just like a Canadian, you know, like an ADR it is, so it's like a depository receipt in Canada, so you could trade it and have it in your TFSA or your RRSP, and you can have it in Canadian dollars. They added those back in like 2023, and the second they added them, that's where I've been doing the majority of my buying in the stock. And then I pulled it. I actually didn't realize that this was true, but look at the point at which they added the CDR on Nvidia. Like this is when it became available, like April of 2023, and look at the stock since. I know you can pick any point on Nvidia, but it's kind of funny that all it did is there was actually no dip since.
Yeah, but remember, like let's just pretend they picked a month later, the chart would look the same.
That's what I'm saying. Like it doesn't matter. Like you pick any point in this chart and it won't look bad. Like it would have to be, like it would have had to been very, very late. And obviously, of course, when the interest started garnering in the stock is exactly when they're going to want to add that because it's just free money, right? And the spread sucks on it. You don't want to. I said, you don't want to be trading actively in that. For anyone that's in Canada, personally, I wouldn't be active in and out, because the spread that you get, like it trades at like 100, so it's like market. But when that liquidity goes in a big moment, I find you can lose a little bit. That said, if you're holding long term, who cares? A win is a win. I just got in and out of GameStop, as you might have heard me complain about, because it ended up making a bottom. So it made this low. I'm like, okay, let's jump in here out in front of 70s. I probably should have given it to 60s instead. Now it's on the way back up. So I might try to get back into this off the 70 level. It's still trending higher. The other thing that's going is Google is starting to come in. So Alphabet just tagged 175. The resistance was a turn here. Failed break of 175. Got to 175.20 last time. So if we get a failed break of 175, I'm going to look for the short somewhere in here. Been waiting for Google to make a bit of a move up, and then we'll go short in this name. Underneath VWAP, only up 0.7% into a 1.8 market. So I'd love to see this make that break of 75, fail that break, and we'll try to get short in Google. At least it's relatively weak. 1220, by the way, just broke. That's Nvidia.
Yeah, no, I was still looking at Nvidia as well. I mean, Intel's dropped in. I mean, it hasn't really meant anything. We have a very, very small percent, like couple percentage points left. I was just going to use the 200 period. We said that we like to use that for pullback. So maybe if it breaks it, we can get out. I mean, our stop, I don't even have a stop anymore. I canceled it, but it was basically breaking $30. So like it was $29.94. I canceled it a while ago and I reset it, so I don't even remember what it is. But still a decent level here for Intel. Huge move, the only long that we had all day, and was right off the open. So to have kept it all would have been great. We did put on good shares. I have completely no problem at all with the amount of shares that we had, and no problem at all with the amount of money that we made on it. Just the fact that to have held it all would have been much nicer. And I guess on some of that momentum from Nvidia, we could have been able to do that. But let's just put that stop in. That's 30.68. So this is all that I do. It's pretty simple. Hit the stop loss keys, get it real quick. It's easy to do. $30. I'll go 64 cents on a break because we don't have too much to worry about there, and push offer, enter, and then see where it goes. So that is that right now for Intel. We'll give that a little bit of love. And then I apologize that I'm not like trading Intel, or sorry, not trading Nvidia. There goes Nvidia right now. It's breaking. I really, I don't feel sick enough to throw up or anything like that, but honestly, this 1200 trade there, the fact that, again, there's no way you're going to look back and say, oh, I would have held for all 20 bucks, because there's no way in anything. I'd still have a piece. You guys could see that, but I just think that this break right there, and like I said to Max, like, oh yeah, when's the last time? He's like, every $100 this seems to be happening. You know what? When was $1,100? Oh, 2 days ago? Okay. Yeah, we didn't actually get an 1100 break. It did actually, see, this is the difference. So, but okay, I don't want to look at a break that happens at 350. So that 1100 break there, forget about it. When did it happen earlier? The first time? I'd have to go back. I don't even know where that is, but that would be something to look at. Just even $100, there it is right here actually. So it breaks it. This is on May 28th, right there. Here's 1100. So it starts the day of 1094, basically breaks 11 there, shoots up $5, retraces back to 98, and then rips 20. So yeah, I mean, you don't lose on the 1100 break either. I don't think we'll be able to see 1300 on Nvidia. What day is today? Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday. I mean, maybe I should take that back, because if we just have the same day today, tomorrow that we did today, yesterday's close was 1163. So we've added here $60 straight fire to the upside. So you add $60 to this thing tomorrow, and then we're waiting for 1300 break. So, all right. I mean, the trade can happen tomorrow. That is for sure. So, hey, Rusty Moe there. I think you might be right.
Wednesday, not Thursday.
Yeah, it's only Wednesday today. Yeah.
Well, it's because usually when I fill in for you in the aftermarket show, it's been Thursdays. So in my head, all day long, I've been thinking it's Thursday because of that.
I think it might be raining now. Is it raining now? It's supposed to be.
Huh?
It is Friday today. Yeah, Ramin, you have tomorrow off. All right. So hold on a second. I was gonna check the weather. Yeah, it's supposed to be. I think it is raining right now. So or it's supposed to be, but not later on. So we've had a couple practices canceled. Looks like today will be good. All right, we're good to go. We're good to go. No,
oh my goodness! Last night at my daughter's baseball, the way that works, and it's a hybrid T-ball coach's pitch. So the first inning T-ball, and then a couple of innings the coach pitches. But we only had 10 people. 10 people hit every inning. You don't bat the entire lineup. We had exactly 10, so we just kept turning the lineup over. Our kid that hit 10th, he hit every single inning. We only got through. I think we got through 4 innings. So 3 out of the 4 innings.
All batters hit in T-ball, no?
No, not in this
Only
one.
when they
in this hybrid, it's everybody hits, but only 10 people per inning. So if the whole team shows up, and we have 14 people, then 4 people don't get hit that inning. But when we have 10, it's just everybody gets to hit, and the same kid gets to be last batter where you keep running. 3 of the 4 innings, he hit basically slam, 3-run bomb. I'm talking legitimate.
Yeah.
He's getting the outfield, they're running it down, and he's a quick kid. That said, he's 8. And we've got some 6- and 7-year-olds on our team. The other team had some, half their team was probably 6 and 7. You can really see the difference. It's wild. I love the coaches that are really cool that because you're supposed to pitch overhand. And there's a couple of kids, they won't stand in even if I lob it, they're just backing away. And the coaches that are cool, just go underhand.
Yeah.
Except for the convener, when the convener's watching, he's like, don't throw underhand. It's supposed to be overhand. I'm like, what is the point if the kid's not going to have any fun, and he's not going to stand in? I'm like, he's half the size of everybody else. And then when he gets a hit underhand, he loses his mind. He's so happy. I'm like, get out of here. I'm pitching underhand to this kid.
Yeah, there's, I get that. I was going to say that the only theory would be is what Brendan and I talk about sometimes, and there's that book, Do Hard Things or something like that. And it's you keep babying them. But I agree with you, 6, 7, 8. Let them just run
there's
the
a couple that aren't.
They want to run the bases.
Yeah, they want to have some fun. He hasn't played base. This is his first time playing baseball.
It should be too. Most of
if I get him next year, I'll pitch overhand to him. Fine. But this year, come on, it's his first shot.
I just wanted to say something here.
Ball 22, by the way.
I know, it's gone. And the future is, I'm just, I'm like 2 pennies away from getting stopped out on these TQs. I mean, the NASDAQ is blowing up. I just didn't think we'd get 2% up, let alone when we're breaking 19,000. So we're getting close just to saying, you know what, let's just get the heck out of here. I wanted to bring it up because, hold on a second, I just canceled my 67. I just want to make sure that what? Someone's doing a buy now, pay later thing with Costco.
With Costco, but who's the company doing it with them? The guy just said Costco doing a buy now, pay later with Costco. So I think he meant to say the company that they're partnering with, and he said Costco twice.
I think the Costco could just do it themselves, to be honest.
Of course they could.
All right, there was someone in here, and it was Monty something, and I can't. We started talking about it, then the chat went away. And anyways, I remember what the topic was. That's the point. It was his grandmother was talking, and it's probably just a joke. Maybe it's not. If I phone my grandma, maybe she'd ask me about Nvidia as well. But it's like the minute your grandmother starts asking you if they should be buying Nvidia, might be the time it is to sell. Nvidia just added another Intel to itself in the last hour. All right, there it goes. So we just get stopped out breaking through that 13 level on the triple Qs. We'll take that 13-cent hit there. We were short at O's. It just broke higher. At some point, we got to get out of it. Now, whether or not it tanks from here or not, I throw my hands up in the air and just say, go for it, because I don't know which way we're going here other than longer. It's just, the more we sit here and not trade this thing long, I don't really know. He's going to be updating Costco right now. Let's just find out if it's moving around at all. 8:30 for Costco, wow. Yeah, not moving, so that news doesn't really matter. Look, you could short Nvidia if you wanted to. There really isn't a level on this name. I mean, you have to pull back to the 50 period. We saw 50, we saw 50, we saw 50 again, and that's 12.17. So
this is the stock.
$5 lower.
This is the stock that has
APLT?
to deal with. So Catapult is the stock. What the heck? This stock doesn't even trade. Yeah, don't trade this. These are the guys that had to deal with Nvidia, Costco. Don't trade this at all. 19,000 shares of volume. Look at it. It's what is this? I don't know anything about the company, but a deal with Costco you would think would be good. It doesn't look ridiculous on the daily, but it's on 19,000 shares worth of volume. That is nasty and completely illiquid. So I think if you punch into this, I don't know what your out is. You're holding that one forever because there's no liquidity, obviously. So there is another press, maybe a 12.25 break. What else is there? Your only chance for a dip buy was this consolidation off of 15 and 16. So a 12.25 break, if that goes right away, maybe you get a nice little scalp trade there. I did get Google. For a hot minute, it looked like it was going to go, and then Nvidia started going higher, and then market started going higher, and it ticked right back to 75s. It was pulling in. We got one fill, and it's right back in the 90s. So I'm short at 92. It's relatively weak, but yeah, as soon as I say let's go for a 12.25 break, Nvidia does this candle. Really? Okay. I guess that's how it's going to be.
Yeah. It's I think it's going to be just
it's haunted.
Oh man. Okay, so here comes a pullback. Maybe just finally a red candle that looks half decent. At some point, we all know this is going to happen. This is not something that's going to surprise anybody. Would she? The rug could get pulled here at some point. Just pull me off the camera. Let's go to Adara.
Just seeing this circulate online, looks like Nvidia has surpassed Apple in market cap from what I'm seeing there. So again, just echoing what we've seen here with NVDA, apparently surpassing the market cap of Apple, at least temporarily from what I am seeing circulating here, guys.
Apple? I thought it passed Apple. You're welcome. You're welcome for that. No, Ramin just said thanks for throwing to Adara. So we did it. Yeah, there it is right there. Apple 3. I had thought it was actually. I actually thought Nvidia. When we talked about Microsoft, I thought Nvidia was number 2 already.
I thought I heard that earlier today.
Yeah,
I actually thought I heard it in my earpiece that it had happened earlier. It doesn't really matter.
3.05, and then Nvidia right here is 3.01. I guess so. This is probably not real time. So yeah, good job there with Nvidia. Again, market cap has really nothing to do with anything other than looking at where you've come from and trying to figure it out. Because a lot of us are talking about where this move's coming from, and I think a lot of it has to do with the split. So that is not a market cap idea thing, right? I mean, the split's going to keep the exact same thing. Every one share that you own, you're going to get 10 more. So 9 more, I guess. 10 to 1, no, 10 more. So you'll have 11 shares on that split. Is that right? Did I do that math right? But either way, this is going to get cut by 10. So divided by 10 on the 7th. Tomorrow is the last day to own it before that happens to your shares. And then we'll see what happens on Monday, where the price will be, if it was right now, $122. So we'll see where that is at that time. I really feel like a lot of this run up, again, great quarter. That was on May 24th. So right here, there's the gap higher. We are $1,000. We actually broke it in the after hours, came back in a little bit in and around 1,000. Then after that, the next couple of days, just straight upside. You did not get the pullback. But the thing is that nothing's really changed for Nvidia. They had a great quarter. They meet, guide, everything's there. They could do the same thing again. But just what I mean by this is that, see this pullback? This was 960 down to 750. That's 22%. You pull back here, 10% is down into here again. Again, 10% is not going to look that much. But then the 20% on 1,200 is going to be $250 or so. Yeah, that's right. So $250 off of this actually doesn't even get you that far back in. So that's only 1,000. So yeah, I don't know. This chart just looks so parabolic to me that I'm not even sure what to think about Nvidia. But people want levels. We just said the 50-period moving average. So that almost hit again. So you could have maybe just got long there 20s, and then now you'd be $2 in the money. So that might be a play there. I'm dumbfounded. Like, I don't want to short it.
Definitely not one.
And I really do think, and maybe it's just me becoming this whole like contrarian here, like you've already addressed earlier today when people asked us about our positions. I just don't know what to think about this move. I still feel like the rug can get pulled on this, and we could be at 1190 or something, $30 down. Like, I feel like we could retrace. I don't know. VWAP is 1198. I don't know.
Well, it's clear. It's obviously pretty parabolic. I just went to check the Chipotle date. Anybody that knows the Chipotle split effective date? That one I don't know off the top of the head. I was trying to remember it, but I actually don't. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But that's the next big one as well.
I don't know anything.
But at the end of the day, like I was thinking 16, 17s in here were consolidated before. It doesn't get in. The only thing I'm in is relatively weak name. So Google. Right back up to that 175. I reloaded the 93 level. It's starting to go back. It was just working a second ago. Yeah, it just wicked 75 again. So I'm sitting at 60s. We'll probably take something in the 70s if we're scalping it. We're going to get the imbalances. I'm anticipating nothing on the off chance that Nvidia.
That's right.
On the off chance that at 330 there's an early look imbalance on any chip name, I am probably going to respect any early look imbalance on any of those random chips. I mean, it could be Micron, it could be AMAT, it could be Marvell, it could be Nvidia, it could be AMD. But if one of those things has an imbalance, I think it's going to be worth a look, maybe a bit of a trade into that 350 when it does come out officially. So we'll have our eyes on those. You never know what's going to happen. You just got to be ready for it. GameStop really stopped moving since the last. Seriously.
I see what you did.
That was unintentional. Like since I got in and out that last time, it's really not doing a heck of a lot. So I'd like to see it make some kind of a move. Like when it pulls back in here, there's your chance to dip by, and then you could be sitting in the trade. Now that it's not moving, we'll wait for it to do something and then try to react. 26th of June is when Chipotle becomes effectively tradable for everybody that likes to day trade. Never touch that stock, and I guarantee you that'll be a stock suddenly you will see get traded promptly on the floor. What a great stock and story they are as well. Tampanda just said Tesla flat bottom break. Is it a flat bottom break?
I'm only watching Nvidia.
No, I don't think. I don't really see a flat bottom break there.
I kind of want to punch short Nvidia a lot.
Yeah, I don't see that as a flat bottom break, but
that'd be so stupid.
I'm not really looking at that. I'm looking at Google, Nvidia, and GameStop are the three stocks that I'm looking at. Let's go to Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by American Airs, trading in the USA under symbol AAIRF and in Canada under the symbol WIFI. This company just announced a knockout punch, a global marketing partnership with the UFC. Ares Tech is dedicated to bridging the gap between technology and wellness. Ares Tech's mission is to provide cutting-edge solutions that protect against electromagnetic radiation without disrupting everyday use of technology. This innovative company has seen consistent revenue growth and boasts several high-profile customers like Russell Brand and top UFC athletes. Invest in American Airs today. OTCQB, AAIRF, CSE, WIFI.
All right, yeah, Pfizer going up. So I really do like some of the, yeah, go check those guys out, Airs. I love that symbol, Wi-Fi. I mean, I
It's
don't
the
know.
best.
I always talk
well,
about the symbols.
one of the best.
That are coming through there. Go check them out. All right, so yeah, I just heard that Pfizer was starting to go, but again, you know, there was some new talk. Nah, I don't, is it though? Oh yeah, okay, nice move up for Pfizer, I don't know. We talked about this move recently on there, and it's like kind of out of nowhere. We did hear, and again, there was like COVID variant talk, and like there was a new variant out, or there's not, I don't know. But either way, I just think, you know, if anything like that spikes up again, obviously names like, and we've talked about this before, Moderna, Pfizer, BioNTech, all those kind of names could be NVAX. I mean, NVAX moving around with the short flow and stuff like that. Some other things happening there. So I would just say be patient with these plays. Pfizer, I think it's a good dip buy opportunity and things like that. So good dividend. You might have had your opportunity. This kind of reminds me a little bit, not of Intel because it didn't bump up, but this name could go. I like the XLV, XBI, things like that, some of the different sectors that are healthcare related. But all right, here we go, a little bit of a pullback. And is it because Nvidia finally failed or what? No. So market getting back into the 50 period
quickly
again.
here.
Yeah, go ahead.
There's news on JWM. Looks like, I'm trying to figure out who filed the 13, but the 13D filing, so somebody owns more than 5% of this bad boy. This is in speculation
Randy.
of deal talk for Nordstrom's. I believe it was supposed to be, the idea is that they were going to get taken private, was the rumor. So I guess their accumulation of shares has begun, and somebody's reached 5%. On the daily, $22 a big level, $23.50. Resistance on it. It spiked nice and then came right back in here. But if there's any speculation that a deal could actually be happening, if that can put a floor on it, if it can hold where this started, that's 22.15. Think of it of the reverse when stocks have good news. If it can hold that bottom, like why would it go down if the accumulation has already begun? So I'm going to try and get in 30s here. And if it's underneath where the news came out, then we just get out. Very similar to when we like short a Boeing or something when that stock goes to the downside. Let's go to Adara.
We do have JWN here. The news on that Nordstrom move officially apparently is that there's a 13D filing showing that the estate of Bruce Nordstrom reported a 6.27% of the stake of the companies as of June 2024. So in case you missed that Nordstrom news, that is what happened there. I'm also seeing some news on Pfizer, so I'll have that ready for you guys.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
So that would be going, yeah, it would be essentially to take it private. They've already bought 5% and got to get to 100 if you're going to buy them out.
Does Garcia, so I just got the email to vote for the Blue Jays for an all-star appearance. He's the guy that could make it? I'm just trying to think. Can he? Yimmy Garcia or whatever?
Well, literally nobody else.
Right, okay. No,
actually, that's not true. Danny Jansen.
What about Varsho? Wasn't he blowing it up at his averages?
No, his defense is great. I would say.
But does he have 14 bombs? Or?
Jansen is a catcher. You know,
but probably won't get it, right?
Jansen won't get it. I give him some votes, man, because he has no chance.
Thinking.
I don't think he has a chance. He's having a fantastic year. Yimi Garcia is doing great.
Right, okay.
I think Varsho should win, but I really appreciate center field defense. He's hitting like 200.
He won't get enough votes.
You will never, you're not making an all-star team if you're hitting 200. No matter how good your D is, no matter how many bombs he hits, he can steal bases.
I was thinking like,
they look at the batting average.
So right now,
I'd vote
are we going to Adara? I just want to say right now, Nvidia, again, we're short the triple Qs. We're short the NASDAQ here. We're almost back to flat on our position, on our net here. But at the end of the day, we've been wrong on this short. So let's see if it can bleed into the 200 period. And again, I just think I've said this joke lots of times, the emperor has no clothes, but this emperor is loaded with clothes. Like this emperor is like Louis Vuitton and all that stuff. Like this emperor is literally burning their clothes. They have so much of it. But let's see if Nvidia does come back in to the downside right now. Come on, Nvidia, start shopping at Temu or something where your stuff will fall apart in 2 days. Let's see what happens to the downside here with Nvidia and possibly breaking lower. We're short the whole market with the TQs. Was that a call for Adara? Then let's go there, Miss Ramin.
Pfizer here, I did mention this one earlier. So the news with this name is apparently that the FDA advisors support the inclusion of this JN1 COVID variant in vaccines. We had both Pfizer and Moderna earlier today saying that they're ready to supply vaccines that target the JN1 or KP2. So companies I'm seeing tagged here include Pfizer, Moderna, BioNTech, so BNTX, Johnson & Johnson, and NVAX or Novavax. So quite a few companies that could be getting a move up here on this news that the FDA advisors do support, apparently, the inclusion of the JN1 COVID variant in vaccines. Keep an eye on some of these biopharma stocks, guys.
So we talked about that.
You know, I'm not excited about Pfizer until their weight loss drug, gets its approvals.
They must be working on one.
No, they are. They're working on one. It's just so the reason they're not mooning, and I was buying, some dips in there when it looked like it was gonna do well, and then I think it was like phase 2 they had issues, and it's not. It basically.
No, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just not there, and they're under pressure. But if they get in that game, then they can get some of that love that Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk have. So. Same trade, Google came from 75 to 80s, 75 even, back in the 80s, we take some out. It's almost 330 and bounces are about to drop. I am in Nordstrom's after that filing, so it pulls back in. It consolidated right here at 30, but I'll give it right. If it breaks this low, this is actually 17. I put my stop at 15, but it doesn't matter. If we break underneath and we give it up, we'll scalp some. If we can break the high of the day, fine. But just because they're accumulating shares, you never know what any potential deal could look like. Deals don't always have to be higher when they've been rumored for a while. That's an important thing to remember. I've seen this happen before where a stock is run on speculation, and then by the time the offer comes up, hey, it's already moved like 70%. They could make the deal at $20 for all I know. I'm just making a trade here. And if we break underneath 15s, we're going to get out of that bad boy. Wow, Nvidia really did pull back after all.
Is it, though?
Oh,
I mean, I know we talked rhetorically. That's what I'm saying. I'm
16.
Yeah. So actually, good point. I mean, this is the first time here since 2 o'clock that we actually broke the 50 period. So into the close, the only logic to me is that there could be a sell imbalance. We don't have any early looks on the NASDAQ, unfortunately. I mean, it's only NYSE. If anybody else has an early look, please let us know immediately because everything else is just NY. Like if there's a big sell, that would make a little bit of sense. It matters a lot to me. We've just covered some more down here on the TQQs. So again, we had 1,000 shares here. We had 2,000 shares here. So we're basically flat on TQQs. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. I mean, I'm hoping this can come back in and we'll get a nice little close. I could see us closing around 19,000. I mean, the futures are so far away from VWAP now. You don't often get the last time, you see something like this far away, and Obi has a little calculator there. I'm going to actually download. I'm going to ask him what it is. You just put it on your screen, and it'll sort of tell you, I believe, the distance that it is away from it. Or
he does?
What is this, actually? Do we have something like this? What is this? There it is. Yeah, bars. Yeah, a low. What does this show there? 14%? I'm going to have to figure this out. But I just clicked on whatever this is on our system. So drawing measuring shape. Okay, so maybe we do have something like that I've really never looked at. How do I delete it?
Goodness.
Well, now I can't delete it, so I'll figure that out at some point. But again, what I'm getting at sort of is the NASDAQ, how far away it is from VWAP. So it's just, I would expect a retracement back in, but today is kind of a different beast, as we've sort of showed you, that unless this name does continue to fall in, like this was just a little blip. Sure, it's 5 minutes of downside, but then it's followed by now you're almost right back to where we were, man. The high was 12.24. So just a couple seconds, you'll break through 20, and then you'll be at 22, and then you're right there again. So let me get some more out of these TQs, as we did good getting some out at the bottom there, 94, 95, but never get out enough. We still have about half.
So 330 dropped, and the only imbalances, early look imbalances on the New York are probably stocks that we don't necessarily care too much about, being at Visa, 1.1 million to the buy side. TME, XOM, 670,000 sell. The big names are going to be if some of the NASDAQ names come out and they're big. TSM, 460,000 to the buy side. That's like a drop in the bucket. It's not going to matter. I just threw that tool up just because I never used it either. Shout out to Real Trading. It's for traders by traders around here, so somebody wanted to be able to draw this, see what the percentage move was. I happened to be looking at GameStop when I drew it. And now I'm like, what do I do to, there you go. If I just click it, it gets rid of it. So that's good to know. I love how it's intuitive. All I have to do is click the tool to turn it on, click the tool to turn it off. But GameStop is starting to go. Trying to take out the high of the day. I never found the way back into it. This probably a mistake, but really So like the entry here, I don't like as much as like an entry in here somewhere on a little bit more strength. Like this is a couple of green candles. Even if you have a worse price there, at least it's bouncing. And then if you're long, give it to that. Anyways, I'm not in it. I don't think I'm going to be chasing this move. Actually, at 330, I know I'm not going to chase that move. It's just not going to happen. Nordstrom's, which we jumped into, and maybe I'd be in GameStop if the news didn't hit on Nordstrom's. It's possible. It just did a little bit of a dip into 22.20, right back into the 30s. Not really going to move my offers. We'll just leave them in. And then Alphabet, I said if I'm shorting something, it's Alphabet because Alphabet's relatively weak. 75 is held. I got 93 short, but no follow through yet. If the market rolls over, Alphabet's going to see 174.5, and then maybe a chance at the 174 as you're starting to see Nvidia come back in. Mr. Future likes some coin with a question mark. 250 on coin. How about that? Bitcoin's still holding like 71,000. And wow, this is a pretty decent top happening in Coinbase at 250. Not bad. Like it's the first time it got there in a long time. 240. All right. You guys don't know why I'm hitting the fail here, but suffice to say, if you rewind to this morning, and we were going over we went through our morning rundown, and we were talking specifically about the crypto names, and I think the only comment I had was, well, 240 was a resistance level. Sometimes a big resistance turns into support. What happens at the open? Dip in coin, trend down, tags 240 and 65, 66 cents, straight shot to the upside after that. Now you're going to have that bottom, not my style, but like this consolidation in here, 42, back up through 42, give it the local stop. That's what you got to look for. If you're a Coinbase trader, that's one for you. If you're an Nvidia trader, you had to have that break. If you're trading crypto names, you really got to have that move. Just because I cannot look at that without looking at Mara, yeah, same thing, Mara. Same thing on Mara. Mara dips. Difference is Coinbase dipped into previous resistance. Mara just dipped right into yesterday's bottom and made the same reversal play. If you're a Mara trader, like if you trade Mara on a day-to-day basis, let's just say this is your baby. You trade it every single day. When it does this move, you got to be long that, 19.5. You know, like that's the kind of thing, that's your baby. So you got to have it. I wasn't looking at it. It's where you're not looking sometimes. I feel like these trades you get these obvious levels when people are distracted elsewhere and like the money is in other places. It's easier for it to bounce off an obvious level because a bunch of day traders aren't piling into it already and getting stopped out. Like it just kind of makes a clean turn because you don't have a bunch of people buying in front of that level.
All right, 3:35. We only have about 15 minutes until we get going here. I didn't plug my earpiece back in. UiPath something?
No, Reddit broke the highs.
No, Reddit broke the highs. I was just going to say here, something else that was breaking the highs. Today we had just looked, you talked about Pfizer already. Not Nvidia. Oh, I want to look at GameStop again. I just saw someone in the chat saying, here we go again. Yeah, there's 31.50. I just got to plug this in so I don't miss too much if there's any news stories there. But
they were actually just talking about GameStop.
Oh, were they? Okay, so there it goes through 32. So these are the levels. I mean, yeah, the breakouts have been so solid there for GameStop once it can take some of these highs. Let's wait. That very high is 32.17, 32.30 or so, but I don't know if it's going to matter once it gets there. Like a break of 32 gets to that level for sure. It's now up 17%. So, yeah, good move. You know, two meme stocks aren't built the same, but AMC is still up 8%. So have a look at that with relatively no news on either one of these from what we know today. Oh, a trade idea that we had earlier, let's just check on it, was Snapchat 15. We wrote down 15.50, talking about that it was in a zone here. I don't think that would have triggered today. No, the high 35s. So kind of a boring stock. If your style is a little more, not that your style is boring, but if that's a trade for you, maybe you would have shorted that. But again, back down to 15. Snapchat out doing a whole heck of a lot. Meta always talked about over here. Uber. I did hear something, and it's probably related to Amazon as the market comes right back because Nvidia is back to 1220 again, that Amazon was also testing the robo-taxis and stuff like that. So they have one of Amazon's divisions also looking at taxis and whether or not that's going to affect Tesla. I mean, I think Tesla is going to be light years ahead of all of this. Amazon's still pretty much hanging out again, despite, wow, look at this market, man. I mean, do we want to put it back? We got out a half. I mean, we will not lose on our trade here for the futures. Our stop is very, very close to where we are right now. So we could put something back on. But again, into the close with only 13 minutes left, something has to happen almost immediately for us to do anything. So we took the shares there. Our stop was just a break of the high, which is now wrong on here. It didn't get to 67.77, but 67.20, 67.30s looks like we're going to stop out. I actually put it on a break of 20, so here it goes. We're almost stopped out. We did not average back into this. So we'll lose about 6 pennies, 5 pennies on the last half, and then we only started taking some out when we were in the money, 5 pennies. So pretty much we'll take some profits down here. And again, to look at the net, like I told you that we had a decent position there. If we cash it all out, couple $100 different, but right now, nice move up. Let's see again, does that wick mean anything? Not too many sell volume candles coming through. Futures also, as the TQs are the futures, right there, 19,050. Wow, we were just at like 18.7, 18.2.
Right back up at the highs.
Right back up to the highs. The market's rallying, and there goes Nvidia as well.
Tesla, I hope our boy got out of that 420 short. I know he did, because you take profit.
What's that now?
424 with a tap of 444.
So not much.
Look, just keep in mind, anybody that's trading this ASNS, I'm going to say it again. It's 338. Once it hits 350, one more halt and that's it. Like if it halts after 350, it doesn't open up until the aftermarket. So if you can't trade in the aftermarket, you don't want to be in this stock in the last 10 minutes because it's been halting all this time. So if you don't have access to liquidity in the aftermarket, that's when it would open back up, and then you're stuck holding it overnight. So anyone that does have aftermarket access, make sure you have a risk plan or whatever. This could open. It was a 47-cent stock yesterday. Like this could legitimately open anywhere tomorrow. If it was $2, I wouldn't be surprised. If it was $1, I wouldn't be surprised. If it was $10, I wouldn't be surprised. Which tells me I want no part of this. You can do like little quick in and out trades. I know for sure. When Brankos was shorting this one, he just looked at that curl, saw the turn. He probably had a stop literally 5 cents higher or 10 cents higher is my bet. And then he held through the halt, and then you make your profit into VWAP, and then you're out of the trade. You trade one halt, and then you're out of it in 10 minutes. That's what you should do. I'm not reloading Google. Nordstrom's, that news ends up being a waste of time. Unless you get it, unless you're the algo that's punching long, there's no follow through here. So it's right back to flat. As we get closer to 350, I'll probably just have to get out wherever it happens to lie. Unfortunately, SMCI is breaking VWAP. Oh, down. Yeah, that's. I don't know if it was trending. The market's about to take the high. Nvidia is going up. Like if that was breaking out through VWAP, that would look interesting. But breaking down through VWAP, I'm going to say no to SMCI because it's not really making sense. Maybe it wants to just flush through 800 for reasons unknown at this point.
Reasons unknown, ooh.
Everything else is, like, all the chip names are strong. Like, why is it breaking 800 here?
Yeah, I always had the same idea in my head there, and it just went to AMD again because I was like, let's just have a look to see if Nvidia does go down, will it take others with it, basically, is what I was thinking. So, looking to say, is there maybe a better short where the slippage won't be as bad? I mean, AMD's, and by slippage, you just mean like when you're trying to punch out, Neil used that example of the CDR there. It's like when you're trying to get out of AMD, it's going to be probably 5 or 6 pennies of slippage at most. And then this is if you're going short, right? Like, I mean, going long, I don't, you have good outs. I'm just talking about going against the high of the day. Like if you're going to go short now, I don't think you necessarily go short immediately and then just get out if it goes up 10 cents. You're going to have some back and forth action here, right? So that's going to be something you're going to have to give it up to there. And then the slippage on that is probably not that much, as opposed to trying to catch and go short on a name like Nvidia, where, you're going to have some pretty serious slippage, I believe, on that one. If you try to short in this 1224 against 1225, like it could bust out. Neil got a great fill, as I'm sure some of the other ones did as well. You said you got 40 cents.
I forgot to ask. Like I got 41s. I'm always very curious. One of the first things, when there's a break that everybody has, if traders use different stop orders, we have 3 different stop orders. We have multiple gateways we can fire out when the stop triggers. I want to know who got the best fill because that's the key I want to use next time. Like I got rinsed one time relative to the floor. There was a level that broke on an IPO, And I happened to know when everyone was talking that I got by far the worst fill. And I got the worst fill because I used a different stop from everybody else on the floor. I fired a different order out there. My route was the last one to hit, and it cost me an extra 20 cents on the level break. And I was like, well, that's just throwing money away, and now I use a different key, and I got a great fill today. So it matters. Like, if you take a breakout trade a day on, say, like in Nvidia, like getting 41 instead of 70 on that break, and do that twice a week for a year, like think about that. It's going to add up over time. So execution does matter. I don't know what's happening in Meta, but Meta's being Meta right now. I've been paying attention. Like the level 2s I have up, as I said, it was GameStop, Nvidia, and Google, and at one point GME. So that I wasn't paying attention to Meta. Meta's having a good time this afternoon. 4% for them. Fresh highs. I think we're seeing 500 tomorrow.
Really? Wow.
Holds the 50 period today, breaks it out. Why not? Why wouldn't it? It's the earnings gap top is like $510, but really at the open, it was 500. So it's, as far as I'm concerned, it's actually filled in the gap already. And how long did that take? That was April 24th. It is not even halfway through June. That didn't take very long. Earnings gap filled on Meta. Let's go to Adair.
That was huge.
Not seeing any news on Meta to explain this later day move. There is a lot of social media attention on this name, though. We're talking multiple tagged tweets within the last minute alone. Also worth noting, they had a price target increase earlier today from Raymond James from 525 to 550, which should explain that move up, but nothing within the last couple minutes or within the afternoon, guys.
And we got a small piece of Meta before earnings. Tried to buy it back, and then it was like no dips. So other than earnings day, and then I think it dipped a couple days after that as well back in. So that would make sense because I'm sitting here watching Nvidia, but it's really Meta that is starting the market move higher again. And there we go, just bouncing around the 50 period. It seems like it doesn't really want to break too much here on Nvidia. I mean, here it goes right back up to the high side again. So we shorted more. I'm just getting some out. Like I am literally in scalp mode. We are just now minutes away, 5 minutes away from the imbalances. So we just reloaded it again. Like this is, I'm literally taking, as we say this, here we go, I'm bidding 07s. Can we get it? I need to get 07s here. Thank you. Okay, good. All right, we'll just go props. Thank you, futures, for going down there. But there it is. We did reload this position. It's coming back in. You know, we'll make a bad day a little bit better as if already better. We took a hit there on the futures early. Then we kind of, I mean, I guess it's a little bit of revenge trading because we're just putting on shares and, you know, it's not like I'm just, let me see where this goes. Because we lost 10 cents there, I still like these levels and I kind of want to be here until we break. I just thought into the close, maybe we can get really excited and start to make some downside pushes. So just piecing that out here. And again, this is what I said, like when you have, and we talked about having whatever, a couple thousand shares, you know, that's why sometimes when you're seeing getting out, like I'll get out like 10 times, and you guys are like, what the hell is this guy even doing? Like, why does he have so many outs? And I agree. I'd love to get that fixed if I could. So, all right.
Microsoft is pulling back.
Okay, good.
So Meta's making fresh highs, but Microsoft is in a pullback. That was the one. It's like the leadership switched. Right here, this is almost, so 321. There's Microsoft up at the top, and it makes a bit of a curl. And then you go over to Meta. You can't make this up. This is about 321 in here. It started to make a run, did a pullback, did a run, then held that same level where Microsoft turned. It held that same support on a dip, and then just goes off to the races. So this is when Microsoft turned down. Meta bounced and went parabolic. There's something to be said about sometimes like that money. I'm more talking about like algo. It just goes from one place to the other. So the shift certainly in there. Nordstrom's is starting to get a little bit weak. So it tagged up. I'm like, I have to start getting out because it's 346. Took some out there at 35, and now it's right back into the lows. I'm going to tighten the stop to 20s. It's not going. It was a 13D filing by, I guess, the family.
Yeah,
right, to take it private. I don't know the exact name, but it didn't really have any follow through. So we'll just get out of that one if it breaks the 20 level. It's not a lot of earnings today, but there are a few interesting ones. I mean, obviously the big one is Lululemon. I think everyone's going to be interested to see Lululemon. Check out the market recap show. I'm filling in for Sean tonight so that they can do practice. Is it game or practice?
Game.
Oh, it's a game tonight. It's you got a game tonight, so good luck. Obviously,
sure
for the Jets.
The Jets, yep.
The only Jets that I can be happy if they win.
We're the Red Sox farm team, so it's like, again, it's bad.
Oh,
again.
that's how is it possible? That's like the two teams I probably hate the most. Like
the Jets.
Well, no, I'd say second because I hate the Patriots and Jets in football because I'm a Bills fan, and then I would say for baseball, Yankees, then Red Sox.
Patriots as a
so
Bills
it's like
fan.
the secondary. But
Or Miami as a Bills fan. I feel like the Jets, although they should be competitive this year, it's been a minute.
You know what? I've always had a soft spot for the Dolphins because remember the Ace Ventura movie?
Yep.
I saw that as a kid and I was like,
That's
okay.
Dan Marino in it?
Dan Marino
Yep.
seemed pretty cool in that one, so I kind of liked it. So I don't really hate on the Miami Dolphins as much as a Bills fan should, but you better believe it. You're not going to catch me saying good things about the Patriots or the Jets or the Cowboys. But Lululemon's a big one. Aftermarket, the expected move is 10% there. We already had Dollar Tree, so aftermarket, no one, Smart Sheet, I don't really care about them. The other ones that we're going to care about, Victoria's Secret could be interesting. In their Charge Point is expected move of 18%. So the reason Charge Point, it's not very big, it's not even $1 billion company, but 18% expected move on Charge Point. So there's a few good names in here. Headed off by Lululemon, which we'll have live for you. Their call's not till 4:30, but they should be coming out almost right away. We're going to have Chris Brecher on, so the aftermarket show. We'll bring the fire. Adara's got the topics, because she's fantastic building the topics in this, so I don't have to fill it out, because I would already forget. And Chris Brecher is a blast. He knows this stuff. He already has some things he's going to talk to us about. He's got his ideas locked and loaded. I don't want to spoil any of it, but tune in. He's got some great ideas just like last time. So it should be a heck of a lot of fun. 1 minute till imbalances.
Yeah, so I only have now 800 shares left for the TQs. So it just fell in. We got some more out. Like we're adding, we've made, well, it doesn't matter. We're adding some back to it. We'll still be red. I mean, we talked about that Tesla trade. That Tesla trade, you think that we're trading shares here. I mean, this Tesla trade right there, I was really upset when that broke that 176 and we wind up getting taken out right there. I was going to say, Adara's great at fixing the board, not only now, but when we forget to do it, she does it right live on the show and it only takes a couple seconds. So it's already ready. Okay, good. She's locked and loaded. All right. As Neil mentioned, what we're looking at are these imbalances. I am going to cancel them and go over and only look at active ones. So these are all from 9:30. In about 20 seconds, we will get an update. I'm going to put another bid right here on the TQs at 98. You know what? I might just punch some out right. I want to get 90. I want to punch them out before this imbalance comes, but I want to see if I get 98s first. There we go. Okay, we got him. So there we go. All right, now we'll see if we can go a little bit lower here on these 2 and 1. Let's see where we go on this. It is a nice move to the downside in the TQs, but we did not get our 88 fill. Yes, we did. We just got it. So let's wait for a little bit lower now. We'll get that exact number from Adara. I know it gets divided up, but Cisco. Okay, so now the market. Damn it! It has to be a buy, right? Like. Can't win on that one. Nothing major though.
Nothing over $1 million.
I mean, Visa with a buy. That's
the penny
Toast,
stock, I don't know about.
Pfizer. Where's the NASDAQ? Okay, there's Google sell. Google, see what I'm saying? Look at Google with the sell. Look at the uptick.
It's not even doing.
It doesn't mean everything. And that sucks, right? Like again, a couple $100
with a spell imbalance.
Maybe $100 or so difference there, but from getting out before the market to now, we did get good. We got some 87s there on that move into the 200 period right before the imbalances. So the imbalances screwed us there. But we got some out, which is pretty good at that 200. That's why we were sitting there. To get them all out would have made a difference. But hey, you take that risk. We only have a couple hundred shares left now. So we got a good fill down there.
So yeah, remember when we say imbalances, just because it comes out buy doesn't have to go up, comes out sell doesn't have to go down. Alphabet broke out 75, so there's your uptick. I was in it. We had our stop. We moved it. I always tighten a stop going into 350 because if it's going to start going, it's probably going to give it some kind of a continuation. So we jump out of that. I just took out Nordstrom's. It's 351. I'm going to get to the desk in a couple of minutes. But JWN, off that news, nothing really. It just kind of made a move up, and then it stagnated and only went sideways. That's going to happen sometimes, unfortunately. Maybe we get some news about the deal or any potential deal overnight.
What was it, 1.1 billion to sell? No, Adara, that cannot be right.
I thought it was a buy. We assumed buy because the move up in the market, but apparently 1.1 billion to sell after all. And the market's going up anyway, so.
Yeah, maybe we'll get a reversal, but we just took another out there at 12. Again, we're short at 18, which is right back in the pocket right now, right back to the upside. Thankfully, we only have 500 shares left, but we did get out of a lot down there at the bottom, so it's going to be a good trade. Let's get some more out if we can at 9s or 10s and so on and so forth, but let's see if we can get a lower bid here into the close. Unfortunately, at 355, it'll potentially flip. We're not going to be in it that long. It's now only 352, and the market's going right back up to the highs. We're going to get punched out at the day's high right there, but we put some damage back on for the TQs, so I'm really happy with that. Holding it into, here comes, it's going to come out in a second, holding it into the imbalance is always very dangerous. So we knew about that. Remember, we got a 98 out, then we got this 88 out, and here we are about to get punched out on this high move. I'd rather hold it. I just don't think that the hold is very wise to do right now in case it doesn't flip over. So let's see if we do retrace back down in. Not actually a pretty good afternoon for us considering all in all, but could have always been better. And I really started with that Tesla move and then not believing in this long where I believe in it, but like 2%, crazy. All right, so we got stopped out there, but it didn't break. Nvidia right there as well. There's the TQs, did not break, but we got stopped.
Yeah, flat afternoon for me, and I'm blaming myself on GameStop because it was much better than I kind of anticipated there. GameStop's going to close pressing the high of the day. So we thought it would be a little bit more muted, kind of getting to 30. Maybe we'd find our way back into it. Then it broke out. We're not at 32 yet, so I've marked off 32 for the break tomorrow. Why 32, do you ask? This is why 32. So the gap up, Roaring Kitty announcing that he had all those calls, and then we gave up everything that day, and then afternoon top was at 32 and change. So if we take out this high tomorrow, GameStop goes squeezing, Nvidia's already done so, Meta is insane, 496 still at the high. Actually, 496.66 is the actual high of the day right now.
496?
This candle was real, by the way. If we ever talk about why at 350, you sometimes want to, if you have a stop or a trailing stop, tighten it up at 350, because this is what happened when the imbalance, I didn't even see Meta on the imbalance locator, and then it drops like $2, $2.50. So whatever, and then it snaps right back to the upside. So you can get nasty wicked out. At least if you have a trailing stop that you tighten up at that time of day, you get a better fill. Otherwise, you get absolutely rinsed. So only about 5 minutes ago, I want to see if anything jumps up bigger than it was before, like TLT showed up for $2 million to buy. Apple showed up as $1.2 million to sell. That wasn't there before. Apple's been doing this recently where it comes out as nothing and then it grows and likely pairs off at 355. So my guess is it probably pairs off that sell imbalance, seeing as it just went into a support level on Apple. So in about 2 minutes, you'll see some of these pair off. Apple's already gone. Intel's a buy of $1 million. Apple didn't even wait. Before 355, it paired off. So you saw it bounce there in the market, right? Like it was already bouncing. I said it'll probably pair off at 355. 2%. It paired off 5 seconds before. So it's 355. I'm not going to take any new positions. Going to cancel some orders in here. What an unbelievably strong day for the overall market. Whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Meta, whether it's Nvidia. I have no idea what to make of AMD today. Like I feel like it was early in the day, it was relatively strong compared to Nvidia. When it looked like it should have fallen apart, I was shorting it and that was a fail. Now it's like absolutely running like crazy with everything else. So apparently AMD is just, it's haunted, I think, this stock today. I think you just got to be on Nvidia. You know, it gave you that one big trade on Nvidia. I don't want it breaking 1225. I'll be dead honest with you.
Too late.
Like I would prefer if we never see 1225 today, we open up tomorrow at 1210. Why? Because then we can take a 1225 break tomorrow. If it breaks it now, it's not the same thing. I would rather be able to take a 25 break clean the first time through, the same way we got the shot at 1200 the first time through. Didn't hold on, but I scalp breakout trades. It is what it is. I'm going to get over to the desk with Adara, but I guarantee you haven't heard the last of Nvidia discussion for the day. So check out the market recap. We'll talk about Lululemon earnings as well, but Nvidia, that's the big story today.
Yeah, I'm excited for Lulu. Yeah, good luck on that one. It should be an exciting report, that's for sure. And then we'll see where we go from there as the market just continues to go higher here into the close. I just want to watch out for Nvidia, like Neil mentioned there. 1225, whether or not it breaks it or not, I don't know. The market's up 2% now and still going. So, I mean, people want to look at ARM as well. Yeah, I think like all of these names here today will probably work into the close. So yeah, no surprise here as we go into the close and figure this out. So yeah, thanks for staying with us. There's ARM, nice push up now 8.5%, up to 136 and change goes ARM. Nice move there. Is Nvidia finally pulling back in? Maybe, but who knows if it's over with now or not. Nice little push up for Nvidia, up to 1225, as Neil just mentioned that. Like, so if you add another 5% tomorrow, then yeah, you're going to be close enough to that 1300. So let's get ready to pay attention for that one into the close for Nvidia. Watch out after hours. I mean, even yesterday after hours, I think we did have a decent bump up right there as well. So here's the close. Nah, I really didn't do anything. Down to 1161. I can't believe where we are today, looking at 1161. Very, very interesting. There goes Nvidia, nice move higher. Let's just check on to see what Lulu's doing into the close. So a good rally there. I mean, up $3. We'll see. I think you are catching a falling knife at some point here, but that knife has already fallen pretty far. So how much damage is going to be done left on Lululemon heading into the close? We're going to find out in a matter of seconds with Neil and Adara. Also, Chris Brecher coming through. Sean and Neil, in your crystal ball, is Nvidia, what's up, Jersey Sean? Is Nvidia going down after the split? No, I don't, it's like, sorry, let me rephrase that, yes. And what I mean by that is I think there's some I just don't know how far, I don't know what the premium's baked in, but there is some kind of a premium right now baked into this name. And again, what I sort of mean by that is, because the split is coming and because everyone knows that that's going to increase retail action for options, it's going to create psychologically a better price level for many traders, thinking that this name's now $130 instead of $1,300, things like that. So yeah, I think there is a bump that's been associated with Nvidia so far, and that is due to the split. So will it come down? Yes, but is it going to move enough to do anything to it? I think like it's going to be properly valued for a while. Probably next report, or something out of China or something to rally this name, bring it lower, because the rallies are right there right now. AI is not going anywhere and people are adding to it. Look at Meta's comeback. I mean, Meta said that they were investing too much into all of this and people didn't like it. Well, now they're noticing that, hey, maybe investing is what we need to be doing, and giving Meta all the credit all the way back to the upside there. So yeah, Meta's working. And if Meta is, again, buying everything, then they're buying everything. So that's, again, that's just one of those things where all their customers are just lining up to buy more product from them. That is Nvidia. With only 3, 2, we forgot to push it, and 1. The market is now closed. So yeah, good day today, obviously. We did not get the countdown there, but I don't know if the close is sponsored by True Trading Group or not, but check out True Trading Group again on the close. That's my bad. Got carried away and did not see that the market had closed. So, all right, that was an exciting one. 1225 is where we are closing on Nvidia. We'll see if anything happens here in the after hours. But for now, let's not waste too much time. I don't know if my earpiece is even working. Back over to the desk. Are they ready? Thumbs up. It is good to go. Let's go see what Adara and Neil have to say with your market recap.
Let's get this party started. I'm here with Adara filling in for Sean, the market recap show. We got Lululemon after the bell. We've got ChargePoint. We have Nvidia doing absolute ham things. We got Chris Brecher coming through. We'll talk some trading ideas from him. And obviously, I don't want to spoil anything. He's got a couple of good ones there for us, just like last time. But this should be zero surprise. If you're looking at today, the #1 ETF up, no questions asked, Nvidia through 1200 was UNG. It was not SMH. Like, are you kidding me? Really, SMH? You lost to natural gas? UNG up 5% today. That's pretty impressive. No, seriously, it's all the chip names. The SMH clearly making fresh highs. The semiconductor ETF. It's breaking out because Nvidia is going ham, because everything was going ham. SMCI wasn't nearly as strong as I was expecting, but definitely a good day just about across the board. These things get lost. Whenever you have a move like this, Adara, there'll be some things that were strong, like TAN, with a dip buy opportunity and a bit of a trend up. So that's been bottoming out, up at a couple of points today. ARC, that makes sense, up 2%. The Russell doing well today. Gold was good, up over 1% as well. I think what's interesting about the Russell, and again, some things get lost here. I know you trade IWM.
I do.
I don't trade it, but I will point this out. When you get a nice little dip, this is the daily chart of the IWM, the 50-period simple just held, again, the same level, 202. It's bounced off it a couple times. We've just had an up move. The top of the range, we come to the chart here, the top of the range has been about 207 to 210. So I don't wonder if there's not some long opportunities in there. I promise you this, I'm not going to trade IWM, but I know you trade IWM. When you trade it, do you have a bias or do you just kind of go scalping off the charts?
I'll go either direction. Yesterday, 202.10 was my level. That was the level for me. So I wasn't able to get that today because by the time I sat down for the How to Trade show, it went up about $1 from there. But yeah, I do like that 202. The second you said 202, I was like, so I'm gonna have to look at that. I look at IWM every day, though I don't trade it every day, but it's definitely one I'm excited to look at tomorrow, see what it gives me.
Well, that's the thing I'm glad you're when you're learning, it's like trade anything and everything that could be an opportunity because you never know what you can glean. I don't think we expect Lulu to like 405 or so.
405, yeah. I'm
405, so there's really nothing happening just yet. I'm going to make sure I have like a 3-minute up on that one. There is some, I mean, there's a little bit of a move, although I would say any action here is just people fat fingering it into Lululemon or making some gambles. If you want the lay of the land for Lululemon, it has been not good on the daily. I think that's pretty obvious. It's been under a lot of pressure. The weekly chart probably can give you some levels because the daily looks so bad that you can't even find support when you look back a year on Lululemon. It's not necessarily the worst name I've seen in the market, but it is not looking good whatsoever. If you want to look at what was actually bad today, because not everything was up, wheat and the weed stocks. Here's what I will tell you about MSOS. So yeah, not bad, not good. On a day where everything is up, you don't want to be down, and it's a consolidation down here, and in the wrong side of the 200-period moving average on MSOS. So if we just quickly come back into the charts, if you are down on an up market day underneath the 200-period, this is $8 is resistance, and it could flat bottom break 750. That's not a very good sign. If we lose this consolidation, I would say that's not a good look. Whether or not there's a day trade off the $8 level, I haven't looked at MSOS in a while. I usually look at CGC in particular, but I feel like that's going to be one to watch this last little bit. So not everything was up. It's always important on a day where there's screaming longs, and we talked about this when Michael Shannon's mentioned this before, but it was also Michael Noss as well. Yeah. Michael Noss was specifically saying, it was Brian Shannon, but Michael Noss has said this as well. When you're doing your homework as to what happened during the day, it's always good to see on a strong day what was weak and on a weak day what was strong.
I like that.
And then look at that the next day. So as we wait for Lululemon in here,
Lulu.
Lululemon is out. Okay, so they are out. I'm not seeing a huge move, but for those of you that are bullish, it's at least to the upside. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah?
Or hallelujah.
Yeah, well, we'll take it because it's been a dog. They're up 11% now aftermarket on Lulu. We'll get the numbers when Derek has a chance to read them. Do you have them?
I do have them. So Q1 revenue, I'm seeing 2.208 billion here. What we were expecting was 2.2. So that is a slight beat there for Lulu on revenue. For earnings per share, what I'm seeing is 255. We were expecting 238. So that is also going to be a nice little beat. So slight revenue beat, pretty significant earnings per share beat from what I'm seeing right now on LULU. Seeing some other numbers here too, but not seeing comparisons. So I'm going to wait to see those until I have a better sense of how they performed on that.
So there we go. We got the box jumps happening. Sometimes it's like a step-up move. This is like a box jump in those Lululemon leggings. Up to $340 and actually holding here above $340. So it's about a 10% move. Keep in mind, the expectation was 10.6%. That was the expected move, at least from what I saw the last update. Could have been updated later, but it's roughly 11%. We've gotten 11.5%. So if it holds this, you're looking pretty good for a big-time beat in terms of expectations. The other thing worth watching here is you are pretty much exactly at the 50-period simple on the daily with this move at 345. Big level. If it can hold on to this, Lulu has been beaten up. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of niceness, and then you can get a big, big move into the upside. So let's see what happens. If it needs to get to 350 and hold the 350 level as well. So we'll see what else is going on. That's the big one, was Lululemon earnings. ChargePoint is going to be at some point this afternoon. We are expecting them at, I think, 410. Maybe not as big of a name, but ChargePoint has an expected move of 18%. That's the reason why you're interested in it. So Lululemon coming out with a beat and still holding on to the 340 level. That's a big one. It has to hold 340. You want to see it be up more than 11%. At least I want to. I own shares of this stock, unfortunately. But I'm actually not even planning on buying this thing until either things settle down or later on in the year, because I think the consumer is still a little bit of a concern there for Lululemon. Good one for them. It looks like 5 below is out as well.
Ugh.
Well, not everything is nice. No high fives for them.
They're more than 5 below, yeah.
Yo, they're 5 below, 10 below, 15 below, 17% down $24 is 5 below. Yeah, the puns are probably not a good one here, so they just dropped in every single way here at Eric.
Yeah, I'm also seeing, thank you, Darwin, for putting this out here in the chat. I didn't see this yet. Lululemon Board of Directors apparently authorizing a $1 billion increase to their stock repurchase program. Of course, not near Apple's $110 billion, but not at all too shabby here for LULU. Yeah, I'm seeing that on my board as well.
Sprinkle some buyback on it, baby.
Yeah, just sprinkle
the buyback.
Salt Bay. Yeah, thank you, Darwin, for pointing that out. It did clarify that as well here on the news source, so that is indeed accurate. Yeah, appreciate everyone in the chat here. VSCO says FSJ, we're not getting that until 4:15, but don't worry, we are going to be prepared for it. Also, apparently GME is moving around a little bit here as well.
So I'll get to GME in a second. One more thing on 5. Wow, on the weekly chart, this is the Alamo for this stock for a while at $110. This might be an SSR bounce potential tomorrow if it can hold on to 110, because it's going to be down 10%, down 17% already. Don't mind double checking GameStop. If it's moving, we like it. We're interested. Everyone that keeps putting GameStop 40 in the chat, we know it's not at 40. We get it. Okay, it broke that big 32 level. I want to see it do it in the open market, but it's through that resistance at 42 and still going higher, up 22%. It's making some power moves, but the real story, aftermarket, I shouldn't say the real story. The more important story for me will be Lulu, which is now starting to give a little bit back. So you know how these things go. After earnings, you get that initial move up. You don't want to get trapped. Would have loved to see it hang on to 340. I don't know where it's going to open tomorrow. The conference call is not until 4:30. You're likely to get a lot of information out of that conference call. And if it can go back into the 340, I'll be a heck of a lot more excited about it. So we went right to the 50 period on the daily. That's a simple moving average, and then dipped underneath. It's still up 8%, but the expectation was 10.5. It got to about 11.5, 12, and now you're getting the dip. So again, a little bit underwhelming in terms of what was expected on any kind of a move. And when that happens, we saw this with CrowdStrike. Just an example. Wish we had traded CrowdStrike today. Didn't. Fail. CrowdStrike did not beat the expected move. It pulled right back in, but it gave you a great dip buying opportunity. You don't know where it's going to dip by, but have a look-see at what happened aftermarket in Crowd. Crowd got to the day's high in the aftermarket, pulled back into 320, or 315 to 320 was the range. Today, where'd it go? 315, 320, and then ramped. So you do want to pay attention to these levels on Lululemon. If it pulls back in here and the first initial dip holds 328 to 330, if I see this at 350 tomorrow morning or 340 and it rolls over, I know where I'd want to dip by. Just give it that one little shot. These prices are information every single time.
No, I think it's really key, and it's nice to see that initial move up there on Lululemon. Nice look for them. I know they're expanding some new stores as well. I was saying this in the midday. One of my friends works there on a retail level, and so I know she's just got transferred to one of their new locations because they are expanding a little bit. So definitely nice look for Lulu. Also, ChargePoint came out here, so they also have a 25% short float from what I'm seeing. So CHPT, worth noting, they did beat here in revenue from what I'm seeing, 107.04 million versus the estimated 105.8 million, so it's going to be a beat, but they did have a larger loss per share than expected. 17-cent loss per share versus the estimate of 13 cent loss per share. That face, yeah, you look.
They don't know what to make of this one.
They don't. It's a weird report.
Expected 18%, bigger loss than expected, but it wasn't, you can't point to it all being bad. Look at it, it's not going. 4% is not going to cut it. If a stock that has a big short float like this, 28% short float, and it's underneath $2, gotta go. Got to move. Here's the problem for ChargePoint. If you're going to get it excited and you're going to squeeze, it's got GameStop to compete with that has squeezes going. You got NVAX, which is already making power moves. You're going to have earnings on Lululemon. You're going to have all of the chip names. You're going to have every single sector with the exception of weed that was strong. So ChargePoint, that's not going to cut it. Like, you're going to squeeze. If somebody's short this, they're like, ha, 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 I'm still winning. And there's nothing that's going to scare them about that at all. So unfortunately, for anyone looking for a big bounce here, I don't think you have gotten what you want on ChargePoint. Just jumping over to 5 here, it's trying to bounce off that 110. So you zoom out and you look at that weekly chart. When in doubt, zoom out. I'll do it again for you on 5 below. When in doubt, like, zoom out. You have $110. You go all the way back into 2022. That is a clean bottom on the weekly at 110. Where does it bounce? 110, and it's back into 117. Now, I'm not saying you've got to, look, I'm not telling anybody to trade aftermarket. I don't do it. On the floor, we suggest to people it's actually pretty dangerous unless you have a good strategy. But if you're going to, make sure you zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Those key levels, and I don't even look at the daily chart. I like to look at a weekly chart if you're analyzing monster levels when you get these gaps on those earnings plays. So I think that's a good thing. If you're in it, congratulations, though keep in mind it's down 15%, and it does not look good for 5 below, which is now 15 below as far as I'm concerned there, Adara. I do believe, you guys let me know when we're ready for Chris, because as things are starting to calm down, I do have my eyeballs on that Lululemon, which, by the way, is back up to 340. Whew. Come on, Lulu, you can do this. You can do this. Hold 340, we break 350, next stop's 400. Saying this is a half Lululemon bag holder. Not a whole bag, it's like a half bag.
It's like a mini bag. It's like a handbag. It's not like a full crossbody, but it's like a little, like one of those mini purses that Lizzo wore on the red carpet.
Like a man purse?
Yeah, it's not a tote bag. It's like more, thank you, Fabian. It's more of like a handbag.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I actually have one. I don't have it anymore. I have no idea what I did with it. I had one of those like half like strap things and like,
okay.
Kind of like
the messenger bags.
It's kind of like that, but it was a smaller one, and I would only wear it when I was flying, because then you put your passport and your tickets in it.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
And then I just started wearing cargo pants when I fly because they got pockets everywhere.
Pockets for days, yeah.
Not to carry a silly bag I don't need. But I'll tell you what, I know someone who's going to have some ideas here. So let's get right into it. It is time to get right over to Trader Talk.
I said I never knew he did.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Good to see you again, Chris. We got Chris Brecher from Simpler Stocks. It's fantastic to see you again. You had some great ideas last time, and I feel as if somehow things have gotten even crazier in the markets. Nvidia, I don't know what to even say about Nvidia. As a day trader, I have never stared at a level for like such a simplistic. The 1200 break on Nvidia today was hilarious because anyone waiting for a simple breakout trade sat there staring at a stock for 90 minutes. And if you needed to go to the bathroom, you had to sit there and stare at the stock, and if you wanted the breakout, and then it was everything you wanted. But there was a heck of a lot else that happened today. I mean, you had almost every single sector which was breaking out, so you could really pick and choose where you wanted to go. How do you even narrow things down when the market's doing this, Chris?
Well, the thing is that we went for sort of the side trade. Now, the companion trade is just to go for the Nvidias and go for the rest of the chips. But we were going on the perception trade that markets have been getting hit. You know, obviously there's a big disparity between the haves and the have-nots. And we were going on that a lot of the stocks like the Caterpillars, the Deeres, the Home Depots were diverging to the downside because people were worried about the economy. But the interest rates went down enough that if there was any perception that maybe they overreacted, they'd have sharp rallies. So we were buying the Home Depot, and then my favorite GNRC, the hurricane stock, we were buying that last night and this morning. So we were playing sort of the secondary ones, but we were also, our favorite was the biotechs. Now, I know you've mentioned the biotechs, and Sean's mentioned the biotechs, and definitely once the interest rates stabilize, heck, those have been the ones that have underperformed, and some of those have just really taken off. And so we were long spreads in the XBI. We went the low risk route, and we did fine. But that's how we played the secondary stocks.
Yeah, look, yeah, Sean's talked about it. I like some of the biotechs. I mean, a few specifically had some good runs, but you know, it's just as easy to head on over to the XBI. So, I mean, I have to ask you this because I know when you're trading, you can hit targets. It's up 3% today, so you're going to have won on the XBI. But it just broke out a top on this daily, a sort of top on the daily. So my question to you is going to be immediately: you're holding some of this through for the bigger win, because it did just take out this 94 level on XBI. So my first thought is always: are you all out? Do you take the money and run? I'm a day trader, so I'd be all out if I had it. Are you holding on to this because it looks like a pretty good move?
No, I'm laughing because I'm a day trader and I'm out. So it's just funny you mentioned that, because somebody's like, "Why'd you get out?" Well, we did a broken wing fly, so we bought a butterfly, but instead of the wing, we did a closer in wing, because I have a habit of being too right on things. So the one in here, we bought the 90s for June 20 next week, and sold bought the 90s, sold the 95s, and bought the 98s. And the whole idea with that is, a lot of times when I do them just as a pure 5-point wide, it overshoots. So we did it as a broken wing. We bought it at $1.59, sold it at $1.99. So theoretically, yeah, it could go to probably $3. But boy, I had to take the 25 or 30% when I could.
Yeah, and it always just comes down to your strategy. Like, as I said, I asked that knowing full well that any trade I would have had would have been out. But it's always good to see it. Like, if you have an idea that it follows through, just provides you with potentially a future opportunity. So, you know, my next question would be, and I want to make sure we get to this, so I'm going to say it now. We do have a fan question. I'm going to give it to Adair in a second after I ask this about XBI, because we want to make sure our viewers that always have great questions for you get their shot. So you're out of that trade today, obviously successful. Are you going? Is this something you're going to go back to the well with, generating some ideas? Because it's higher lows in the daily. It's trending up. It's holding the 50 period, all that kind of good stuff. It is trending up and trying to break out. So is this the first place you're looking? Is it the second place you're looking for tomorrow? What are some ideas going forward with XBI? Because I think it's still bullish.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because we bought it here. We bought the opening. We were down money. It went from 91.5 to 90.80. So that's why we did it as a spread, so we didn't gag on it and could stay in a little longer. So that's why we did it as a spread in the first place. Instead of buying calls, we might have gotten stopped out in the first minute. But in answer to your question, it seems to me that you have a little bit of that coagulation, little schmutz right here, right there. But you have the unemployment report on Friday, so everybody's worried that this has rallied because the bond market's rallied or interest rates have gone down, and that the unemployment report might be stronger than expected. The bonds get hit, and then the XBI doesn't break that. So this seemed like a logical place to sort of wait.
That makes, I love that look. I'm chuckling right now because you said schmutz. And here's the thing. I don't know how much you've ever watched our show live, but I have this nasty habit of anytime I hear something funny or witty, I then take it, use it on the show, and then pretend that I came up with it. So Chris, I'm going to apologize in advance, because the next time I see something that I just don't quite like on a chart, or I don't know, there's a little bit of schmutz on Nvidia, I'm going to get out of this trade here or trail it out. I'm giving you credit now for it, because I promise you tomorrow I'm not going to. I absolutely.
That's fine. That's fine with me. As what is it? Imitation is sincerest form of flattery. That's fine with me. Just call it the Brecher schmutz, but that doesn't sound right. So yeah, just schmutz is fine.
Well, hopefully there's no schmutz on all the trades for you the rest of the week here. But there is a question. I'm going to throw you with Derek, because we have a question from our viewers.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Hope you're having a great afternoon and week so far. We actually have someone in the chat, Jay Haas, asking a question here, wanting to know your thoughts on the SPX, because the divergences you called out last week played out nicely.
Well, the divergence with the bonds and the stocks, it just divergence with the NDX and the SPX. We thought the SPX would go up. The problem right now is the lag trade. So if I know we were talking about Nvidia, and I think that's a good idea to talk about Nvidia. It seems to me that the SPX is extended, but somebody asked that in our chat, like, isn't it overbought? There's a big difference between overbought when it's in an uptrend or overbought in a downtrend. So the problem is it's overbought in an uptrend. So you can't really pick a top on a daily. I don't really want to play the SPX now. I want to play the stocks that will lag like the Home Depots of the world. And then if the SPX all-time high, NDX all-time high, that's why we were looking at the XBI and the Russell and like the Dow. I mean, the Dow isn't even close to an all-time high. So I'm looking more at the secondary ones, not trying to pick a top on the SPX, not buying the SPX here, but going on things that even if the SPX goes down, these stocks could go up.
Yeah, you mentioned something. You mentioned the Russell. If I can jump in, because it made a bounce today. IWM made a decent bounce today. I mean, it's up 1.5 points. I mean, it's nothing compared to like SMH or the NASDAQ does 2 points, but it's nowhere near those highs. So, look, if it fails this bottom, I like to call this sometimes like a consolidation break. If you had a couple more ledges here at that 200, maybe you'd call it a flat bottom break. But is this something that if it just gets underneath that, you start looking for those shorts? I look at levels like that as a day trader and say you can go both ways off it. If it finds a support level, just take the bounce and then play it into the high. If it breaks down, be willing to do it. But when it's making lower highs and everything else is breaking out, typically speaking, it's like a little bit of a hint of weakness. So you'd mentioned that it's one of the things you're looking at. Is there a trade for this tomorrow or even next week if it breaks 200?
It's funny you mention that because if it breaks, yeah, I think that'll be enough of a divergence to finally have the S&P go down. But I really think it's after the split that you're going to see the NDX go down. In fact, I'm not now. I'm going to wait till after Nvidia split. But I'm really looking at sort of a pairs trade of buying the XBI and short the NDX. Not now. You got to wait till after Nvidia's split. So, in fact, if you want me to show you that, I'll show why we're thinking that way.
Yeah, let's see it.
We have time.
No, 100%. Let's see it. I mean, look, the reason why we have guests on is to give you that different perspective. I mean, you're looking at stocks that we're not going to necessarily trade. I want the viewers to see what can be a fantastic idea. Nvidia split's one of the biggest stories this year, right? So we should get as many ideas out there as possible.
Yeah, but in answer to SPX, I don't want to blow you off on that. I just don't see the reversal pattern yet to be able to play that to the downside. On the other hand, I think the lag play is going to be in place where even if the chips sell off, there'll be a rotation into the things that haven't gone up. In fact, if you go back to 1999, 2000, pretty wild story. If you go and look at this on a monthly, it hardly goes back, but it sort of does. The high in the overall market is when the Russell finally made a high as well. So as you see, it diverged terribly for a year. But when it finally made a high and caught up with the NASDAQ, that was the top of everything. So I think that's the same kind of thing that's going to happen now, is the Russell needs to go to a new high before everything needs to go to a new high before they top out. I don't mean the NASDAQ and the SPX, but I think you're going to see the transports, the Dow, the Russell, all of them go to new highs before you could really see a big sell-off. And that'll probably get everybody bullish also.
Yeah, I just missed that by a few years when I started trading, unfortunately, because that's a great look. I mean, what I love about the market is there's always something you can learn, which is nothing you saw, or you witnessed, or around for, and they're right there. Like 99, everyone remembers .com back then for the turn. So we'll keep our eyes on the Russell for that. I can't thank you enough, Chris. I always want to make sure that we get as much out of you as possible, and promise us next week when you're on, we'll follow up on the post Nvidia split, see how XBI is doing, and all those thoughts. And for anybody in the chat, if you have any questions for Chris, you can always hit him up. But he'll be back every single week. You can let us know. We'll have those questions ready for you. Congratulations on the great trade today with XBI, and then good luck going forward as well. Chris Brecher.
Yeah, can I tell you one thing?
Yeah.
One thing real quick, because I won't be on. Tesla, both splits, Netflix, the split, I mean the big ones, the high was the day the split became effective on the opening. That was the high on all three.
And that is what matters. We keep talking about sell the news. In the split, it fundamentally isn't doing anything. It does make it a little bit easier for people to play options. But at the end of the day, fundamentally nothing's changing. You get that buy up going into it, and then you can get the sell off. I'm not guaranteeing that there'll be a sell off, but I also don't want to be I'm not even thinking about taking a day trade Nvidia short until after. Like I'm only playing. I
agree with you. I'm not. All we've done is lean long Nvidia in all the rooms into the split because that's been working.
Yeah, just take the breakouts that are obvious, take the dip buys at the levels that are good, and if you see a short, if I see a short setup, I try to put it on AMD or like something else in that moment. Because
totally, I agree. So take care. Thanks for having me on. Sorry to stay on a couple of more minutes.
Don't even sweat it, Chris. We love you. Appreciate you as well. Best of luck trading the rest of the week. I know the viewers love you as well. So good luck. Pleasure having you.
All right, thanks. Bye.
And there it is. Oh, I have to hit it again. See, I always forget these things. See, this is why I can't, without Ramin and Fabian and Adara, like we'd be screwed, man. Like it just like remind us of everything. Oh, Lululemon, baby, there they are. In the sweater, it's actually a little bit cold up here.
It is.
Yeah, there's a little bit of like I don't want to call it a breeze, but it's like a draft up here. It's kind of chilly. It's really hot in Lululemon, back up to 13%. So before we get into this roll call, we'll celebrate the fact that Lulu just regained 345 and is going to close, well, not close, but end this first half hour and go into the call in a minute or two, up 12.5%, Adara, 12.5%.
Really fun tomorrow.
But before we do the roll call, I want to say this, and so this is an important point. When you, first of all, check out everybody on our socials and all that good stuff, but more importantly, make sure you check out the new podcast. They filmed episode 2 today, and I'll tell you right now, anybody that had to get up during that 1200 break, I know Sean, I've known him for 20 years. We sat there not wanting to go to the bathroom for a long time, and he got up to shoot the podcast and missed a 1200 break for you guys. And so I don't want anybody to take that lightly. That's a big deal. Like I wouldn't be in a good mood. I'd be pretty, it is what it is. That was a really big opportunity that everyone was banking on today. So check out that podcast. I think it's going to be a fantastic one. I haven't even heard any snippets they've kept from me. I know what the topic is. I'm not going to spoil it for you. So that is, it's going to be a great one. But before we get to the roll call, Adara, you traded Nvidia on that break.
I did, yeah. So basically, I traded NVDL. I've said this before, I prefer to trade NVDA, but basically what was the issue is with my buying power, because I'm very new to the live, I cannot afford NVDA, so I'm just ready for that split, because you know NVDA, I'm going to be coming for you. So I've been trading NVDL. That's how I've been doing it since it hit 1,000. And so basically how I've been doing it is thank you. What I was watching for is I saw NVIDIA get near the 1,200. I said, Adara, there's something for you here. My first attempt at it was a loss. I got involved when we were at like 11.99.50s. I got involved all willy-nilly. I was like, oh, we'll just break up. There was no strategy to it. I was able to get out of it unscathed, like it was fine, but the strategy wasn't good. But then I noticed we kept bouncing off 11.97.40s. I said, Adara, as long as you stay above that level, you can add to this and take off at the top of the range to infinity as long as you stay above that level. So I actually was pretty relaxed. I was just like, okay, as long as I didn't leave my desk though. Just like, as long as we're above that level, I'm okay, you know. Getting out of the top, adding when we got to that level. We had the breakout. You could see this on the How to Trade show. I was like this was wild, but it was funny too because I think because I felt confident in it because I had no reason to leave it. I said I was at one point in a meta trade at the same time as Nvidia, and I was like, this meta is way more stressful than the NVDL is. So I think it goes to say that if you have confidence and if you have a plan, things can work out and you can be a little bit less emotional in your trades. Apologies for the rant there, but that was a huge learning opportunity.
Do not apologize. That is, you said something about there not being a good strategy. You were long the strongest stock in the market as it was coiling into the biggest level that every trader was going to take. Think about it. If you're long underneath it and everybody on this floor that was at their desk is punching when 1200 goes, and you're long underneath that. So if it breaks, there's like think about it this, as we're punching out and everyone's punching into that trade, so we're punching into that trade as it's breaking 1200, you're taking free money riding the trend into that because we're the exit liquidity. If it fails the break, you win anyways. Like it's another way of trading it, and it's a unique way to do it. But that said, not every trader stayed at their desk today.
Yeah.
Some people went to lunch. Some people couldn't sit there for an hour and a half, and Adara did, and she's only starting. So I want to shout out to her as well. And of course, remember, check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. It is dropping at the end of this week. I think it's going to be a fantastic episode, and believe me when I tell you, you're going to have a lot of fun listening to it. It was a great first episode. I want to get to this rundown because it's overdue. We're past 4:30. Go Lululemon, first of all. But shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best moderator in all of YouTube. And I'm going to give a shout out to, oh, wait a minute, look at that. Bears versus Bulls, congratulations, Adara. And shout out to all the lady traders. You are an inspiration.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That is so kind. Shout out to Bears vs. Bulls for everything you do. And thank you so much for the kind words. I really appreciate it. And I'm always just so happy to be here. And shout out to the lady traders.
Spread that love. And I want to see a bunch in here. So let's start it off with Michelle Meir. Nvidia over 1230, Lulu 352. That's reason to be happy. We'll shout you out. Shout out to Sebastian, Zion. We got D. Westermeyer as well, saying every one of you are outstanding. He's ordering the 8-ball this week. We can't wait to get it. Appreciate you very much, sir. Sharuz. We got Alric B. We got Jay Haas, Travel Buddy, Neo Roberts. I like it. I like it. I like it. I'm going to make an assumption that every time someone talks about Neo, are you talking to me? Talking to me? And especially Sharif. It sounds a little too close. But Michael B. as well, Zach Frack, Mark L., Caputi, electronic music producer. We got Bristol, Darwin in the house with the sirens, TH, Zion again, we love you, DJT, Trey Only, the stock professor, Swirling Brian, BJZ, Travel Buddy, Francis De La Cruz, Hold My Beer. Make sure you have a cold one because it's a hot one here in Toronto. Noah, Dude Rocks 420, Victoria TH, Sam Yip, Alex Diaz, Q Emotionally Damaged, greatest show on the net, you better believe it. Come back tomorrow. We got Elon, Stock Professor Anthony, Francis again, Soul Queen 88, Howell Capital Trading, Shockwave Zero, Blue Arrow, and I'm running out of breath, the Piper, Bright Awakening as well, and Neil Roberts once more. Okay, that was kind of a mouthful. I haven't learned that you're supposed to breathe when you're doing that. I'm not very good at that. I'm new to it. I only do it once a week, filling in for Sean so we can coach his kids' baseball. But it's a heck of a day, an unbelievable day, an Nvidia day, a Trader TV live day, and guess what? We get to do it all again tomorrow. So tune in bright and early at 9:30. For Adara, for myself, for Sean, Brendo, and the entire team, Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s all day and into the aftermarket. We'll see you at 8:30. Wow. Go Lulu.
What a day.